in your brain. Dropping real game while you chasing fame. Tap that screen, get them likes to climb. She dropping facts in rhythm and rhyme. Ain't no damn that this queen gon' teach. You play hero, she preach from the streets. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't want that screen. Why you press dog? She doing just fine. A whole movement, not just a timeline. Spitting them bars, historical heat. You try to save her, end up in defeat. Don't be the fool, just be the fan. Tap that screen with your thirsty hands. She ain't lost, she just loud with truth. And think it don't bend for no dusty dude. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't want that screen. She don't need none of your rescue plan. Trying to cover queen, she'll break them bands. You want a damn, so this here Dawn. She got nerves, facts, and a tapped up squad. You throw advice, she throwing receipts. She drag whole clowns from comments to streets. So stop with the cape and start with the tap. This ain't no love song, it's a lyrical slap. Yeah, she good, you tap in, get school. Think of talking, you still trying to play hero? No. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her. She don't. Tap that screen.
That was cool.
Thank you. Mr. Michaels made that one. What's up to the YouTube fam over there? I'm just waking up, so I gotta get hype. I'm 15 minutes back on Earth. So
Look,
I gotta wake up.
you talk about you don't want to be saved, but then why do you make this God hand grab you and drop you in the water?
What? Wait, is that a picture of me? Is
Huh?
that
What happened?
wow?
Yeah.
Is that my picture?
This was from your bathing
From my
your photo
video?
shoot on the
What
beach.
you put? Why do you have
But
that
you
up
but
there?
this you have this white man saving you. Is this God dropping you into the water or
That's just
baptizing you or something?
that ain't even a man's hand. That's a woman's hand. But like,
Oh, that's a
why?
woman saying.
Yeah,
How do we
it's
know
just
that's
the
a woman here?
AI. It's just the AI putting me in place
How do you know your AI identifies itself as a woman?
because I can tell the difference between
Are
the
you a dumb?
bone
No,
structure.
no, brother. Well, okay, we ain't
So
gonna
you
go
was the
there.
one who said it was a man.
I'm not gonna go there with you on this one. But you did have this
But
godlike
hold
hand
on,
grab you.
how you gonna question me about why I say it's a female hand and you said it was, but you don't question yourself about why you said it was a male hand?
Mm-mm.
Why don't you question yourself?
I shouldn't because you don't want to be saved there. You just talked about you don't need to be saved,
That ain't
and
saying
you
nothing
Oh
about being
wow.
safe. That's putting me in place. That's putting me on earth and putting me in like the setting of earth.
mm,
They ain't say shit
mm,
about being saved.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
This is for you because I don't need you to explain. Oh wait, that ain't the right one. Hold
I'm
on.
about to say like
There it is.
what like the
That's
fat
hold on.
tuba. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't need saving Chicago.
Tell your
I
computer
made
that.
the
Man.
video, bro.
Okay, you don't want to
That was
dunk
my
yourself in the water.
creativity.
Are you
For
trying to say
my
to get like a tip or something? Or you like,
Don't say thank God. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank God. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank God. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank God. She don't wanna be saved.
My dog, tap that screen. Why you press dog? She doing just fine. A whole movement. Not
what
just
the
a
hell are
time.
you
I
doing,
spit in them books with
Chicago?
historical heat. You try to save her, end up in
I'm
defeat.
dunking
Don't be the
you
fool, just be
and
the
What?
fan. Tap that screen with your
dunking you in the
thirsty
water like
hand.
this
She ain't
hand
lost, she
is.
just loud with truth. And think it don't be for no dusty dude.
Wait, you
I
wanted to
mean,
be a
I
black
guess
hand? You wanted to be a black
you
man's
should have been
hand
a
putting
black
me in
hand.
place?
You should
Huh?
have had a black hand putting you at
Why?
places,
Who hands is supposed to do
but you
Chicago?
being
Yours?
dunked. You're being dunked by this
She don't
white
wanna
teen
be
hand out there.
saved. She don't need
Ooh,
none
look
of
at
your rescue
that.
plans.
I
Trying
don't
to
need
cover
none of your
queens but
rescue
breaking
plans,
beds. You
Chicago.
want a damsel, this here dog.
Hey,
She
look, you
got
ain't gonna get
nerve and
rescued
facts
with
and
that big
tap
old
the
Turn it
hand
up.
line.
drowning
No
you in the
advice, she
ocean.
throwing receipts. She drag whole clowns from coming to streets. So start with the cape and start with the tap.
I
This ain't
wish
no
you could
lip
see
song,
me
it's a
over here.
lyrical slap.
Boom.
Yeah, she good. Tap in, get school.
You
Nigga talking.
should have taken away your
Are you
vape
still trying
away
to play
from you
hero?
while you're on the
You still
beach.
trying to play hero, Chicago? I got this.
Don't say thing good. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thing good. She don't wanna be saved. Don't say thing good.
I lived the life. I made the video. I don't need the
Uh-huh.
advice.
So you wanted to be dipped in like a dip or something like that. You call yourself an hors d'oeuvre and letting this white tea hand dip you into the
Oh, are
salty
you
ocean
mad because
to
the
taste
hand
you
is
in
white,
life.
Chicago?
I am so mad at his whites. It shows that it's eating you, that it's going to
It does
eat
not.
you.
It does not.
It
No,
does.
it
It dunking
doesn't.
you. It dunked you over and over into the video.
No, it didn't, Chicago.
You look like you was in pain. Like if you look at your face
No,
as
it
you getting
didn't.
dunked, if you
The
look at
water
it
was
as you getting
cold,
dunked,
Chicago.
now it's cold water. All right, you
Yeah,
always
the
say get in the
water was
water.
cold.
You remember the slaves used to tell us wade in the water because God's gonna trouble the water, but you was in the water, you were being troubled.
Shut
All
up,
right,
Chicago.
and
Oh
so
my
now you had
God.
this white hand trying to save you from the troubled water. Bing pie, bing pie, my love.
Why you pick that picture? The hand puts me in corporate America too. So why did you pick that one?
I mean, hey, like a lot of sisters are in corporate America doing a great job until the DI fire start happening, then they ain't there no more. So it's a representation of art and life.
Oh my
Mm-mm-mm.
God.
See, you gotta think, you gotta break down what she's trying to say. She had the hand try to pick her in the butt. It says butt right here. So it's really the hand is picking her butt because that's who that's how the hand represent and see her as a
Anyway,
snack. That's why that snack is
that's
being
that's
dipped into
your
the
that's
salty
your
waffle.
that's your representation, Chicago,
Mm,
not
mm.
mine. Anyway, what's up, Arpy? What's up, Cleveland Cooley? Eve, Brian over there on the YouTube land. Hello, Tone G. Welcome in, everybody. What's up, Dre? What's up, Gracie? What's up, Stephanie? Y'all see the way to drown Chicago out. Hey, Miss
Look,
Paychecks.
I'm very, I know when you're talking and stuff like that, I don't want to activate your neurodetergent. I'm just a neurovirgin myself. So, I need to learn how I understand, tit for tat.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Go ahead, do your thing, and I'll be right back. I gotta change my battery.
All right. All right, everybody. Hey, if y'all have not noticed, one, there is a new. They brought back a new old feature. If you look in the share button at the bottom, there's the reshare. The reshare is back. So if y'all want to hit that reshare button, which help put her into the FYP, and people that follow you can actually see her as well. So that's a new feature. The repost. So yeah, and I'm sorry, not reshare, repost. The other thing, thank you, also, Ray. Uh, also, there is another thing. If you have a super nerd sub next to your name, don't forget to hit the at least one time hit the super power up. The super power up, the 9 cents, and it get double. And that's how come she be always in the top eight. The popular live. She was like number 88 yesterday morning, or this morning, I should say. So that kind of stuff does it. So tomorrow when that happens, right now it did the reset. So y'all did a great job with doing that kind of stuff too. So other than that, Mr. Nelson, did you get a chance to you finish that? What kind of scrumptious meal was that? Was that a succulent Chinese meal?
No, that was just some cashew nuts. That's all.
Why did you say a succulent Chinese meal?
You never heard of
I,
that?
mm,
No.
I will not eat this late at night. I went and had my physical done today, and they put me on that scale. Here I am thinking I'm losing weight, right? I
Mm,
done gained 11 pounds. I was
mm,
so mad at it. I
You
was
gained
kicking the
while
scale.
trying to lose weight?
I gained. I thought I was losing weight because I mean my stomach went down. I could see my little six pack now. I'm feeling good about myself.
mm.
Everything. Went there to get my damn physical, and doctor put me on that
Ooh.
scale, it was 216 pounds, and thought I was at 205. I was so mad today. I'm not lying. I was. Doctor say, no, you're great. You're in great shape. I said, no, I'm not. He said, well, what weight you want to be? I said, I want to be like 195. He said, no, that would be too small for you. You're 6 foot. That's a good weight for you. No, I don't like it. I was so mad. I'm still mad about it.
Well, keep going. Eventually, you'll get there. But I don't like cashews, like nuts. Like it's like the more protein that's gonna make you gain weight, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. I can't manage it. It's just only certain things I can give up.
And
My cat,
you don't want to lose weight then.
but I do, but them cashews, I gotta have my cashews. I mean, I used to, when I little, I used to weigh like 165, and that was, I just thought I was so small, and I wanted to be one of the big boys and stuff. And I guess my metabolism was so high at that time, and because I didn't start picking up weight till I got like 47, 48 years old. That's when I started gaining weight. I weighed 165 pounds since high school, all the way up till I was like 47. And I started picking up weight. Now you feel funny. You feel real funny when you have weight on you. If you've never had it on you and then you get it on you, it makes you
Yeah.
feel real weird. When you drop your arm, you can actually feel the fat under your arm. It's just, it's weird. I haven't got used to it yet, still. To this day, I have not got to. My thighs never touch. Now they touch. I don't like it at all.
Mm. Well, if you need help
So
getting
then the Chinese
the
food
Lizzo
now.
shot, I can help you.
Do what now?
Oh,
What did
I'm.
Chicago say?
You say
I
you
said if
what?
you need help getting the Lizzo shot on the download, allegedly for entertainment purposes, I got, if you're in Texas, so
Y'all, I
Okay.
cannot
Well,
open the guest box. I can't open the gifts. I don't know if it's because I had it hardwired because of my tech checks with AX today. So I took I took it off to see if maybe Wi-Fi is better, but I still can't open anything. I hope I don't have to shut this motherfucker down and start it back over. This gonna piss me
the
off.
mod still got access, right?
They're not in here yet. The ones with access.
Also, right? It's
Where's
also.
Oso at?
I saw
Where
him.
is
He
Oso?
was floating around. Hey, he right there.
Oh, see, what I can see on my phone, like I see he just commented. It ain't even showing on TikTok Studio. God, TikTok
You
Studio.
know that the black lady that taught us how to type.
Chicago. Are you doing that to every photo and the video?
I will now.
Why?
Just challenge me to do that. I was thinking of it. You gave me a good
just
idea.
because you said it, that's
hmm
why.
hmm Yeah, I may have to make a long. I am on YouTube, but I need to make more long form videos. So, you
Please
know.
don't do that.
Okay, you said please. You know what? And when she say please don't, I really gotta. I can't go against her. Please no, because it's always if you should see how many times she always say please no, Chicago, and I'm like, all right, I out of respect when she say please no, I'm like, damn, I gotta. So don't worry. Well, I do like my Mavis Bavis version of you. I like that. So there you
Wait,
go.
what's a
You think
Mavis version? What's a
you
Mavis
remember
version?
the black lady that was teaching us all how to type back in the day? You don't remember her?
No.
Mr. Nelson, you remember the Mavis Bavis?
There it goes. It's
What
working
happened?
now.
Oh,
Yeah, like
No,
you remember
go
Mavis?
ahead.
it was she was like the one black lady out there who was like she was on the box of everything, and she was the only one teaching us how to type.
I didn't learn how to type from a lady or a man.
I mean, why got to be a lady or not a man?
I didn't learn how to type from a human. We just had a program that we had to like keep, like they would put like books in front of us, and like y'all learned how to type
You
from somebody.
know what? That's our Black history will always be eroded every year that we don't talk about Mavis Davis. This is oh Lord,
Hold
all
on,
right, I'm gonna
I
drop.
gotta look her up. I don't know who you talking about.
Yeah, a lot of people know Mavis Davis. She was like the
Mavis
one with
Mavis.
Mavis Davis, yeah.
Mavis Davis typing is what it says on
Or
Google.
Mavis
Not
Beacon. Oh, they say
not
Beacon or
it's
Beacon.
Mavis Beacon. Mavis Beacon typing. But nope, never knew, never seen her.
Wow, that's Black
Maybe it's
history right
only in
there. I'm
the
doing that for Black history.
no. Maybe it only happened in the north. Maybe y'all only used her in the north. I, I
Are they
I
saying
didn't.
Mavis Davis?
Yeah, maybe her name is Mavis Davis, but no, I never used her. I don't know. I've never seen her a day in my life.
Wow. You know
I
what?
ain't
Like I
never
said,
seen
they
her.
always try to keep us separate from our history all the time. First, the light bulb, and now typing with Mavis Davis. And look at that. Well, I'm gonna go
That
and
just
honor
means that
her.
the schools I went to didn't use her. Like I
They
didn't learn
didn't
how
like
to
they didn't
type.
like black people, right?
No,
No.
we just didn't use this software. That's all that
Now in
is.
my school,
But why? But
they
hold on.
made
But
sure
why
that we
is she
did
Black History?
because she
What?
was black on the box for computers.
What does that have to do with history? What time
You got
was it during
everything in
Jim
Black
Crow or something?
history. I mean, I
What
guess. I
was she
mean,
like
the
the
Jim
first
Crow had
black
a
woman
laptop.
on a typing box? So like what?
Yeah. Look, we
I'm
went
like
from Aunt Jemima to Mavis Davis. So look at that. We elevated.
I don't think so.
You
Chicago.
know what? Okay, I'm about to go look her up for real, and I'm gonna go do that since I can't obsess over this video. I'm gonna go obsess over Mavis Davis and talk about her Black history because obviously this is an affront to Black justice everywhere. So I am so sorry.
It says Mavis Beacon is a fictional character.
What?
Yes, that's what it says.
You
Hold
wait,
on.
wait.
Hold on. It's a fictional character, a pioneer of
Oh,
digital representation. Mavis Beacon is considered one of the first prominent, if not first, African American computer instruction characters, but she's fictional. How is she
what?
Black History?
Well, how is
Yeah,
she fictional?
that's
Oh
a
my god, I
fictional
got tears.
character.
Wait, so she was like the first AI back then?
Pretty much.
Damn. Wait, so they had AI all the way back then? Shit,
Oh
Chicago,
my
did you know
god.
she was a computer program?
No, I didn't know she wasn't real.
Mm,
It says the real woman behind Mavis Bacon. Her name is Renee L. Esperance.
mhm.
She was a Haitian woman. She was paid $500 for her photo. And she didn't receive any future payments or royalties from any of the fucking software, dude. Now that
Mm.
sounds like normal Black history.
There you
Okay,
go.
there you go. There you go. I knew there was something messed up about it. We can't have nothing right. Oh, but she ain't real though. Oh my! I thought she was. Oh, so she's real, but she was just standing there looking like you like that, and that wasn't real. That was just they got this poor Haitian woman and they put her in a suit and then gave her $500 and kicked her out.
Yeah. I swear, you motherfuckers be wanting like some attention, like a motherfucker. Like I would say that I feel sorry for y'all, but I don't. I actually love the fact that you sit in my live and just fucking watch me and hate yourself with your racist ass. Like I love it when you go around people that you fucking don't like because you're doing it because you actually hate yourself. Like there is no reason for you to be here, none at all. But
I mean, of
just
course, they
keep
got to hate
on
themselves. Yeah, they hateful people. So if you're a hateful person, the only thing you can do is just hate, be a hater.
Yeah, like sit there and just keep hating yourself. Just keep on doing it. That's the only reason why you keep showing up night after night, looking for attention. Like you want somebody to be mad that you don't like my black skin, but I'm not. I don't give a fuck. Actually, it makes me even more proud to be black. The more you hate my black skin, the more I fucking love it.
Ain't that it?
All right, well, she just deconstructed this black woman for me, so I'm about to go undo
No, I
this.
didn't.
You did. You unlike you did it like just like you did God. I can't have nothing around you. God.
What? Oh, we number
I hate
50.
this family.
We number 49. Wait.
Now 50.
Wait, wait, it just told me 49. Oh, now 50.
It's
Okay.
40. Yeah,
It
yeah, yeah. Because
fluctuates.
well, we're in what you call it at 11 o'clock. Remember, like 30 minutes back. That's when every time it changes for the new day. So the
So,
new day is going on.
are there two different leagues then? Like, I see popular
Yes.
number 50 and then league before number 80.
So the popular is the stuff with the power the power ups and stuff like that. That's the popular votes and
Which
the
one are
popular
those?
shit. Either at this point, I would say like the world one, the popular vote matter too because it does put you up there and it keeps you on the FYP and all that other stuff too. So either one matters. The other one just matters more, a little bit more because it's involving like money. You know. Because that one, like the daily rankings and stuff, is like that's when people have like millions and millions of diamonds and stuff. So just another, it goes daily ranking and then it goes popular like live. So
Okay. Well, thank
if
y'all
everybody is
for
focused
both
only
of
on
them.
the
I
post,
appreciate y'all for both of them.
yeah,
Shema Shia, you said you have the scripture. Which scripture, Shema Shia?
that Mavis is real. Goodbye now.
I mean, you can keep on hoping and reading Isaiah, reading about Mavis Bacon's Black History, like she Messiah reads Isaiah 9 and 6. What scripture are you talking about, she Messiah? Do you want to come up here and show me the scripture? I'm trying to find y'all a gift goal. Hold on. I'm trying to find something that's like 20 or 50. Where are they? Are you in the guest request? She Messiah. All right, y'all. We getting ready to get started. Just a couple announcements. Um, so we will be on AEX this Sunday, y'all. If y'all could come out and support, I am going to post the link to the show that I'm gonna be on Sunday. It's Talk Heathen at 1 o'clock on the Atheist Experience Talk Heathen show. This is the second step up before they put me on the Atheist Experience. So I'm excited for that. I'll be co-hosting with Sydney on Sunday.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and then on October 10th, I'll be on Truth Wanted again on October the 10th at 7 p.m. So it's on the Atheist Experience YouTube channel, and so
Mm.
I'll put the link in the Discord so y'all can find it easily. And then Christina is going to be on the Atheist Experience October 17th. The following week, she's going to be on Truth Wanted. This will be her first time on there. So big ups to Christina. And they are also working on Fee. If Fee can check her emails, he said Fee is very busy. But they're also trying to get Fee on Truth Wanted as well. So, yeah, a lot of big things happening in the community. Thank you. And then they said they're working on doing a AEX episode with me and Justin. So that one,
Okay, cool.
yeah, that one is gonna be lit. But
I'm
yeah,
glad to see you jumping out there more often. You really need to.
yeah, I've been trying to TikTok fucking with me. I post the video I posted about asking believers to thank you, relaxing. To answer the question about the guy who did the rapture or whatever, TikTok sent me a message and was like, "This is not your usual content. You sure you want to post this?"
Mm,
Yeah. So now they're clocking the type of content that you post, and if you like detour away from it, they like kind of flag it and be like, "You sure you want to post this? This isn't your usual content. Your audience might not resonate with this."
mm.
Yeah, I found that to be interessante.
I don't see why the audience wouldn't engage with that. I mean,
Right.
shoot, it's it's a straight up lie that was put out there, you know, and people need to wake up to that. I mean, shoot, especially people that look like me, they really need to wake up to it, you know.
But of course, one of the people commented, "Thank goodness Selena is here because I'm having so much difficulty with TikTok Studio. I can't. I'm even trying to bring Selena in. There we go.
Hey,
Hey,
Hey, Selena.
there we go. Okay. I'm
you
trying to
about
bring
to?
I'm trying to bring Shima Shaya in, but it's not. I have to click it like 10 times. So hold on, Shima Shaya.
Hold on, let me
There we
see.
go. Okay.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Give me just a second. She Messiah, if you can go on mute for just a second. Selena, are you traveling right now?
No, no, no. I was moving my car. I had to move my husband's car out of my way so I could put my car in the driveway and then put his back in front of me. So I'm done.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, y'all. I got
Thank
the
you,
new
thank you.
gift goal up. I am fully awake now. She Messiah, welcome back. What scripture are you saying that you found? Were we waiting for you to find the scripture?
So earlier I was telling you about the titles when I said son is just a title.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I found in the scripture what I was looking for. It's in the Wycliffe Bible. He gave the first translation in English, and so it's going to be in Second Samuel. Oh, let me go back to the verse. It's Second Samuel. Yeah, chapter 16, verse 11 in the Wycliffe Bible on the Bible Gateway.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me see if I can get one of those translations pulled up here.
Yeah, because I started just really relying on the Wycliffe Bible because it's more accurate than the KJV.
You said Second Samuel what?
Uh, chapter 16, verse 11 in the Wycliffe Bible. I
Okay,
found it
I'm
on
in
the
there.
Bible. I found on the Bible Gateway.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, because so it's a word in there that describes a lady, but we see where they took the word son, he, him, father, and put a gender to it. And so this proves that what I said earlier, that the patriotic world, they changed a lot of the stuff.
Hold on, but you're saying that they did that in Samuel, but we're talking about Isaiah, right? And the Wycliffe Bible was a hand translated manuscript, right? And so when you say it's more accurate than the King James, the King James has translation errors, and so does the Wycliffe Bible. Like, why are you saying it's more accurate?
So you read the Wycliffe Bible?
Like, I know the history behind the Wycliffe Bible.
Well, because
Like, what I'm saying,
yeah,
but I also know the history behind the translations. They all have scribal errors. I mean, translation errors
yeah,
and scribal errors.
yeah. Unfortunately, for some people in the Old Testament, this is what Wycliffe translated, and everything he translated has now been confirmed through me.
Yeah, well, we talked about that yesterday, right? Like, you confirming things means a lot to you, right? It has authority with you, but it has none with me, right? Like, I don't see you as an authoritative figure.
I mean, that's fine. Nobody does. I mean, I mean, it's just how we live a common life, so it's not common for a lady of my stats to be in such powerful authority. But I just noted the word womb in there. I wanted to show you that to let you know that what I said earlier, that this is describing a man who would be King David, but they say King David has a womb.
Okay, and this is the Wycliffe Bible. This is Isaiah 9 and 6, what we were talking about yesterday. And it says, "Forsooth, a little child is born to us, and a son is given to us, and princehood is made on his shoulder. But a little child is born to us, and a son is given to us, and princehood is placed upon his shoulders. And his name shall be called Wonderful, a Counselor, God, Strong, Father of the world to coming, a Prince of Peace. A little child, forsooth, is born to us, and a son is given to us, and made is princehood upon his shoulders, and his name shall be called Marvelous Counselor, God, Strong, Father of the world to come, Prince of Peace." Now, if I remember in our conversation yesterday, the one of the reasons that you felt Isaiah 9 was not talking about the Jesus in the New Testament, like the Jesus of Christianity, is because Jesus never called himself Wonderful Counselor, Prince of Peace, God,
Everlasting
Father,
Father.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, if you go by the Wycliffe Bible, the one that you see as authoritative, it says, "In his name shall be called," and not how King James or the Geneva Bible says it, "and he called," right? Because you were looking at how the King James translated it, how the Geneva Bible translated that part as if Jesus would be the one calling himself that, but the the Wycliffe Bible says, "In his name shall be called," that people will call him Wonderful Counselor, God, Strong, Father, in the world to come, and that seems to be what actually did happen. So this would actually refute your point that this is not about Jesus.
What does that word refute mean? Because I'm new to all this new lingo. So what does the refute mean?
It would go against what your original point, that Isaiah 9 and 6 is not about the Jesus in Christianity, because you said that those other two translations that we talked about has it as if Jesus was going to call himself that. And because there's nowhere in the text where Jesus calls himself that, that's how you know that this isn't talking about Jesus, that is actually talking about you. But the translation that you do find authoritative actually says that Jesus will be called that. So it actually goes against your
Yeah. So
point.
now you have to prove or show me in the gospel at any time where someone called him the everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, the mighty God.
It doesn't say in the gospel, it says in the world to come. So I'll read it for you again. It says, forsooth, a little child is born to us, and a son is given to us, and princehood is made on his shoulder. But a little child is born to us, and a son is given to us, and princehood is placed upon his shoulders, and his name shall be wonderful. His name shall be called Wonderful, a Counselor, God, Strong, Father of the world to coming, a Prince of Peace. So, like, it's saying that his name shall be called these things, and it says in the world to come, and so he is called that by his followers. He's called Wonderful. He's called a Counselor. He's called God or Abba, Father. But
So
it doesn't
so
say in the
so
scriptures.
so this is the world to come. This
Yeah,
is the world
because
that came.
when Isaiah, this would be proto Isaiah. I don't Deutero Isaiah. Yeah, I think this is proto Isaiah. This would be proto Isaiah, and forgive me if I got them mixed up, which would be the what scholars are saying that was actually written by the real ancient Isaiah, like the man who actually lived and wrote during this time, and so he would have been writing for the world to come. So this would have been during the BC era, around about the 6th, 7th century.
Okay, and
Maybe
that's
8th century. I'm sorry. I think Isaiah maybe 8th century.
okay, and that's this world we live in now, right?
Well, it says the world to come, right? So it doesn't specify what period in time. It just says in the world to come. So that means just somewhere in the future. It's very vague. It is.
Well, because I noted that you said, well, his followers are calling him those names now, which you are implementing that we're in that world now, and they're
Well, I'm
calling Jesus
applying.
those
I'm
names.
applying. Well, we are in the world to come, right? So we're not in
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
you
Okay,
know,
yeah. So
yeah.
yeah, so we're in the world. We're in that world that was supposed to come, and yes, those names are used to describe, the only name that I see that has a gender according to society would be the father, right?
No, no, no. There's a so the names are not what I was saying had a gender, right? The fact that it says a son, right? It says on his shoulders, like the pronoun his, right? Is used here. Let me see. Yeah. So we have his and son in this version, this translation of Isaiah 6 and 9, that indicates the gender.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I just wanted to point it out to you that it does say in Second Samuel chapter 16:11, um, like it's some discrepancies on the world's belief and the things that they say, because the scriptures left behind does not um, correlate with the things that they're saying. And this book was written before these people in this world was born. So for them to begin to say the things that they're saying, we do understand that people's identity can be stolen. And
Wait,
that's how I see
which
it.
book? Which book was written before? Like, what do you mean this book was written? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
like,
the Wycliffe Bible?
yeah,
What?
the prophecy of the one to come, for that final round. That prophecy was here before anybody in this world or anybody here in 2025 was born. So for people to continue to regurgitate traditional um, doctrines or traditional beliefs to supersede themselves above someone else because they want their deity to rule. I mean, because that's basically what we see right now today. And like I said again, these scriptures that were left behind, such as 2 Samuel 16:11, um, literally proves that something somewhere down the line was changed, such as these titles.
Well,
And
let me. I'm going to 2 Samuel 16:11 right now. But what I'm trying to understand is what you're saying, because if a prophecy is given, the purpose of a prophecy is for it to be futuristic, right? For it to be for a time to come. And
mhm.
so when Isaiah wrote that prophecy, according to scholars, that prophecy would have been written sometime around the ninth, 8th century, maybe 8th, 7th century BCE. So because Isaiah says he will be called these names, right, in the world to come, that's not referring to it being written during the 1300s when the Wycliffe Bible translated it, from Latin to English, right? It's Isaiah. Those are Isaiah's words written during the Iron Age, right? The late bronze, not even the late bronze. This would be the Iron Age, the Middle Iron Age, something like that. And so Isaiah is saying in the future, like that's just the way they spoke at that time, in the world to come. That just means in the future, right? But he doesn't say how long into the future. He doesn't say whether it's an immediate future, whether it's like far off, right? He just says in the future, this child's name will be called this.
And also in the Geneva Bible, that person will begin to popularize those names, and that's also mentioned as well in the Geneva
You
Bible.
said you said it says what, that he
Yeah,
will
like
popularize those names.
yeah, because it said that the person will call themselves that.
That's a different translation. So if you remember me saying, right, like there were errors because you have humans copying this, because there were no printing presses back then. You know, there were no copy machines when they were copying these translations. That you have humans who are translating by hand and making multiple copies of their translations. So there were a lot of errors. And so from the Wycliffe Bible to the Geneva Bible, you just get a different translation of the same verse. It doesn't say that he will popularize it. It says that in the Wycliffe Bible, it says, and he will call, right? It versus the Wycliffe Bible saying he shall be called, right? And I think the NRSVUE says, and he shall be called, right? So you're just going from one person to the next who are writing down, like basically taking notes and writing down, and some using shorthand, some misunderstanding. You may have smudges on one a word in Latin that looks similar to another word where they mistake a word. So that's why I said, like, being familiar with the history of the translations and the different variations from one translation to the next, which is what we were talking about, like with textual criticism, it would be helpful here, right? Because you can't go from one translation to the next and then say this one means this, but this one means this, right? With the
Yeah, we,
same exact
we
scripture.
yeah, we both can agree that the scripture was speaking of a child that will be born in a world to come, and that that child will be the mighty God. Can we agree upon that?
No, it doesn't say the child would be. It said the child would be, his name would be called that, and people will call him that.
Yeah, so the
It doesn't
mighty
say that.
God.
It says people will call him that. It didn't. It doesn't say that he would be that. It says people will call his name
The-
that,
okay,
or
so
his name. It doesn't even say people will. It just says his name will be called these things.
okay, as an identity.
No, wonderful can just be a characteristic. Counselor can be a title or a characteristic, right? Father is a identity, and God is a title. That's the only title there, is God.
Well, the scripture says his name.
Shall be called.
That didn't say title.
Well,
Say his
God is a
name will
noun,
be called.
right? God is a noun, right? And so that would be the only one there that would constitute as a title, as you're saying. What I'm saying is calling somebody wonderful is not necessarily a title, that's a characteristic, right? Or a
I mean,
feature of
that could be a
something.
name too, because I mean,
Well, people can make
some rich
anything a name.
people, some rich people like Michael Jackson's son named Blanket. I mean, they
I
give.
mean, my son's name's Blessing. Like any,
Yeah,
you
so
can make a
that's why I
name
said
anything.
name.
I mean, hell, this could be about my son. I mean, his name is Blessing, right? Like
Okay.
you can make a name. I mean, you can make a name out of anything.
Yeah, so that's what the prophecy said, that those would be
Mods,
names.
can we
Yeah.
get the spammer in the chat, please? Thank y'all. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why I said we both can agree that when we read in the scriptures, we see where it says his name shall be called.
Yeah, that's saying like people will say this about his name,
Yeah.
right? Not necessarily that these will be his names, right? Like people will say that he is this, he is wonderful, he is a counselor, he's a mighty God, he is a prince of peace, right?
Yeah.
Like in fact, didn't Celeste call there? Isn't there? Didn't Celeste call himself all of those things and like change his name to all of that? Like there is a guy in history. It might be Celeste. I'm not sure that changed his name to all of these. Right? There is a guy in Iran or Iraq who claims all of these, right? People can name themselves these things or assert that they are these, these things in the text. But
Yeah.
I think like I said, what you and I were talking about is the fact that you are saying that this is written about you and you don't use the pronouns he, his, or him. You go by she, Messiah. And so
Yeah.
it, me reading this in Isaiah 9 and 6, and I can see that it is clearly genderizing the person that is the child as a male.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's going to look like that because, like I said, one thing I've learned about this world that we live in, especially in America, with this Christianity religion, I guess it's okay for them to read about a prophecy and say, "Hey, we're going to beat this person here. We're going to start claiming all these things. We're going to steal this identity." So when this person do come, the world is not going to believe this person because we're going to already have it all set up, and everybody's going to be looking for this guy who we painted an image, and this is the Jesus, this is the Christ, this who we'll believe in. So when the real person comes, who fits the script description and who the identity belongs to, this is the one who's made to be looked at as if they are foolish, or like you said earlier, having psychosis, or having mental problems, issues, and all those types of things.
I mean, because the thing is, right, like if it shouldn't matter, like if you are in fact the one and only child or firstborn child of the all powerful God that created everything, then what a human does shouldn't stop the fact that you are that, right? Like
Yeah, yeah, it's
just
not
just
going to
just
stop them.
just right, like you should be able to show, right, or prove that you have these powers, right, like your dad, and that
Yeah,
that you
that's not my
can,
dad.
like, well, you said
Yeah,
that
I don't
you
I
are
don't
his
talk
child.
him. I don't talk human talk. I did put on their
I mean,
firstborn
child,
child.
firstborn child. Like, I don't know what you mean you don't talk human talk. Like, what are you speaking to
I
me
try
right
I try
now?
not to,
I'm a
but
human.
yeah,
You
I
are you are
understand.
you are quite literally speaking English that mortals speak. Like you and I are mortals. Like we have a mortal brain. Our brain is made of flesh. You are reading a book that is physical, right? It's made out of trees and ink, written by human hands or typed up or copied by a copier machine, a printing press.
Hmm.
I don't know what you mean by you don't speak human language.
Yeah, I when I say what I say is because to try to relate to people in a society. Just like, they say that the one that dwells in the clouds of heaven, they say is God. So I just say God with them, or I say Father with them. So a lot of my language that I use is not normally that type of language, but anytime you hear me or read where I has stated something like that, it's only to relate to the people in the society. That's all.
Yeah, and that and, like if you have some other language that you talk to with your dad, like that makes sense. But it
That's
doesn't
not
make
my
sense.
that's not
It
my
doesn't
dad.
make sense. If he's your father, then he's your dad,
Yeah, he's not my
right?
father either. I just
You
say father
literally
because the world
said
says
you're
father.
like on your post. You literally said that he is your father, right? And so, regardless, if you use that language when you talk to us, because you and your father use some other language, there's no point in you telling me that you don't call him that when you talk to him, right? I don't know y'all's language, right? Like you're talking with me right now, and you're talking English with me.
Yeah,
So
I just say father because the world say father.
right, and I'm in the world. Like I'm a physical being with a physical mind. I speak English, right? I speak
Mhm.
English and I'm talking to you in English. You are talking to me in English. I understand you in English. You understand me when I speak English. There's no point in you bringing up that, you don't normally talk that language when you're talking to him. Now, I don't have anything to do with that. You do use
Okay.
father, like you use it on your post.
Yeah, and
You
I,
know,
and I do that just like I said because that's what the world says. So, and then to help them relate, because it's like it's always a back and forth thing when they're saying, "Well, I thought you said that's who you are," or "You said that's who that is." So I just try to stick with what they're saying just to keep down the confusion. So, if they
no,
say,
that's people holding you accountable for the words that come out of your mouth, she Messiah. Like especially like if you say something to me, right? Then I'm going to remind you. Well, you said X, Y, Z, right? And that's just holding you accountable for what you said. That's not somebody going back and forth. Like you want to be able to change the conversation, and change people's experience and their reality with you, and that's called gaslighting.
okay, the original name that I use is just invisible, eternal. That's the name I like to use, but because I live in a society with
Invisible,
people,
eternal. What?
huh?
What do you refer to him as? Since he is the one that birthed you, that
Yeah,
made you or created you. You told me yesterday you were his daughter. Like if you don't use father, I'm gonna guess that you don't use daughter either because that's a human language.
yeah.
Like what do y'all refer to each other as? Not and don't use human language. Like what do y'all refer to each other as?
Well, I sometimes describe him as um, immortal
That's
or
human. That's human language.
yeah, everlasting. Well, not
That's human
everlasting,
language.
but
Those
well,
are human. Those are human words. Immortal. Those are English. That's English.
yeah,
Like
but
I'm asking what
yeah.
if you don't use human language, what do you what do y'all call each other?
Yeah, see, when I say the word eternal, see, no one can use that name, even though society has created the word eternal and put a definition with it. Nobody in this world should be walking around with the name eternal or immortal. So those are some of the names that I use to describe the invisible God
So
that's in heaven.
you do use human language, and although you did not invent the word eternal
Mm.
or immortal, you feel that no one else should be using those words because you have now deemed them non-human.
Well, because no human should ever try to put themselves in the shoes of the creator. That's
You
why.
didn't create that though. The you didn't create the words eternal or immortal. You're just claiming them now. You
Yeah,
didn't
I'm not.
create them.
Yeah, yeah, that and they're not. Then that eternal is not my name, but I'm talking about the God that dwells in heaven, the one that the people call Jesus Christ or God.
But that entity didn't create the words either. A human did. A
Mm.
human invented the words eternal and immortal. They created that. Not a god, not you. But you're saying that you don't use human words, yet you're using human words. That's why I said it doesn't make sense for you to say, "Oh, I don't call him father because I only say that when I'm talking to humans." The only language that I, you know, feel that you know how to communicate in is English, because I asked you, like, what do you call each other in your own language, and you still spoke English to me.
Yeah, because I like the word eternal and immortal. I like those names.
The I get that you've made them names, but those are words, right? And they're still English. They're still human words.
Mm.
So, um, I don't quite understand like where you're going with that. What were you trying to tell me with Second Samuel 16:11? It says in the Wycliffe Bible, it says, and the king said to Abishai and to all his servants, lo, my son that went out of my womb, seeking my life, how much more now this son of Benjamin, suffer ye him that he curse me by the commandment of the Lord. What were you trying to show me with this?
Yeah, so that just let you know that King David, it was describing King David having a womb, and the womb belongs to the lady. So this is what I was trying to show you earlier, that that the word son, he, him, father, those are titles within the book. And I guess somewhere down the line, society took those names and put a gender with it.
Let's look and see what the Hebrew word is for womb there. Because this was originally written in Hebrew. Let's see. It was Second Samuel 16:11, right?
Yeah, in the Wycliffe Bible.
Vayomer David et Abishai ve'el kol David hine b'nei asher yatsa. I think this is it right here. Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to show you. I wasn't gonna say too long. I just wanted to give you that verse right there, just to show you that this is talking about King David having a womb, and so
Well, hold
now,
on. Let me look up. Let me see what that word is. And
okay,
this is it right here. Let's see how we're using it here. Let's do the whole thing. Why doesn't it have a definition here? Vayomer David et Abashi ve'el kol avada hine b'nei asher yazah memai mivkesh. I think this is the word. Why is it? Why is it not giving me a definition? Hold on, let's do the blue letter. Let's see. Why can't I type today? 16. Let me see. Yes, this word right here. This is the Hebrew word right here. Came forth from my bowels, my e. And so, let me see if this is the word they're using for womb. Hold on, let me go back here for a second. That's this one. I'm gonna say, yeah, that's the word that they're using for womb. And this one is, so this is pointing to coming out of, like to bring forth the bowels of the womb. So the word here is me meas, mimei, internal organs, inward parts, bowels, intestines, belly. So it refers to organs of protection, a womb, place of emotions or distress, external belly, or the inward parts. So it very well in the Hebrew could be talking when it uses womb in the like in the old English or Middle English or even Latin, like going from Latin to English, referring to the scrotum of a man, like the inner parts. It's just talking about the inner parts of our body. So it's not necessarily gender focused in Hebrew.
Okay, I understand that inside the as time progressed, they began to water down the word, but in
No,
society,
going back to Hebrew. What I'm saying is, so going back to Hebrew, right,
yeah.
would be going to the original language that it was written in before it was translated to Latin or before it was translated to Greek, Aramaic, Latin, Middle English, Shakespearean dialect, and
Okay.
King James. So, like the Hebrew, right, would be the original context, basically. And so in the Hebrew, it doesn't have it's a gender attached to it.
Uh,
So it's
uh,
basically saying like from my bowels, or it could be said from his scrotum, like from his testicles,
what?
right?
I mean, I didn't mean to say it like that, but it I mean I can't believe.
Well,
Yeah.
because the word
Oh,
means
okay.
internal
Okay.
organs. Like, can you see that on the screen? Let me see if I can't make it bigger because you can't see the dictionary plus the word highlighted here. The word highlighted here is memie. Mem, mem. I can't say this word right. It's mem a, like meme is how it's pronounced. That's the word, right?
Yeah, I really
Asher,
don't get into Hebrew.
Yatzah, huh?
Yeah, I really don't read Hebrew because I only speak English and um, well, I only understand
You say
English.
you speak.
I
Okay,
understand
never
some
mind.
Spanish. Um,
Wait, what? Why wouldn't you read the Hebrew, but you trust the Wycliffe? Like the
yeah.
Wycliffe is translating from Latin, and the Latin translated from the Greek and Hebrew. Like, why wouldn't you read or trust the Hebrew?
Well, because I noticed that when I'm presenting something to someone, it's not that I'm asking you to explain to me what that means.
No, I'm
Um,
telling you why I don't agree with you. And I'm explaining to you why I don't agree with you, right? So I did and I am studying Hebrew. I'm in my third semester of
okay.
Hebrew, right? And so this is one of the reasons that I am studying Hebrew, so that when people bring claims to me, right,
Mhm.
I can research for myself and know for myself whether what a person is saying to me is factual or logical or not, or even when I'm studying, when I'm reading the scripture, I can the questions that come up for me, right? I can go to the original text or go to like a Hebrew lexicon and study the history of that word and which context it's used in. Because in Hebrew, there's different contexts for every specific word. Like you have uh, the cow perfect, the imperfect, the PL, the hipthal, and they all mean different things for the same word, right? Like you can't in Hebrew you can't just look at one word and be like, oh, it means that. Like you have to know which construct it was written in, or it was intended for,
Okay,
if
yes,
that makes
I
sense.
listened to all the words that you said, and I saw the I listened to some correlations in there, where you said the word belly, or you said the word bowels, or you also said the word womb. Those three words they correlate with each other. I don't recall you mentioning it man's private stuff,
I say
but
internal organs. The definition is so
okay.
in the cow perfect. It is internal organs, inward parts, bowels, intestines, or belly.
Yeah, that's within the stomach, or not the stomach, but
Well, there are
which is
internal organs.
which is where the baby.
No, no. So it says internal organs, right? That's one definition.
Mhm,
Inward parts, which just means in the organs inside of you,
mhm,
right? Bowels or intestines, right? Or the belly,
mhm.
right? So men's testicles are inside of them, right?
Okay.
They're
Yeah, not to be offensive, not to sound weird or anything, but I have a rated G mind, and I don't like to hear those types of words or
you know hear
anything.
testicles.
Yeah, like I have a rated G mind.
Well, didn't you and your daddy create them?
What I'm saying in this right here is that like I have a rated G mind. You have to respect, when someone says that
I
they
mean,
don't
what do
want.
you call them? What do you call them then?
I mean, you could say parts or something.
And that means what? If I say
Let's
parts,
say
what
male
part of the
part.
body am I saying?
Let's say male parts or
Okay,
something.
how many parts do
So,
males
have you
have?
ever talked to like I know that I'm an
You want me
adult.
to say in your wee wee? You want me to say the men's wee wees?
I mean, but at the same time, it's like I don't, not at
I mean,
all.
like you. I mean, I'm sorry, but I used the biological term for them, which is testicles. I mean, if you want me, I'm not gonna talk to you like you're a fifth grader. I'm not gonna say wee wee to you.
No, I didn't say that. I asked you to say male parts or something. Just don't
That
sound.
doesn't identify which male part we're talking about. Men have multiple parts. They have prostates,
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to
right?
know
Like
about
they
that.
have
Let,
they
let,
have multiple parts. That doesn't
okay.
identify what part. So
So,
like I'm not going to talk to you like you're a kindergartner.
okay, so let me. I just want to ask one last question, then I'll be done because I'm not gonna. So I have a reputation I have to protect, and I don't come to talk
Testicles.
about no man's body part. But what I'm saying is
I mean,
that
it's okay for you to say womb.
no,
It's okay
what
for you
I'm
to say the
no, hold
woman's
on,
body.
wait, wait,
Like though
wait, wait,
you don't see the woman's body part as I don't know. I guess that should be as respected as the males.
wait,
Like, why is it okay for you to say womb?
Well, it was in the scripture. That's why I had read it out. But I
So
was
is
just
penis.
I understand they don't water down these books so much that you can't even read them no more. But what I was just saying that
Watered down.
in 2025 we know that a lady is described as having a womb. That's all I want to say.
Womb.
And then
It doesn't mean womb. And again, it was translated into that from English. In
okay,
Hebrew,
I done got queasy on the
the word
stomach.
in Hebrew, the word is mema, and it's talking about the parts inside of the body.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
mean womb.
Okay, yeah, okay. I got because I ain't got queasy on the stomach. But thank you for letting me come. I just wanted to show that right there. I was
Yeah,
just dropping it off.
I'm gonna take you down. So this is a room for
Okay,
adults, and
thank you very much.
yeah,
Thank you.
it's so funny. Like she sat in here last night and heard me cuss people out.
No, I didn't stay too
Yeah, you
long.
did. You
I
did. You
didn't.
was in here for hours. Like she
I heard
Messiah.
you.
Like I really enjoyed the conversation I had with you yesterday. But like I don't know what you're doing today, right? Like you sat in here all night yesterday. Like I cussed Ken's ass out yesterday. Like
No,
I
I'm
curse in
lying.
here. I curse in here. I even stopped the conversation and said something about pussy, right? And like this is the
Sure did.
first that you've even said that. I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop you, and I'm gonna tell you, like if you stay in the comments, you might end up feeling like you got COVID or something because I dropped the fuck bomb, the f bomb over and over and over and over again. So you might not want to come back in here if R-rated
I just
language
wanted to show
makes you
you
feel
that,
like
and
you
that
got to
was it.
throw up. Okay,
Yeah, that
you
was
might
it.
not want to. You might want to shy clear.
Yeah, I mean, some guys like that type of
I
abuse.
don't give a damn about a guy. I don't do anything that I do for a guy at all.
I know.
I don't live for other people. She Messiah. Like I'm not trying to be anybody's savior. I'm not trying to be anybody's Messiah. That everything that I'm doing for myself because I have questions, right? I have questions. I need to feel peace and sane inside of my mind on a daily basis. I also have concerns for the things that's happening in the world. And I feel like the knowledge that I have learned, I can share with other people and I can learn from other people and hopefully change the thought processes of people that are contributing to the thoughts that are causing the issues on the planet. I don't give a damn about what a man thinks about me at all. I don't give a damn about what a woman thinks about me at all because I am who I am. And I think I said that to you yesterday. I am who I am, regardless who likes it or not.
So do you like from the time that you started TikTok, do you see a tremendous growth of your knowledge, what you know now opposed to what you knew then?
Yeah, I think I just told you that I'm in my third semester of Hebrew. When I first started doing these lives, I've been doing it for 2 years. I didn't know Hebrew.
Okay.
A lot that I have learned from doing these lives. I've met some amazing people who have increased my knowledge, not even just scholarly knowledge. They've increased my emotional intelligence. They've opened up my perspective on the 45,000 different denominations, and I've talked to people from who are deconstructing from different denominations. So yes, I have learned.
Okay, well that's wonderful. Okay. Well, yeah, I just wanted to come and drop that off and let you know I had found that because I
Well, you
tried
didn't
to find it
explain.
earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I
Yeah.
hope you have a good one. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I say penis to my
I,
grandson so that he'll
I
know what
can't
it
take her
is.
down. Can you?
That took a turn.
I did not expect that. You see, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Make sure you are 21 and up tonight. Tomorrow night will be 18 and up with Maddie, but tonight it's 21 and up. Are you able to bring somebody up?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, we got a lot of people in the box right now. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Oh man, don't do this again tonight. They are not connecting. So let's try.
I don't know if I can handle another self-proclaimed Messiah back to back.
Good Lord.
At least she's not a crash out though.
Yeah.
She's not one of the messiahs that crash out when you tell them you don't agree. That's She's a calm one. Is nobody coming up? Is everybody in there in the box on accident?
Okay, that's the only one. Well, I think they might be
Yeah,
connected.
that's a nerd. Check to see if they are a nerd before you bring them up. The nerds know that if they're in the guest box to comment on purpose, because I know TikTok be throwing them in there. Let me see. Let me try. Let me do this. Let me see. Well, I just tried to add that person. The TikTok studio is acting stupid right now. I wouldn't say that, Anunnaki Jesus. I don't think so. Verses? Versus, are you there? Okay, we'll move on. This is the second time this person has gotten into the guest request tonight. Y'all don't be scared to come up. True, RP, that's true. Because you kind of get a little bit interested to see where the conversation's gonna go, like where they're gonna take it. The coherency, because like I think there was a moment where I felt like not quite, but yeah. Is there anybody else in the box, Selena, or are we empty? I see 3 people
I'm
from
trying
the
to.
back.
Okay, this person finally came up.
Is this a nerd?
Yeah, see, I checked the badge. It wasn't a nerd badge.
No. Meep. I think this person. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah. Y'all, if y'all are in the guest request box on accident, can y'all please check and make sure that if you're in there on accident to pull your request. We're having difficulty with TikTok Studio, so it's moving kind of slow, and then bringing up accidental accounts is kind of throwing the flow off. So if y'all can help us, since TikTok Studio is lagging.
I tried to bring Rob up. Don't know what's going on.
If you are in the request and you came in through my backup account, I see 5 people who requested from my backup account. El Joso Ray Bowen. I'm not going to be able to bring you up from the backup account. You have to leave the live and enter through my main account thinker. And John, you're not going to be able to do that. The fact that they can watch the live when they are blocked on the main account, they can watch through El Joso Ray Bowen is crazy. But John, you're not going to be able to come in through the main account. You're just kind of stuck there. You're never getting back on my stage. You are annoying as hell. But anybody else that's in the request from the El Joso Ray Bowen, leave the live and come back through the Thinker account and then send your request. That I swear they'd be like, why you always messing with us? But the moment I block them, they go and create another account. They come in and through my backup account. But I'm messing with y'all.
I was about to ask if she was in there on purpose. That was an accident.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say I love y'all and I miss y'all. I'm about to get down. I
I
love
love you
y'all
too,
and I miss
Cerulean.
y'all. I
I was
miss
trying to
y'all.
tag her.
This is very much needed after all that BS. It's like this is very refreshing. I mean, like sometimes it was too much, like with that situation, and I'm like, look, I'm glad that y'all here. Like this is very much needed for real.
Yeah, I agree. We had several conversations about it.
Yeah, I know y'all did, and it was a lot. It was a lot, and I know y'all had conversations about it, and I even commented in the I commented like maybe like probably like a couple of months ago, but I was like, oh, I won't think it'd be on Jubilee because I watch it a lot.
Oh
Like,
hell no, I will never go on that show.
wait, what? You wouldn't?
No, no, I don't like that shit.
Oh,
I don't watch that shit.
okay. See, I don't know. I guess it's because it's a social experiment. Like it's like a social experiment. So I like to see other people like perspectives on different subjects, and they talk about everything. But I was like, dang, huh? You said
Oh,
what?
I didn't say anything.
No,
No, I said,
no.
what is Jubilee? I don't know
Jubilee.
what that is.
Oh, Selena don't know what Jubilee is. It's where they debate on a lot of different.
I don't want to I don't want to promote them. I don't
Okay,
like
we
that
don't.
shit.
We all right. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. But like you know, what I'm saying I like different perspectives, and I knew that you had talked about CK, and like I was like, dang, like her perspective on that. I just want to know your perspective on that situation. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, it was a lot going on at that time, and I was like, you know what I'm saying? As a person that actually watched some of that stuff, I was like, y'all don't want to know my opinion on that, but you know. All right, I love y'all. I'm hopping down. Thank y'all.
I love you too,
Love you
Cerulean.
back.
All right, y'all. We are an hour and 30 minutes into the live stream. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up, the guest box is open. Let's not start the night so early with moments of silence.
Right.
Nelly, you holding in there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. Hoping a good conversation will come on.
Yep, and keep in mind, y'all, my live stream is not just for believers. I see y'all in the comments begging the believers to come up, but my live stream is not just to talk to believers. This isn't a debate stream. This is a place to discuss, to ask the hard questions that you may, have asked your pastor and didn't get an answer. Research based questions, uh, you know, things that you might be having difficulty with or ration out in your head about your deconstruction journey. Um, yeah, so don't sit back and wait on Christians to come up because, like I said last night, y'all will be waiting the same way they waiting on Jesus, and then this live stream will be shut down, and I'll be back in the bed. Because if I'm not needed, if there's no conversations to be had, there's no reason to be live. Selena, are you able to open it? I see 3 people in the guest request.
Yeah, give me a sec. Angie's just says a fan. It doesn't have the halo around the heart.
Yeah, them people at their courthouse just don't know
Angie,
the truth.
Angie, did you come up on purpose or on accident? I
They
don't
don't
think
know the truth.
they're not up here on purpose.
Catching that
Uh,
I'm glad they was talking. Jesus Christ, I was scared. And the other two must be private because I can't see them.
I can't even get the box to open. Joshua, are you able to see in the? I hate that I'm probably gonna have to shut down and restart because I can't do anything. Mia, are you requesting on purpose or on accident? I see two people in there, but I hold on. Let me try to reset my modem. I mean my internet connection on here. Let me see.
Y'all don't go nowhere. Just hang tight.
Okay. I thought like hardwiring it using the Ethernet cable would make it go faster, but it's actually slowed it down.
What in the world?
Huh?
I said, what in the world? Xfinity on something different.
I think it's because I started the stream hardwired to my Ethernet and then I took it out. And so TikTok Studio is just, I don't know. Don't know, y'all. I can't get the guest box open and they can't see who's in there. But I guess, like, I don't know, because no one's coming up, maybe tonight is a slow night.
Well, we know they're in there. So, but I mean, like you said, I
Well,
mean, anybody deconstructing whatever, come up. You can have a conversation. Might learn something. Hell, we might learn something.
hell, I finally got the guest box open and I'm trying to add this person named Bulk, but I'm hitting accept
Yeah,
and oh, there they go. Okay, it shows me that you're still in the guest request, which is odd, y'all. And this is gonna drive me crazy. Like I'm probably gonna end up shutting down and restarting because, like, I don't think I can deal with that all night. But Bulk, did you request on purpose or on accident?
I requested on purpose.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am an atheist, 40 years old.
Okay. And what are your thoughts?
Actually, I have a question. Have I been a nerd long enough to ask a research question?
I can't see your profile. Let me see. Can Selena, is he a subscriber or is he like a fan nerd? Which one? I can't see.
A nerd has the halo.
Okay. And then can you see how long is he past the 30 days or?
I can't see how long. I just see the halo without the no. I think it's just in the 30 days.
Just go ahead and ask. I'm okay with that.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
after bulk, y'all. I'm gonna do a restart because I can't take not being able to control the live. But go ahead, bulk.
Yeah, this question is going to be a little out there, but I've been rereading the Old Testament, and this question is going to sound like a joke, but it's 100% serious. I've been rereading the Old Testament and thinking about how God, the God of the Bible, places so much emphasis on men, right down to a sort of unreasonable obsession with their foreskins, and how women are sort of like relegated to a status of less than men. And I can't help but feel like the God of the Old Testament exhibits a lot of characteristics that you would traditionally see in DL men. And I was just curious if, like, during your your research, have you ever discovered sort of any evidence that suggests that the architects of these original stories were themselves, I don't know, kind of inclined to homosexuality? And I'm asking as a gay dude, like myself, like just objectively, like sort of like looking at the puzzle pieces. I'm like, there's something fishy about this entire narrative.
So we don't really know many of the authors of the text, so that would be hard to say. But what I can say is, and when we get to like the Hellenized period, the Hellenistic period in Rome, the homosexuality was a normal thing. In fact, the only one of the Roman emperors was straight. Most of them were bisexual. And a lot of the in the uh, Greek society, the men would have sex with their male slaves, and they would have sex with other Greek men. When we get to the Roman society, they were not allowed to have sex with a male Roman citizen, but they could have sex with their male slaves, um, and they had to be the one penetrating and not the one receiving. And so it was it was a normal thing, right? And it was seen as a level of status if you had a male lover. And so what you were noticing is most likely that, right? Because it was a cultural norm back then. Like it didn't start to become taboo or condemned until around the 11th century, like outright condemned until around the 11th century Roman period. So I mean, it's a possibility that you know what you're reading into what you're seeing, it actually could have been, but we just don't know because we don't know who the authors of the text were to even say, oh, this person's life was like this.
Yeah, very interesting because it's totally giving DL like just a lot of very bizarre characteristics that you would typically see in heterosexual men trying to suppress that aspect of themselves. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's the only question I want to ask.
yeah. I think that what we see is later interpolations and redactions added into the text to give the um, assumption that masculinity and patriarchy was always the norm as they started to, uh, you know, spread male domination ideals. And so I think they tried to work it into it, and that's why you're getting that DL type uh, and feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think they tried to like fix it up because it wasn't originally like that.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for entertaining that question. Also, you're funny. I said I love hearing you laugh because you always make me laugh, and I love everything that y'all do. So, especially when you start
Thank you.
speaking
I appreciate
tongues.
that.
Hopefully, we can get you speaking tongues sometime tonight. But enjoy the rest of your night. I'll keep listening. Thank you again.
You're so welcome. Thank you. Have a good one. All right, y'all. I am going to do a restart. I see somebody in the guest request, but I cannot open the box and I don't know who you are. So if y'all will give me just a second and let me restart TikTok Studio, and I'll be right back. You two, hold on for me. Um, I'll be right back, TikTok. All right. This is crazy. I can't even shut the damn live down. I can't even shut the live down. start with the first three words in your sentence. Church people. Yep, that opened up. Okay. Deep. And then like, hold on. The crazy thing is you picked the longest shit to use to try to troll as if you were going to get past any of that. Like, you're not too bright. You're not too bright. Like, if you got to queue up a fucking song to try to troll, like, you're not bright. Hey, David. That didn't make any fucking sense. Is this a kid? Yeah, this looks like a kid. Are you able to go to their profile, Selena?
Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you. Sometimes TikTok is a weird place to be.
They only have 2 videos and they're like typewritten over some dark background, so I can't tell.
Briella, you're gonna have to comment something. Like, I don't know why the mic is low, y'all. It's on the highest setting. TikTok is tripping. Briella, how old are you? Type in the comments and let me know how old you are.
To the flowers and sit down on the old girl. You're doing good, girl. Kitty grip me, baby. I'll be running back to you.
No, why did you remove him? I kept him up there for a reason.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, like I promise you, if I want to take him down, I'll take him down. Like,
I thought you were still having issues. My bad.
oh no, it's fixed. I want believers to see what their people do.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Y'all, my husband is very tired, so y'all gonna hear him all night.
Yeah. So instead of them being able to talk about how they know they hear the voice of their God, all they can do is act childish. Like, this is what the manifestation of Jesus' spirit is. Because you know how they said that black people put their feet up during President Obama's terms, like his double terms. There's like, they say that black people got comfortable and was like, oh, we've arrived, and they felt safe and they put their feet up during the time of his presidency. And they say that we kind of like lost momentum and got caught off guard. With that, I think this is how I see believers, right? They've been so used to having the privilege and the authority to just, spread their belief and threaten people with hell and, promise this reward of heaven and be seen as like their God, being seen as the one and only true God, and people being afraid to talk out against it or pick up a different belief and cast this one off. They don't know how to handle all of this rebuttal. Thinker got going late tonight. Yeah, they don't know how to handle this rebuttal. So because they've not studied. Like they spent the majority of their faith walk not reading, right? I knew you were kidding. Also, they spent the majority of their time not reading their book, thinking all they had to do was just regurgitate what their pastors say, because people never really just bucked up to them on a very public scale, and so they could keep it very secret that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so now all they know how to do is troll and be childish. Y'all, do me a favor and get the shares to 100 as quickly as we can. Let's see if we can salvage the stream. But I it is kind of feeling icky. I will say that. But those of you that are waiting on believers to have conversations in here, I'm telling you, please don't do that. DPM, not give me just a second. I'm gonna bring you up here in just a second, okay? Selena, can you do the thing?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean, though, right?
I don't see them.
That's okay. I got you. Hold on, DPM. Okay, there we go. Never mind. I got it. I can do the thing myself now that they commented. I got you, DPM. I'm gonna bring you right up. Okay? Bring you right up to the blocked list, motherfucker. Thank you for commenting.
Got it.
Stupid motherfucker. You about a dumb motherfucker. Like he came up here. I dropped this dumbass. Then he came back up here on a backup account. Selena dropped him. Then he got blocked. And then your dumbass came back on the same account. Like I was just gonna bring you back up. You a dumb motherfucker. Like this is what the fuck I be talking about. Like use your common sense. Y'all don't have no fucking common sense. This is the type of mind, right? It's looking like this is the same type of mind that believes in this shit. Like that's crazy. Y'all don't forget to feed the beast. We gotta nurture the algorithm, get us back to where we were since we had to do a restart. Trying my best to make sure that we have a good live tonight, okay? Archangel Jeremiah.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing
Haven't
good.
seen you in a minute.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't quite remember. We've spoken before.
Yeah, I think a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
35.
Okay. And by your name, is that just a name you picked, or are you claiming to be Jeremiah? Are you the guy that was saying that you were Jeremiah reincarnated?
Oh, yes, yes. I did that. Said, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I did.
But you were joking when you said that, right?
Oh, no, that's not a joke. It's reality.
Okay, so the one that I
Oh, it
remember
was
came
not a
up as
joke.
a joke.
Look, I try to fake that all my life. I try to hide on myself since I was a kid. But it did not work. It did not work.
Okay. So can I ask, like, how do you know? I assume that the voice of God told you that you were Jeremiah reincarnated. That it was God that told
Uh,
you that, or
let's put it like this. It's kind of like, let's put it like source, God, whatever we want to call it, the all. You know what? or the reflection, whatever you wanna. There's a lot of meanings about what is God, right? So it's in essence, it's there's no separation, but we think we are separated from that essence, right? We've been here before so many times, and we've been writing ourselves so many times, and it's not just this world that been and this universe. It's a lot of other universe that we've been basically our soul been traveling into. It hit one of these vessels basically. We chose to come to this earth. I chose to came here. um since I was a kid, since I came to earth, I know about energies since I was 3 when I was at the hospital. I know, like, when I came, I saw the nurses. I could tell you all this, you can't believe me or not, but it's a lot of things that I started observing before I knew who I was and what I was here. And
Oh,
then
okay.
everything. Well,
I just want
I could
you're
short it
not
out.
saying that you're not saying that you're the prophet Jeremiah. You're saying that you're like an entity named Jeremiah. Is that right?
No, no, no. Well, Jeremiah, and it's one of the reincarnations. It looks better than Uriel, because Uriel, it should be the one. So Uriel is the one that basically everybody knows in the Bible, or one of the archangels. So it'll be Uriel. But Jeremiah, Uriel, Jeremiah, Jeremiel, all of these reincarnations, basically it was, I don't expect nobody to believe that people are remembering these days. I remember myself, not to people to follow me, but I want people to start working with them so they can understand what I'm saying. I'm not special. I just I just I just learned to travel the mind, to learn to travel the body out of body, how to astral travel. Let's put it like this: astral travel, how to observe my body when I go to sleep. Um, and then it becomes so powerful that sometimes I don't even want to go to sleep because it's it's so much, because even during the day I have visions. During the day, I see the colors. I ground myself in the sun. Like the connection that I have since I stopped. My body rejected the meat. Um, I started tapping more into the frequencies and understanding the concept of God. That what is God, you know? Um,
Okay. So when you say, are you saying that the prophet Jeremiah in the Bible is a reincarnation of Uriel?
yeah, it's Jeremiel Uriel. I put Jeremiel Uriel, but I should have just put Uriel, Archangel Uriel. But Jeremiel is one of the other reincarnations of the same archangel when we all came to Earth. I like Ariel, like Jophiel. All these other archangels, they're here in female bodies. Um,
But I guess what I'm trying to make sure that I understand though,
yeah.
because you could be saying you're saying Jeremy Uriel. Like, are you saying the prophet Jeremiah was a archangel reincarnated? Is that what you're saying? Like the prophet in the Bible, Jeremiah, or just
No, no,
like,
no, no, not the
oh, okay,
prophet,
that's what. Okay,
the actual archangels. There are archangels. There's Ariel, Jophiel, Michael.
yeah,
Yeah, those,
okay.
those. But Uriel. Just if you take Jeremiah and just put Archangel Uriel, Jeremiah is just another one that another being that I came and in another body on this world, not with the wings, but as actually as Jeremiah, and then as Uriel as well. But
So are
that's why. Yeah, go ahead.
so when other people claim to be the same archangel, so like I've actually talked to several people who claim to be Archangel Uriel, Archangel Michael. Like there's multiple people claiming to be this one specific archangel at the same time. How does that work? Like, do y'all have like multiple incarnations happening of the same entity?
Well, it depends on the soul that splits, because the energy doesn't fit in one body. It doesn't take it. Yeah, there's a lot of people claiming out there to be different archangels, but then, you know, like I said, you will notice in their voice, you will notice in their actions, you will notice in their path, you will notice in the future, you will notice. It's not right now that you will notice. You understand? It's like nothing is going to
Okay.
happen at this present moment because it's not meant to happen like this. It's just basically this is just the seed being planted for basically everything that's going to happen that is going to be left for the next generation that we're talking here now. They're going to be scripts, they're going to be writings, they're going to be paintings, they're going to be things created that's going to live in the past. That's people are going to question their mind that we while we were here, but they're still going to still question themselves because they're still looking from outside entities because we're outside of the body when we go to sleep. There's there's I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of um, universe. There's a lot of there's all these beings that it's hard to explain it unless you have the experience. You understand?
No, I get what you're saying. Like what is the purpose though?
Well,
Just
the
for you to
purpose
be able
is
to
to
experience like being human, or and especially like if you're doing it over and over again, like
I
you're
know.
already this archangel, right?
I'm
In
tired.
this other
Trust me,
realm.
I'm tired. I'm tired to be here. Trust me, I am.
What's the purpose?
The purpose was to remember and to try to bring something new and see what we can change because this world's so corrupted at this time that to bring something, or leave something, or that can people start working within, they start seeing the beauty on this life, not just what we not this program that we have, of being trapped in the mind on this loop that we created ourselves. And it's all about remembering, it's nothing special, um once everybody start remembering, they're gonna start letting the old patterns behind, understanding, the body, understanding the vessel, how important this vessel is, and then we just don't care about our vessel and we just go by the system. We start putting 3 meals a day. We start basically programming the body, putting in an addiction, eating meats, doing all these things that we do during the day. Is it good? Is it bad? Yeah, the body needs to sustain itself. Yeah, we understand all this protein, all this stuff. But once you understand it, then you gotta separate yourself when it hurt, what it hurts the body, what the body actually needs to enable have the best experience on this realm and able to, you know, because that's what we hear. But it's how we affect ourselves in the body, and then we keep affecting others with our words, vibrations, with our actions, with our intentions and all
I
these things.
I guess I still don't quite understand why an angel would need to perfect the body, right? Like if an angel it has already reached like a higher level of dimension, and they've cast off, or either never had the flesh, right? Like, what purpose does the angel need to perfect the human body for? Like for me, a a mission to perfect something means that you plan on using that thing in the future.
Yeah, it's I would say like it's basically understanding how the body works
Yeah,
and
that's what I
able
don't
to not.
understand. Like, for what purpose does an angel in another dimension need to understand how the human body works? Like, what is their purpose or y'all's purpose for needing to understand that?
Oh, our purpose?
Yeah. Like, why does
Well,
an archangel need to understand how the human body works?
because because that's the way that we understand how to leave the body and how to come back to the body, and we understand how the pineal gland works and how the visions work and how to tap into the sun, how to feel the energy on the earth. All these things that sounds a lot of weird to a lot of people because they haven't experienced it yet, and then it's
No,
just by being still.
I'm
Oh,
not
I'm
saying that
sorry.
it
Go ahead,
sounds
Victor.
weird. I'm not saying that it sounds weird. I'm just trying to understand the logistics or the logical entailment of it all, because an angel, right, in a on a level of what you are on, like a archangel is one of the highest, right, and so that
Yes.
angel that already has a light body and has no need for the body on the physical realm, like a material body, unless that angel plans on using that body like a car, kind of like learning how to drive. And like there's a purpose for the car. The car gets you from one place to the next, right? When
Yes.
you're a preteen, you start learning how to drive. Your parents take you out and put you in the car, take you to a parking lot, and then you drive around so that you know how to control the car as you go off in life, because you hop in and hop out of the car, go from one place to the next. It's how are angels using these bodies that they need to learn how to control them.
I know. Well, we came back. It's not just to learn how to use the body, it's just to learn how to deal with the emotions, to how to deal with the fear, to learn how to deal with the mind and understand the other humans because it's it's a lot that everybody goes through and it's not easy and understanding everybody it's painful, you know, and 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 all we hear is just to embrace unity and love. That's it. That's all we're here for.
Go ahead, thank you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the conversation. Are you saying that you are an angel? Am I
No, I'm
understanding?
not. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I am. Yeah, I am.
You're an archangel.
Yes.
And when did you arrive?
1989.
So if I was to take your face and run it through facial recognition, I wouldn't find you past 1989. So
No.
what you telling me? I can't find no school you went to, is no middle school, no grade school, no kindergarten. I won't find none of that.
No.
Man, get the fuck out. Okay, I'm done.
I think he's saying he was born in 1989 though.
That's what I
So
said.
like,
I was born in 1989.
yeah,
I don't know why he wants trying to find something behind that because I was not there.
if he was born in 1989, it wouldn't be anything.
Oh, he was
Um,
born in '89. So you
yeah,
was born here on Earth.
yeah,
Yes.
he's saying that he's had multiple reincarnations and he's remembering his previous incarnations. And he's saying that his original self is Archangel Uriel, and so he's
Yes.
had multiple reincarnations into different bodies. And he's saying that the purpose is to learn how to perfect the human body. But what I'm asking him is like, what is the purpose that an angel needs to learn how to perfect the human body?
But not just that. It's just to come everybody to come in unity. Everybody that what you guys are doing, bring everybody together. Bring everybody in peace, love. And understanding each other. That's what it's all about. It's not nothing else than that. The rest is just it's just us trying to understand this concept more, like how the RAM works. Because our mind is everywhere, every single time. Like probably I sleep 2, 3 hours, 4 hours a day. I have a lot of visions, a lot of downloads, a lot of things happening in the body, and it's crazy, but at the same time it's amazing. Just put it
When
like that.
when you said that you're getting the downloads, the I like when I was a spiritual person, I used to consider revelations that I would get, which was like things, me finally understanding something as a download. And I talked about this yesterday, and I realized that that was the process of me using, critical thinking and me
Hmm.
sitting and analyzing things, researching things, and finally coming to an understanding of something. When you say that you are getting a download, like, are you getting information that is new to humanity, or is it that you're getting an understanding of information that's already here?
Um, it's more like At the same time, as an understanding, it's a lot of knowings and stuff, but it's not just like you get an understanding. It's actually you go through pain, to suffering, to the body contracts. You go through seizures. If you never, I never had seizures. I only had like I only got three seizures on those on those strong solar flares downloads, and they were pretty bad. You know, I had to go to the hospital. Um, but nothing. They couldn't find anything. They said I was perfect. Um, I never had
But
seizures in
what
my
did the
life.
seizure do? What was the purpose
Um,
of the seizure?
no, I was just getting the downloads. It was so much pain and so much suffering in this world, and I was feeling the earth. I was feeling every single body. And it was so crazy. I don't know how to explain it to people, but it's not the downloads. It's not just understanding. For me, it was the downloads could be understanding, but at the same time, it's painful. Sometimes I had to lay down on the floor because I started crying. You know, I'm a man. I started crying because it was they were so strong, and I see the people, I see the pain, I see everything, and I don't know how to explain it to people because you have to go through this thing. It has to do nothing with drugs. It has to do nothing with nothing. You just be. I was doing drawing. I was doing anything. I could just be listening to music. I was just could be anything. You could I could be hearing a TikTok live or listening to somebody, and it's boom. I just could get a download. I just boom end up in another realm with an Arturian or the Pleiadians. It doesn't matter. All these beings are real, even if we want to accept it or not.
But I don't see like when you say that you can see the suffering, like we can see the suffering just scrolling through TikTok, you know, turning on the TV or talking to your next door neighbor. I don't necessarily see the need to have to go through seizures, right, to see the suffering of people on the world.
But not just
But
feeling like you feel every people's
one second.
body, and then you feel the pain. That's how the body contracts.
But that's what I'm saying. Like I don't see the purpose of that because it's not like you're doing anything about the pain that you're saying that you are feeling, right? Like we can
Exactly.
see this, like we can see this just like I said, scrolling through TikTok. And that's why I asked, like, are you getting like new information regarding this suffering that you said that you are being downloaded with?
Oh, but that was yeah, that was those downloads was like last like a year and a half ago. But that was it. And after that, it was just it's just just more like a pattern understanding, like a manifestation understanding. Like you could see the patterns, you could see the words that you use. The every time you speak about something, everything just manifests right in your face. You
Yeah, but
understand?
I'm asking like, what's the purpose of it?
The purpose is basically everybody should understand each other in a way that this is a magical world and everything that, you know, that people need to step out of that box, you know, and see the world that is more beautiful and more magical than that we thought they were, you know, and all the programming that they just want you to think that this is like this, but on this way it's like this way, but in this way it is bad, you know, and all that separation that we've been creating to each other, all these labels that we creating every single time to be pushing each other's away, because I remember before it was more unity. Right now everybody's more separate, and that's reality.
Yeah, but I think like what you're saying is that supernatural things need to happen in order for people to reach this level of understanding instead of, just talking to each other and learning how to have productive conversations, learning how to be
Hmm.
active when you are, talking to another person and empathizing with them. It sounds like you're saying in order to get to that level, there needs to be this supernatural event that happens, and
No, no, no.
well, that's what I'm asking. Like, what is the purpose
Look,
of you
okay, I will
going
tell
through
you
the
the
seizure?
purpose.
I'm sorry. Let me finish talking,
I'm
and
sorry.
then you can respond. I don't understand the purpose of you needing to go through these seizures and all this pain where you are saying that you can feel every human's suffering at the same time. If it doesn't, once you get this pain download of every human's suffering and you can see the words that you've spoken or the words that they've spoken, there's no nothing productive, right, that comes out of that, or a solution to the pain that you've downloaded, right?
No,
You're saying to me that the purpose is so that you can know, right, what other people are going through, and you can understand it and you can have empathy. But I think that it doesn't take a supernatural event like that to learn how to empathize with other people.
oh no. It doesn't have to go through a event like that. It's just more like a it's just more like more understanding of this world. But it's not as a negative, it's as just an understanding. But then after that, then once you start seeing what is your purpose here and what do you want for this world, then you start changing those aspects. And then basically the purpose is it's we have to understand that we're here for our next generation, our kids. The kids are suffering, the kids are going to all this child abuse, child labor. They don't have food, they don't have water. What's happening on Gaza, all these places, they're all going through these um things that I don't think anybody deserves to go through. um and I think the next generation is the most important. It's not even us. It's the kids that are going to stay. And then I think if we teach our kids not to go through all this suffering and learn them how to not have break relationships, so they don't have to go through so much trauma, so they can learn how to love each other. I think teaching the next generation is where we should need to all start. Because us is not going to be the most important. I think we're here to exchange for each other, not for. I'm not here for me. I'm here for the kids and for the whole world that needs it. That's it. Whatever I can do, I could do. Maybe right now with words, not.
I'm sorry, sir. I have one more question for you. Which archangel are you?
Hold on, y'all share the
Uriel.
live out, please.
Which one?
Uriel.
Okay. And when did you die?
I never died. Just the body dies. I'm still
Well,
here.
I'm talking about the archangel. You said you're reincarnated. So to be reincarnated, that means your previous had to die.
Well, the body dies, but we keep coming back.
So the archangel was just a human?
No, he's
The
saying
archangel,
he as
but
the archangel is the spirit,
I
right?
know.
And
Mhm.
then he's reincarnating in human bodies. The human body dies every time, but him as the soul, as the archangel, just keeps reincarnating in different human bodies. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, but I wanna explain something. So there's nothing different. There's
But
nothing. There's a
no.
misconception about archangels. Archangels are the we just the arc part is just we just see the world with a different perspective. That's all. There's nothing different. There's nothing special. Yeah, we all have wings. You guys are special as well. You guys are angels as well. There's nothing different about me. Everybody here is unique and perfect. It's just the way we see the world. That's all. That's the only difference. We have different perspective, different type of how we see the realm, how we astral travel, how we use the Merkaba, or not the Merkaba, the
No, the
Karbala.
Makaba is the
That's
body, though, right? The
yeah, but
Makaba is the thing
yeah,
that you're
the
traveling in.
Merkaba, but the yeah, but I call it the Karbala. I call it different. That's all. But it's the same thing. Um, all these things, and all this thing is just in the mind. It's like basically if I tell you that, I was just gonna tell you, like, once you understand the patterns, then you understand a lot of beautiful things in the life. It's not, and it's you're gonna start breaking all the patterns of the negativity,
This
and
sounds
it's
like New Age spirituality. Like when you mentioned the Pleiades, and you said
yeah,
what was the other guy that you said? I can't remember his name, but you mentioned his name. Like this sounds like New
other
Age
Arturians.
spirituality. Yeah,
You
the
know what?
the the Arturians,
Yo,
and like
thinker.
the Galactic Federation and all of that.
Oh yes, but I'm gonna bring something to the panel so can people understand. Okay. So people will know they call this the new whatever they want to call it. I don't know. They keep labeling things like I said. Okay. Since I was a kid, I had all these experiences. Since I was 8 years old, I started leaving my body. I started writing about Pleiadians, messages about Pleiadians. There was nothing about New Age. The starseeds, the beings, and all that. I started writing them down. I started drawing paintings about them, about the Arturians, about these blue beings. I keep doing paintings. You guys could look at my page. Um, my mom and all my family thought I was crazy. There's nothing about new generation. This is what they're trying to say now. But I've been writing this thing. My ex-wife threw my notebook away. She wanted me to be Christian because she said that I had the power of the visions and all that. And I said, look, I'm not going to go to any religion. I never told her who I was, because they thought I was crazy, and just because my visions, my Pleiadians writing, and my body out experience, and that I was nuts. They even tried to took me to psychologists and all that.
Yeah, but
Now they're
do
coming.
you know that this exactly what you're talking about right now is it was used in the last campaign, not in the last campaign. It was actually used in 2020 in the Trump campaign in 2020. They were telling the people that they were getting downloads from the Pleiadians, and that
Oh, I
the
never knew that.
Pleiadians were saying, "Huh."
I never knew that. No, go ahead, go continue. I want to listen.
Yeah. They were saying that the Pleiadians were telling them that they needed to push people to 50 or 4D dimension. It was either 50 or 4D dimension at the Earth. Humanity was switching dimensions at that time. And they were sending out emails to people saying, "Hey, such and such Pleiadian said this is going to happen today," and blah blah blah. And don't like it's not lies.
No,
Like
but
I
I'm
literally
saying I'm
still
saying
have.
because I left my body. I did the
No,
writings in my home.
no, hold on, Archangel,
Stuff like
please
that.
let me finish
Go ahead,
talking.
sorry.
I'm talking to the person in the comments that said that's lies. They literally used it for his campaign, and I still have the emails to prove it. They would
Oh
send
wow, that's so cool.
messages saying, "Lord, such and such Pleiadian, like the highest of the Pleiades, the Galactic Federation said such and such." They used this New Age spirituality during the election cycle that year,
Oh wow.
um, and like it pushed a lot of people into spiritual psychosis. New Age
Sorry.
spirituality is very dangerous, and that's it's very dangerous. And then like it also has that that hierarchy of exclusivity attached to like the star seed thing. And like I said, when I first started deconstructing from Christianity and started saying that I didn't believe in Christianity anymore, but I wanted to hold on to Christ. This was the first step that I went to, was New Age spirituality, and then I
Oh
had to
well.
realize that it's basically the same thing, except it's just going from religion to you're getting downloads, like you believe that you are an alien, uh, or an angel, like reincarnated. You're getting downloads from the divine council. Like you go from one belief system to the next.
Oh wow, that's so cool. I never knew that, but yeah, but that's probably now. But I don't know. Like I said, I was a kid. I'm 35. When I was like 20 something, like, I tried to talk about it. I couldn't. Like, when I was like 25, I had a notebook with the Pleiadians and all that. I've been writing since I was, like I said, since I was a kid. There was no internet. There was none of this. I've been seeing I'm from Puerto Rico. They've been going in the water because I like to fish. And then where I live is a mountain, and they used to absorb in the light. You guys can believe me or not. I don't care. I could see this anytime I want to go to my house. Um, Even my neighbors, they're scared of that because they get the post and then they just suck out of the light. That's just all the light in the basically in the city just go out. This is reality, guys. I'm not making this up. People don't talk about it because people are scared. But you could go in Puerto Rico and search stuff in Puerto Rico, and you can see.
I
Um,
mean,
you can check.
people, like I said, like New Age spirituality is like all over the world. There's so many people claiming to be, you know, beings reincarnated. Bashar is like a very popular
Yeah,
guy who claims to be reincarnated and claims to be getting downloads from another entity, and claims to be getting
yeah.
like revelations and things like that. But again, like the things that people are
There's
claiming
80
to
channels.
be. I'm sorry, Archangel. Please let me finish talking. The things that people claim as a revelation, it's not really information that we don't already know as humans, right? Like people are not bringing new information to humanity. And all of these beings that are claiming to, come to earth and reincarnate aren't actually doing anything to help humanity. And I don't think that it helps us for our minds to be in these cosmic realms where we're just learning to kind of numb ourselves to the suffering, right? That's happening, where we're not looking for solutions or actually, fighting back. To me, it kind of feels like a medicine, like a numbing medicine that we're giving ourselves as society, because it is pretty bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, every time we open the TikTok app, there's a genocide in Congo. There's a genocide in Sudan. There's a genocide in Palestine. Right? There's the shit that we're dealing with here in America. You know, the things going on in the UK, like all over the world. It seems like those with the power and the wealth are attacking humanity, and so on top of the diseases like the cancers and the the sickle cell, like the lupus, the domestic violence. It's like there's so much happening in the world, and sometimes to disassociate and to create a different experience or a different reality seems like the only thing that we can do. But I don't necessarily see this new age spirituality doing much to help, other than numbing people.
Yes, you're right. So, so yes, you're
Go
right.
ahead.
No, that you're right. And there's a lot of things, and at least like like everybody should start like bringing like building like communities and stuff to help the world. Even to share a little bit that we what we got or start doing something around us. That's all.
Yeah, like it would be so cool if there was, a federation that was watching our every move and that had access to answers or technology that could help us here. But the reality is that a federation that can only say, "Hey, you're suffering," like we don't already know, like it does
Hmm.
nothing for me.
No, exactly. But the thing is that the change start with us. It doesn't start with waiting for a federation to come and help us or waiting on Jesus or God because we're all God. So we
That's what
just
I'm saying.
gotta
Like I
start
don't
doing the
see
job.
the Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't see the point in, you know, uh archangels reincarnating, that like they're not doing anything different that a human can't do, right?
Okay,
Humans
exactly,
humans
exactly.
know, right, that's what I'm saying. So like I don't see the point. I don't see the point of a archangel
We're
reincarnating.
not different.
But that's what I'm
No,
saying.
but
So I don't see the point.
but the point is that we can we do different things, right? Which is basically archangels. We see the world differently. We see the colors. We see vibrations. We bring
Like what's the
different.
point of that though?
The point is to bring unity to help this world that is suffering. Like, okay,
But
let's for
that's what I'm
example,
saying. That's not happening. Like no one is like, first off, we humans can bring unity. Humans do that, right? By building communities. What I'm saying is I don't see any archangel who claims to be a archangel reincarnated doing the things that you're saying. Like if y'all are able to see the world from a
okay,
different perspective than we
so I will,
are.
I
I'm
will
sorry.
explain.
Let
So
me finish. Let me finish. If y'all are able to see the world differently than we are, right? You're able to see colors, you're able to feel vibrations, you're able to absorb, multiple humans' pain at one time. then that means you have some supernatural ability that I don't have or that we don't have as mortals, and that there has to be some purpose to your supernatural ability, right? But you're saying that there is no difference, there is no no purpose to it. That's what I'm saying. I don't like, to me it just feels like spiritual psychosis. And like I said, I used to be into new age spirituality when I first started deconstructing from Christianity, and it just feels like replacing God and Jesus with the Galactic Federation, because like we do feel like and wish that we had something bigger that could help us here, because we have just been taught and indoctrinated that we can't do it, right? Like the problems are too big for us. And honestly, like, it feels that way at times. Go ahead.
Can I say something? Sorry. Thank you. Let me. Thank you. So let's just put it like this. Like I said, there's nothing special about archangels. It's not about the colors. It's not. It's just we have a different aspect of how we see the life, and then we can share different things and how we can embrace unity, right? And how we embrace unity, how can we help the world, right? The world suffering, right? So you can say that I don't do nothing different. So I could explain what I can start doing, right? Or what I'm started doing for this world. So I found a job that helps 23 different countries. It's childfund.org. You guys can look it up. It's sponsorship, like it's called Angelship Sponsorship Program, like where you sponsor kids during 23 different countries plus US, and then you could be able to see these kids during, the whole year if you want to sponsor, or if you want to sponsor, until he goes to college. That's my job. At least I try to apport something to this world. So you cannot say the archangels are not doing nothing
But
for the
that's
world.
what
At least
humans
I,
do. That's not an
but
archangel.
exactly. But
That's
it
not
doesn't mean
supernatural.
that I'm not exactly, but at least I'm putting
That's
a
all I'm
little bit
saying.
of effort to do
But
something to other countries,
but what you're saying
not
is what
just to
a
talk.
human would say. Like, you're saying what a human would say. What I'm saying is, I don't see the point of this archangel stuff. Like, you saying that you are an archangel, you are able to, like, get these downloads and experience multiple people's
But
pain, the seizures, the seeing different colors, the feeling the vibrations. I don't see the point in all of that, because you working with charities is the same thing that a human
thinker,
does.
I know, I understand you, but I'm not saying that. I'm talking about unity and leaving the best things that we can leave for the next generation, that is our kids, because this has nothing to do with us. And
Yeah, that's what
you don't
humans
want to
do.
come exactly. So there's nothing special about me. That's what I said.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't see the point of identifying as an archangel, like like whatever your birth name is that you were given in 1989 when you were born. Like, I don't know why you're not just identifying as that. Like, the point of, you know Archangel Jeremy and or Uriel becoming your identity, to me it just feels like, um, you know like a status thing. Like, it feels like you want people to look at you like you're of a higher conscience or a higher level of spirituality, because
I know, but
you,
look,
like, I'm
I
sorry,
try.
let me
I could keep
finish.
my name.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't see the point of you identifying as that, because you're with that status, right? You're not doing anything extra or different than any other human is doing. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't see the point.
But the thing is, when people start seeing, when the words change, right, and people start seeing the vibrations, they start seeing who I was. Then there was no need to hide anymore. You understand?
No, I don't. I don't. Like, are you saying that people all over the world just walks up to you and say, "Hey, you're Archangel Jeremy"?
No, 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 Uriel.
People just started walking up to you and telling you that you're Archangel Uriel?
Yes, but I already had the writings. That's the thing. I already have all the writings and all the writings. That's the thing. Since I was a kid, this is what I've been trying to explain to you.
How
And
many
now
people
at
on
this
earth
time,
know about Uriel?
oh, a lot of
Not a lot
people.
of. No, people who are in the New Age spirituality communities, right? But people not into that don't know
Okay, so
about Uriel.
I'm gonna ask something for the whole panel. So you guys believe that Jesus reincarnated in a body or other beings like Buddhas, but you don't believe archangels can do the
Who
same?
said that they who said anything about them believing that Jesus reincarnated in a body?
Yeah, because that's what he did.
No, but they
They're
don't
always
believe that.
reincarnated
That's not that.
masters.
But that's not their belief. They don't believe that. That's your belief because you are into New
No,
Age
they don't believe none of
spirituality.
that. I don't
Archangel,
believe none of that.
can you not interrupt me when I'm speaking? Like the fact that you say that you got these downloads and you can feel people when they are like suffering or like their emotions and stuff. Like I've asked you multiple times not to do that, and you keep doing that. And like I am very neurodivergent, and it's going to really upset me if you keep doing that. Okay, um, believers of Christ, of Christianity, do not believe that their Christ reincarnated into multiple bodies. That is a esoteric New Age spirituality belief that says that Jesus was this angel, this other being that came here to fix the world, right? And he reincarnated, and he failed when he came, like that. And that is something that Bashar says, and some some of the other people who claim to be channeling higher beings. But that's not a normal thing. So like when you say that people just came up to you and was like, "Ooh, you're Uriel, you're Archangel Uriel," those are people who are already in New Age spirituality.
See, this is. Can I speak now and then I'll land. I've been telling you since I was a little kid. I've been living my body. I've been writing who I was. I was Uriel. I've been talking about this since I was a little kid. I'm 35 years old. I think the panel should listen now. There's nothing to do with New Age. This is a new label that they added at this time. I wrote everything about Pleiadians, Arcturians, about all these beings, about me. And at this time, people are looking at me and knowing who I am. I could show my notebook. I could show about the other archangels like Ariel, Jophiel, Haniel, all these beings, they came here too. It's not just me. I'm not making it up. Like I'm telling you, I got writing since I was a kid with dates and all that. I'm not trying to get famous and all this. I was just telling you that people started remembering, and I was waiting because I'm only 35 years old. I was waiting since I was a kid. My mom thought I was crazy. They tried to take me to psychologists. There's nothing to do with New Age. The Pleiadians used to come to me in human forms as women, tall women, blue eyes, beautiful blonde hair. I was in Puerto Rico, and it's kind of scary, yes, but this has nothing to do with New Age. I was just waiting for everybody to wake up, to understand each other, to remember. So there has nothing to do. This label that they started putting at this time, it has nothing to do when it was like 25 years ago or 25 years ago when I was a kid. So there's nothing to do with New Age. So if people wants to understand themselves or go within, and there's nothing special about me. It's just I remember, and I'm telling you, there's no label about this is new age. I'm not landing yet. The new age is just something that they're just labeling at this time. At this time, at 2020, whatever. But I'm talking about when I was a kid. I have all these writings, and at like 3 years ago, people started understanding a lot of things and the awakening of the earth. I was waiting for it. I wrote everything.
Okay. All right. So if
That's what
you
I'm
are
trying to say.
Archangel, okay. So if you are Archangel Uriel, can you tell me about your encounter with Micah on December 18th, 2024?
What was that again?
If you are this Archangel Uriel, can you tell me about your encounter with Micah on December 18th, 2024?
Who's Micah?
You talked to her on December 18th, 2024.
Micah. Here on TikTok?
No, Micah recorded her encounter with Archangel Uriel on December 18th, 2024. So if you are indeed Uriel, then you should know about this conversation that you had with Micah.
Look, a lot of people confuse a lot of things. That's all I could say.
No, see, what this is the same thing believers do with the voice of their God, right? This is why I asked, right? There are multiple people who claim to be this Uriel, who claim to be an Arturian or a Pleiadian or Archangel Michael or what's that other one? Metatron or something like that. Like there are multiple people who claim to be these beings, right?
I
There
know.
are people who record these conversations that they
Even Jesus
these. I'm
Christ.
sorry. Can you not do that? There are multiple people who have conversations with these beings that they believe they're getting these downloads. But if you are them, right? Like, why would I believe that you are this being, and that everybody else is lying about their encounter that they have with this being? Like, you're the real one, but they're talking to the fake one. Like, why? There's nothing that there's no reason for me to accept that. And what I'm saying is, like, I'm not even saying that you're lying, right? That's not even my place. What I'm saying is I don't see a purpose in any of it, because none of you are doing, if you are these powerful supernatural beings, like, y'all aren't doing anything to help the what's happening on the
But
earth right now. The same
but
thing
can
is
I
Jesus. Like, Jesus isn't doing anything. The people who are supposed to be carrying Jesus around inside of them, they're not doing anything but running their mouths and judging people, right? And causing other people's lives to be hell. To me, they are the problem on this earth. And then you have people
thinker?
who separate. Let me finish talking. And then you have people who separate from that, right? And then because they're going through, or they can't deal with the problems that's going on, and they want to escape reality, they go to this. And I don't see it as helpful. Like, I see this just as harmful, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I understand your point of view, but can I say something?
And not if you're going to go back to, you drew
No, no,
pictures
no,
of the
no.
Pleiadians as a child.
Oh no, 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 no. I was just gonna say something. The thing is that the attributes that they put on the archangels, they extend it like way too far. We're in human bodies, we cannot do so much. The reality is that they when they attribute things, like they added things like Spider-Man and Superman and all these things. So basically they attribute a lot of things, like, and that's the mind, like that's the trap, that's the misconception. Like, people are expecting things so much, right? um but is what they put on us. Like, we in a human body, we cannot do so much. We only can dance, paint, we can see certain things. We cannot do so much. We're good at fighting, we're good at gaming, we're good at recognizing patterns, we're good at a lot of things. But that's nothing to do when we leave the body. We don't always recognize every single thing. We recognize a lot of things. We go through different realms. Yeah, we recognize cities, we recognize when we're out of the body, we see ourselves. But the thing is that they attribute us things that, like, way too much, like,
You
and
sound
that's the
like a
thing.
believer who says God doesn't owe you anything because he's sovereign, because they know that their God doesn't do anything. Like, what you're saying is you can't do anything because you are human. You're a human just like me, right? And the reality is that we have very limited capabilities as humans. We have limited perception as humans, and our knowledge comes from us researching and studying and learning and analyzing, reassessing, right, deconstructing and reconstructing. Like, our abilities come from us. There is no outside source, right? And I think the one of the biggest problems is that we've been told to look outside of us for the solution to the problems that we have. And because we're constantly looking outside of us, our minds are in some other realm that we have created. In this fantasy world, we are getting our asses kicked by the people who put it there. It doesn't do any good for you to be identifying as this archangel, for you to be talking about these different colors that you see, these vibrations that you see, if it does not help. It does nothing. And to me, like, you
No,
sound like a Christian.
I don't follow any religion or anything. I'm sorry.
I didn't say you did. I said you sound like a Christian. Like to me, you're no different than a believer in Christ.
I don't believe in anything like
And
that.
like the fact that that's your response to what I just said. This is
No,
what I'm
because it
talking about. Like I didn't say you
because
were a believer. I didn't say that.
well, it's how you want to perceive the way I speak, but it's nothing. We're nothing different. We're just a reflection of each other. So
Well, thank you for coming up.
no, thank you. But it's not to cause any chaos of my name, Thinker.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people remembering. Just that's it. That's all.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
You have a good one. Thank you so much.
That new age spirituality is tough. Like I don't. I'm not even sure if the psychosis. I actually do think the psychosis can get worse with new age spirituality than Christianity. It doesn't do as much damage to humanity as I think Christianity has, but I think it might push people towards spiritual psychosis a lot quicker than Christianity does.
Yeah.
Golden Dragon. Golden Dragon. I mean, hey, I'm not against taking the trip. You know, ganja, like the trees.
Right.
Like, do your thing, right? Like, I ain't against that, but Johnny, are you? Was Johnny like
That's all fake.
right? But the crazy thing is, he's in here every night. He's not a troll. I don't know why he was he does he really sleep like that? Does he really breathe like that when he sleep? No, Johnny is in here every night. Caress, Caress.
It's a mistake.
Okay,
I'm
all right,
sorry.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Okay. You too.
Yeah, like when he sleeps, he's like.
Yeah.
If you're in the guest request box and you enter through my backup account, Eljo So Ray Bowen, and you're trying to come on stage, you have to leave out and go to the Thinker account and request through Thinker. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open, 21 and up. We did have to start the live back over because my shit wasn't working, but now it is working fine. Appreciate y'all's patience. Help us nurse the algorithm. Y'all know what to do. The shares and the likes. See if we can get back to 100K.
Good morning, ma'am.
I think we were only at like 148K before we had to start the live back over, so we're not too far away. If we can work on getting back up there and nurturing the algorithm. I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Add him.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you very much. I'm a
Can I
Muslim. I'm
one
from,
second,
I'm
please?
from
One second. It's interesting how people come up and think that they're gonna host the conversation. How old are you, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God, or if you are an atheist.
Can I talk, teacher?
Did you hear my questions?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Can I talk, woman? Answer.
Are you? How old are you? Are you a
Ma'am, how old am
believer
I?
in the God
Fuck
of the
you. This is
Bible?
how old am I? Fuck you. This is how old.
Okay. No, don't do that, Selena. Don't I promise you, I'll let you know. It's a damn. I want to cuss that
I
motherfucker
didn't drop
out.
him. I didn't drop him. He dropped himself.
No, I know you didn't drop him. It's when you muted him. Like I wanted to cuss that motherfucker out. Like I promise you, I will let you know if I need them muted or dropped.
He
Like I,
gone. Come back up, sweetie.
man. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or I be wanting to cuss them motherfuckers out. If you're
What was his
deconstructed
name?
or an
I didn't even
atheist,
see it.
huh?
I didn't even see his name.
It was Adham. Like the fact that he named himself, like I wasn't sure if his name was really Adham, but it reminded me of Adham. Um, like I knew he was a fucking troll, but yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to say that he was Muslim or not. Um, so I didn't know which way to approach it just yet. But when he did what he did, that told me exactly what I needed to do. No, he didn't need meds. He came up to do exactly what he did. But I think he was Muslim. So I'm not sure if his name was a troll because his name was Adham Slav or something like that. So I wasn't sure if he was trolling. But I think he might have been Muslim. Okay, I'm gonna clear the Earth Angel and Vincent Weiss. If y'all are trying to come on stage, you have to enter the stream through my main account, the main Thinker account, because it's showing that you entered the stream through my backup account, El Joso Ray Bowen, and I can't bring you up on stage through when you request through that. So if you are trying to join the conversation, please come in through the main account. Okay. I saw you just requested again. Please go out, go to the Thinker main account, and come back in and request that way. I don't know why TikTok did this because before, like I'm a fucking mod on this account, but I can't bring people up when they request because they enter the
Crazy.
live through the repost. Like that's crazy. Like I have no idea why they did that. Like that's stupid to me. Well, I mean, not that I repost, but because the backup account is on stage, it's like an automatic repost. Like it shows that I'm live, and when people click it and they come through the live, through through them clicking it, it's like they're entering it through that because they've somehow connected both accounts. And I figured out that's why when I go live, like during the day, I could scroll from my backup account and my main account don't come up at all. As soon as I go live and I go to my backup account on the FYP, my main account shows up. It's like they know that the backup account is gonna be on. Like they've synced them. I don't know why they did that because I did not request it.
So that if you get banned on one, they can ban both.
To make sure that I don't hop on the backup. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But I have other secret accounts.
Exactly.
Nope, the emails aren't the same. It's just because I keep nope. That they don't even let you have the phone numbers the same, I don't think. But it's just because I keep this one on my backup account, I guess. And I think this one is Ingrowth 2 and the other one is just Ingrowth, so they have the same username is what it is, I think. But y'all, if are you there? Are we gonna have conversations tonight, or is tonight gonna be a break night? I'm telling you, if y'all are waiting on believers to come up, that we ain't finna have a stream. Not tonight. Congratulations, knowledge.
Great.
No. No. And the thing is, like you said, you're coming in here saying that some other archangel made you a song. But that, like I just told you, that there are people claiming you had conversations with them and you don't know nothing about it. And I guarantee you that if somebody else gonna come in here and say they're Archangel Ariel and they're gonna sweep and down, they didn't make you a song. Oh, you sound like a Christian, Jeremy. You don't believe. Like believe for what? Like you honestly, like this is a great example. Like if a Christian would sit back, if a believer is in here right now and they're watching this interaction, this is what it's like to have a conversation with you. Put the parallels, lay them right on top of each other. Except he believes he's an archangel, and you believe Jesus uh, incarnated in a virgin 12-year-old and died on for your sins and then rose again, and that he's now talking to you. Like parallels, and lay them right on top of each other. All right, y'all. I guess we'll do till 2:15 to see if we get any conversations. We've been without a conversation for about what 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we'll give it another 15 minutes. It's 1:56 my time, so it'll be 2:15. 2:15 Central. The fact that you don't understand what I'm saying, like I don't know how else to talk to you. Like your mind is too much into the spiritual realm that you don't understand anything human. You don't speak human talk. I don't know how else to explain to you that you know I never said that you follow anything. I don't know what to say. I honestly think this is why I say that people should keep their beliefs to themselves, right? Like, if you don't want people to question it, or if you don't want it to be scrutinized, then you shouldn't be telling people. And especially if you don't have anything, any extra abilities that humans have, like don't have, then don't change your name to Archangel Michael, or Archangel Uriel. The only other reason for you to do that is if you want to be recognized as that, and you want to feel special because you are some angel of the highest form, right? Like, keep it to yourself. If you believe that you're starting to remember your past life, cool. That's for you. That's for you. Like, why are you blasting that to the world? Like, it doesn't affect the next person. Keep it to yourself. But if you want me to believe it, right, and you're going to get offended because I don't share it with me. Because you didn't come up here to tell me that because it's going to change my life, right? Or because it's going to change the world. That's why I said keep it to yourself. Stop telling people about it. What is the purpose of you telling anybody about it, Jeremy? Oh my gosh. I don't understand.
What's wrong with them?
He said, he said, telling what? Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, it's all
With them.
hierarchy. Like, it's that's why I said it's that feeling of feeling like that's why that whole you're here to reach your higher conscience, higher consciousness. Like that's your purpose. And then when people are like, you don't believe in a God, so what's your purpose in life? And like my purpose is whatever the fuck I make it at that moment in time. Whatever I feel like I am the most impactful, right? That's my purpose, right? And but believers feel like their purpose is to reach some certain level in Christ, right? And then what the fuck does that even mean? Reaching a higher level in Christ. What does that mean? To reach a higher level in Christ, like to reach a higher level in Christendom and Christianity, like to become a bishop, to become a bishop's wife. What is a higher level in Christ? The only other thing y'all gonna say is, oh, it's spirituality, is the anointing, right? To realize that I am not myself, and the awareness of myself, and I can feel every bit of hair on my body and the hair follicles and the holes that the hair are in, and my body vibrates at 100 decimals. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? What is a higher level in Christ? Right? Because like if you take what this Jesus says in this book, y'all supposed to be able to just touch people and they heal. Right? Like people supposed to be able to touch your collar. You popping it. They're supposed to be able to pop your collar and cancer be gone. Because you're supposed to be able to do better than what he said. Or better than what he did according to what he said in this book. But y'all out here trying to fucking be the next mega pastors. Y'all out here changing your names on TikTok and just claiming you got PhDs. Jenny, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Dr. Umar Johnson's is crazy. Why does this knowledge is power guy have the same PFP as that DP guy? Is that the am I tripping? Is that the same PFP as the guy that came up playing the music the first time?
PFPIC is just a little
The knowledge is power guy. Knowledge is power 2025.
it does look similar.
It's different. Joshua said it's different.
Okay.
I'm doing good. I was trying to see if you were the troll that came up. Y'all, it's looking like we're gonna shut down early tonight.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The the music. Oh, they had a kid on their PFP. Oh
And
no, I'm talking about the DP guy, not that person. The kid profile was the second one he came up with. The first time he came up, it looks like that knowledge PFP because I had to block him twice. I appreciate that knowledge is power 2025. I'm just noticing you in the chat. I mean, people claim to be fans, but all the time they are hating. So I'm not sure. But somebody could have stolen your PFP and come up and done some fuck shit.
it's true.
I don't know. Losita, are you in the guest request on purpose or on accident? Maybe I should change the topic because I don't know. They don't know how to talk about the voice of their God. Maybe it's the topic. I'm trying to open the guest request. Huh?
I was about to ask if you needed me to bring them up.
Good morning from London.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. I just want to say I'm a silent watcher for the best part. And I just jumped up here quickly to give you a compliment. You are doing such an amazing job online. I mean, it's online because you're online. I wish you could do it offline. I hope you do it offline. But the way you deflate egos, deluded egos, is genius. I literally listen to you and just wait for the punchline, and I can't wait. I literally went to buy milk, came back, and then you gave him the punchline. So I missed a little bit of it, but I've seen you do this many a times. And I just think you're an amazing, intelligent genius of a woman. That's it. Goodbye.
Thank you, Lucidi. I appreciate you. Then she said, "That's it. That's all.
That's so
Bye."
sweet.
Thank you, Lucida. Let me try to change the topic, y'all. Yeah, we'll go back to this one, and and they always say that I'm rage baiting them, and I honestly am not trying to rage bait anybody. I honestly want to understand how they know when they're talking to the voice of their God, because the way that they are decapitating the body of their Christ right now by separating themselves from the people who believe that the rapture was happening is wild to me. Because first off, if it doesn't make sense for them to always come to us who do not believe in their God and try to pull us in, right? That doesn't make sense. But when somebody who's already inside fucks up, they cut them off or they separate themselves from it. If your body gets sick, you heal it, right? Like you nurse it, you bandage it, you clean the wound, or you take it to a doctor, right? And they always say that the church is the hospital, is where sick people go. But people that are already inside of their body, they just fucking decapitate them and separate and say, "Oh, they're not with us. They're not us." Or that's the devil. That's demonic. It's like it's like they cut off the gangrene and then they come and try to get us so they can take our foot and replace it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Why would we want to join something like that? Like y'all ain't got no loyalty to yourselves. Why would anybody want to join you? It don't make sense. And then, like I said, y'all think I'm fucking rage baiting y'all, but like these are real questions that I have. For what? Like, it don't make sense. To the two people in the guest request on the El Joso Ray, I cannot bring you up on the backup account. Um, I don't know. You gotta come in through the main account. All right, y'all. We Archangel, I'm not bringing you back up here. No, there's no. I'm not bringing you back up here. I don't know why you want to come back up here. Like, we've already talked. I've already said what I needed to say to you about that. Well, there's 400 people in here. And I'm not going to say the number of people on YouTube. Did y'all notice yesterday when I stopped announcing the numbers of people on YouTube, the live didn't fuck up no more? There's 400 people in here. My live isn't just believers, so there's no reason that we shouldn't have conversations. But again, I'm not going to beg. If nobody wants to talk to me tonight, I would just go to bed and let y'all go to bed, or go to a different live. But yeah, once I stopped saying, the number on YouTube, it stopped going down. I don't care about your art. That doesn't do anything. It changes absolutely nothing. Like, what if there's millions of paintings of Jesus on this earth, and I don't care about those? Like, why would I care about whatever you drew about some Pleiadian? Like, that doesn't change anything. You identifying as an archangel changes nothing. You don't have any extra power that a human has. I care more about what you do as a human, right, in your mortal body, than anything that you could possibly say as a spiritual entity here to experience human life. That does nothing for me. Y'all, we got 4 minutes. I really would love to
See,
stay live with y'all. I really would.
he got a lot of power.
Diana and Knowledge is Power 25. Are y'all in the box on purpose, on accident? I don't have a choice, Tangerine. Nobody wants to talk to me today. Hopefully, when we do the atheist experience, will it be 2 shows back to back? That'll get us a different audience that aren't scared. I think that yeah, I'm not even gonna say what I think, but yeah, I agree. You were in the request box, Knowledge is Power 2025, but you left. Jeremy, don't get blocked. Don't get blocked. I've already told you no. I'm not bringing you back up. Stop requesting. I've already talked to you today. I don't care if you have anything to hide. I don't care if you are Archangel Uri, Archangel Tiger. I don't care. It does nothing for me. I don't care. Okay? Stop requesting. I've already spoken to you once. The answer is no. Because you are disrespecting my boundary. I told you no, and you keep requesting. Knowledge.
Hey, Finka, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm a long time listener, and I believe I spoke probably a couple of weeks ago, and kind of did what the other British lady did, just to kind of give you your flowers and like praise you for the job that you're doing. You know, you are asking like a lot of questions that like sometimes I ask myself and I get no answers, but like I think like, you know, the way you're asking these questions and providing like common sense responses, you're encouraging a lot of other people to think rationally. And yeah, we need more of that, man. We need much more of that. So yeah, I had a little submission. Well, I'll just go through the points that I've got in it. Also, like one of the problems that I have here with like a lot of like Christians and that, yeah, like it seems like when they interpret stuff, you know, specific to like the Bible or parts of it, you know, they always do like their own interpretations and everything. And they say, no, 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 it doesn't mean like that. You have to look at it this way. Or when he said this and that, he didn't mean it like that. You have to look at it this way. And sometimes it just makes you look at these people and think, are you talking on behalf of God? You know, because I don't think you're supposed to do that. I think even in the Bible, it says, lean not on your own understanding, you know. So when you're actually reading parts of the Bible that actually they contradict a normal way of life, and then they say to you, "Oh no, no, no! You shouldn't look at it like this. You should look at it like that." How are they supposed to say it to us if they're not, by permission, allowed to lean on their own understanding? You know, and like it's just a ridiculous way of thinking. You know that I see in too many different like religions, and yeah, I like what you said about like the church will sometimes be the first to cut their own members off if anything goes wrong with their behavior and everything. And it just, you know, it just doesn't make any sense, you know, like for them to be all knowing, all loving and, you know, part of this wonderful family, but then they will condemn their own people if they see something that doesn't make them happy. That's just, it's a hypocrisy in my eyes. And the last thing I wanted to say is, you see, the sorry to go back to the previous prompt, but the previous prompt said something about how do you know that God is talking to you and not talking to others and everything. I would go one further. I would be like, there's a there's a mental condition, yeah. I'm not sure if it's schizophrenia or I don't know, but there's a mental condition where people hear voices that are not there. Have you heard of that, sister?
Yeah.
Like, you know, and like I put it in Gemini. I what I got back was audio verbal hallucinations, basically. And so the thing is this, back in those days, they never had no registered doctors that were able to diagnose this said verbal audio audio verbal hallucinations. So if that is the real case, that's definitely gone unchecked for centuries. And then furthermore, I would not be taking lifelong instructions and advice from somebody that's hearing voices that no one else can hear. It is absolute lunacy. It makes no sense. And the fact that people hold on to these like beliefs, like, oh, God told me. It's like God never told me, you know. Why am I just supposed to take your own account of this like miraculous thing? There's never any witnesses, there's never any way you can prove it to me, but you want me to bank my whole life on that? Like none of that stuff makes sense, man. You know, so that's what I wanted to say about that God voice that you're talking about, because it sounds like undiagnosed what did I just say? Audio verbal hallucination. That's what it sounds like. Undiagnosed, unchecked, and yeah, yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. And going back to the lean not unto your own understanding, they don't apply that to themselves. That they mean when I tell you something, accept what I say as truth and don't question it. Right? Like it's never meant for for them, right? When they're reading the scriptures, and I don't even know if they know that they're doing this, that they somehow apply the authority to themselves, that it's okay for them to read the scriptures and feel like this Holy Spirit is giving them some interpretation. And then when they go and they share that interpretation with others, if someone says, I don't see it that way, and they say, well, the Bible says lean not unto your own understanding. And it's like, well, whose understanding do you want me to accept? Yours? And I'm supposed to just ignore the way my brain works and just accept yours? Kind of like what she Messiah was saying when she was on stage, and she was like, I have the authority to decide what scriptures are. I have the authority to change scripture, right? Like she's decided for herself what scripture should mean, and what it actually said during the late Bronze Age. And when people question it or push back on it, she feels like people are like basically fighting her, or whatever. Regardless if she was honest, she was still wrong, right? But that's that lean not on your own understanding, because I am the daughter of the one and only invisible God, or lean not unto your own understanding because I am archangel Uriel, or I am the pastor, I am the bishop, I'm anointed, I am highly favored, right? It's a gaslighting tool, to make people accept the way you think and to be agreeable with you, right? And it's a way to shame a person for using critical thinking, right, or disagreeing or dissenting. And then it
I
was
agree.
something else that you said, like, oh, the auditory hallucinations and the visual hallucinations.
Yeah.
Psychiatrists are looking into the biblical characters now, and are kind of studying the characters to basically assess whether they displayed symptoms of borderline schizophrenia. And of course they can't just diagnose them because they aren't here today, and of course some of them believe that they aren't real. But just based off of the stories, they have said that they display symptoms that do align with borderline schizophrenia, with delusions of grandeur, with auditory hallucinations, and visual hallucinations, psychosis.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is one of
Delusions of
the
grandeur as well.
psychiatric, yeah, that's what I was saying. One of the patients who was diagnosed with schizophrenia asked the psychiatrist, like, why are you saying that I have schizophrenia, but I'm expected to go to church on Sundays and hear sermons of people who had the same experiences that I have? Like, why is it okay for these people in the Bible to say that they heard the voice of God or that Jesus talked to them, but when I said I have schizophrenia? And that's true, right? Every Sunday morning, every Wednesday night Bible study, Tuesday night Bible study, whenever they go to Bible study, Sunday school, these symptoms are indoctrinated into our minds. Like, we are taught that this is normal, that it was normal for these people, right? Back then, to hear voices, to see things that were not there, to believe that they had supernatural power in their hands. And now that's just our way of life. And I saw a video where a lady was talking about pigeons and how we as humanity domesticated pigeons, and we used to use them as messengers, right? And we domesticated them so much that they no longer fly south for the winter, or like they stay in the inner city, and they don't know how to build nests for their eggs that they hatch, and things like that, because we interrupted their cycle of nature, and by
Yeah.
domesticating them, that it has become their norm to live around humans and try to
We
live right
we
according to that. And
perverted
so
their
one second, let me
evolution.
finish.
Yeah.
1 second.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
like, and so I see this the same way, like because we've for so many centuries have preached this as a normal thing that our psyche it's considered not normal now if you don't believe that you hear the voice of God, if you don't believe that you can see spirits or demons, or like you're the one who's sick and not the other way around. Go ahead.
No, I 100% agree. 100% agree. And it's like, yeah, perverting an animal's, journey of like, adaptation, evolution in a sense, being able to like fend for itself, being able to, it's like, there's a whole concept of like, I was on a video earlier on today, and it's basically saying that like because the majority are the ones that are domesticated, it basically means that through the process of natural selection, give it some time, everyone's going to be domesticated, as in like with animal species and everything, instead of like allowing them to evolve for themselves and then allow the gene pool to be larger, rising the possibilities of natural selection taking place, and the non-domesticated ones can pair with other non-domesticated, because we've had such an impact on these pigeons, just like religion has had so much of an impact on people's brains and everything. Now the gene pool is only existing of domesticated brains, and give it more time, there's only going to be domesticated brains they don't have the hunting instinct to ask critical questions, if you get what I'm saying. I hope I explained
I,
that a
do-
bit all right.
I think I kind of missed you a little bit. Like, what do you mean by domesticated brains?
Okay, so I'm comparing the impact that human beings have had on the pigeons and everything that don't even act like you know natural pigeons and everything. The impact that human beings have had on these pigeons, domesticating them for so long, has now made them not even, like you said, fly south or learn how to do other things that they once upon a time they knew how to do. I'm comparing that effect that humans have had on these pigeons. I'm comparing that to the effect of what religion has done to people with critical thinking and free minds and everything, and how that affects going forward. There's going to be more and more domesticated pigeons, because they haven't been able to, they haven't needed to fend for themselves and do what they naturally did before humans got involved. Do you get what I'm saying? And the same way for religion.
Well, I think that you can put a pigeon back into its natural habitat and retrain it, right? And same thing for the human mind, right? Like that's the whole purpose of deconstruction, right? Because it kind of sounds like you're saying that that there is no fix to the the psyche of humanity, right? But that's the purpose of deconstruction, right? Like kind of reinstilling or reinforcing the skills of critical thinking, reteaching, right, what critical thinking is, and advocating that people should have the right to ask questions and shouldn't be shamed for saying, well, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't accept that as a belief system or as a truth for myself because the evidence doesn't line up. I think that's how we begin to fix that, so that we don't continue to create humans who are afraid to use their mind.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, that's a really good point, man. That's a really good point. But yeah, I think that's all my contribution I can make. And yeah, once again, like I love your content. I love like your thought provoking conversation and everything. Keep it up, man. I'm gonna keep on supporting and yeah, deconstructing
Thank
myself
you.
as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the compliment you gave when you first came up as well, and your support. And I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Yeah, you too. Thanks again. Thank you. Bye bye bye.
All right. Bye. Selena, you still hanging in there? Y'all, we have 30 minutes before we go over that loop. 30 minutes. Can we make it? What's her name? Are you there? Okay. Librarian, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? You said, Angel Boy so angry just because you won't take him up to the box again. We got to do. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Just ignore him. Librarian Amber, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm telling y'all, he's behaving just like a believer would behave. There's no difference. It's 2:30 my time, and anytime I give a time, y'all, it's gonna be Central Time because I'm Central. That's weird, y'all. Like y'all do know there's different time zones, right? And of course, I'm going to give the time zone that I am in, right? I don't, I don't understand it. Y'all, this is weird. Where are y'all at? Deconstructing people, nerds, atheists. Where are y'all at? Y'all are in here. I know y'all are in here. And I know y'all are awake because we only been live for an hour and 47 minutes. And y'all came back after we restarted. So the numbers have climbed above where we were before we restarted. So I know y'all are awake. Where are y'all at? You're not a nerd, frozen coconut. There actually are. Like literally, you're in the life of one who does it very loudly, Mikey Boss. There actually are. Okay, this person is not connecting.
Did they pop out?
No, they weren't connecting. I took them out.
Okay.
Mikey Boss said, why aren't there people screaming about how much freedom they feel when they shake off the shackles of religion? Are you fucking listening?" And then on top of that, like you are in the fucking chat of someone who does that 5 nights a week with hundreds of people who do the same thing. Okay, okay, and we talk to those people. But here's the thing. Those of you that are claiming that your life changed because of Jesus, y'all run from people like me because I ask you logical questions about that claim. You can claim Jesus changed your life all you freaking want to. Well, then why did you leave when I brought you up? I brought you up, frozen coconut, and you left. You ran as soon as I brought you up. And then y'all will start fucking crying. Like, why are you asking all these questions? Damn, now I want to write a song about y'all whining about fucking questions. Like, y'all be, like asking all these questions. And y'all want to cry. Archangel Michael, I know you said that we've talked before. I don't know. I don't know that the conversation went the way that it went today, the last time that we talked. I'm genuinely worried about you, the way that you are spazzing out in my my chat right now. Um, I I think that maybe you might need to go see a doctor.
Yeah, that's a second. I'm giving him my second opinion. I believe
Yeah,
so too.
yeah, because the way
Hello.
you're spazzing out is like it's not. It's giving psychosis. It's giving spiritual psychosis. Frozen coconut. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Have we ever spoken before? Do you know? Or
No, I doubt it. And if we did, I probably wouldn't remember. I'm sorry. My memory is bad, and I talk to a lot of people, so I don't think so. But I'm not sure. Can I get your age, please? And let me
30.
know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
Okay, I am 31. I am a Christian. I went through a very heavily 7-year period of deconstruction, and eventually, something pulled me back. I feel like it was God, and yeah, totally believe in the principle of God. I know a lot of people get hanged up on you know, different version of events on some things, but I know for a fact that God exists, and I can give different reasons why.
I actually don't care if your God exists. That's not my issue with him. If he did exist and he showed up, I still wouldn't serve him. So that like I don't. That's not my contention. What I would, what I'm really interested in talking about is people claiming to hear this voice of this God or a
Mm.
God doing things right here in the
Hmm.
physical realm, like these claims.
Hmm.
That's what I care more about, right? Because they have the most impact, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Oh, I'm sorry. I was getting one second. Okay. So, are you wondering if God is evil or God is good, or just you think he doesn't exist?
Well, I don't care if he exists. I
Mm.
just that's why I just said I think believers like having the discussion about whether your God exists because that's a safe
Mm.
spot for believers. I think that's the safe place because it's so outside of the depth of our human perception that both sides can win an argument, right? And
Mm.
I'm not here to win an
Mm.
argument.
Yeah.
I'm here to have a discussion because the things that I talk about, I genuinely care about. It doesn't matter to me if your God exists. And honestly, the way I see it is your God is an idea or a concept that
Mm.
lives in your heart, that lives in your mind, right? You carry this God uh, in you. The things that you do every day, you do because of the belief that you have in this God. You do because you believe this God wants you to do it, right? Because your God doesn't have a physical body, you are that God's physical body on this earth, right? The things that you say because you believe that this is what your God wants you to say, right?
So I would say so there's several verses where it tells us not to be blind believers to test our faith, and so I would say there are logical reasons. It's not just like, oh, I was told to believe this and I was threatened I would go to hell if I don't. So I mean, you do have some of those people like that, but I think
they're never going to really know why so many millions of people truly believe that Christ is risen. Um,
I'm sorry. Did you hear what my question was to you though?
sorry, I'm gonna move to a different room. It was cutting out a little bit, so can you please repeat that?
Yeah. So I was saying like it doesn't matter to me. Like I'm not it doesn't bother me that, you believe your God exists. That's not an important factor to me because to me your God is an idea, right? A concept that lives in your heart and your mind. It's a belief that you hold, right? Something that you believe to be true. And you do things because you believe this is what this God wants you to do. You live a specific way because you believe this is the way this God wants you to live. You say things because you believe that this is what this God wants you to say. Like you are the vessel for the God, right? So to me, the God does exist in you. And so I care more about what you do as a human, more about what you say, right? How you engage with humanity. It doesn't matter to me that your God exists.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and there's a lot of people that do very horrible things in the name of God, and so yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, whether you believe in God or not, yeah, actions 100% matter, and a lot of people do some weird justifications for some really horrible things, and I think that's a perversion of God's word, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, and to me it wouldn't feel like that would deconstruct my belief in God. I could just see it as another point of view. I just yeah, there's just so much in life, in different cultures, different people, how the world works, how it can be crazy at sometimes, that to me all kind of points towards a creator, even science. um
I don't care if
yeah.
your creator exists.
Okay,
And I'm
so
not trying to deconstruct your belief in a God.
oh, okay. I
I'm
thought
not trying
you.
to deconstruct
Okay,
your belief. No. I am deconstructing my belief.
got it. Okay.
I'm not here to deconstruct your belief. But I
No.
do want to understand when you say that a God pulled you back, right? Like, what does that mean? Because you're making a claim that a God did a thing
Yes.
here in the physical realm, right?
Yes.
So I'm granting that your God exists,
Appreciate
right?
that.
How did this God pull you back?
So I there was a verse I read when I was a young teenager, older teenager, that basically God, to find out if God was real was very important to me. It lit that spark in me, and I studied Judaism, Islam, Christianity, some confusion, but I still felt like it all kind of pointed towards some type of one creator. And so I kept going through that. Eventually I settled through on Christianity. Had some really horrible things happen in my personal life, family life, like really bad, like family betrayal, all kinds of stuff. And I got angry. I kind of did what I felt naturally to do. Um, you know, I didn't handle it very well. At one point I self-medicated, did things that tried to get rid of these negative feelings, and nothing. I went to psychology or psychologists. I studied psychology. I tried all these things. And what brought me back was when I started going back to the Bible and just reading about like forgiveness and and I saw what the natural man can do to himself and others. And I was like, well, there's definitely wisdom in these scriptures, because anytime I practice, when I'm going through a hard time and I listen to the words in the Bible, my life goes way better, in a better direction. and and so and then a little physical feeling. I've never seen God. I've never seen God face to face. But there are times where I read the scriptures that is like the best, warmest hug from your grandma. Like, it is like beyond. like any drug you could take. It's speaking to
While he's on his phone call, am I tracking this correctly? That he, Jesus taught him how to forgive, and that's what brought him back. Am I tracking correctly?
uh
Sounds like it.
yeah, I mean, I always kind of forgave most people, but the type of betrayal I went through, everyone was like, you're justified in literally like destroying this person, right? And I, you know, it it felt justified, but at the same time, something was telling me don't do that. And then I was like, okay, why not? And I studied the scriptures, and I saw how true forgiveness for everything is very important. And I was kind of living a mediocre life, or a lukewarm Christian life, I would say. And I think when I just,
I'm gonna stop you really quick. 'Cause this is one of the
yeah,
reasons, like, testimonies don't do really much for me. But like, I'm trying to find the God doing a thing, right? Because I only hear you doing a thing. Like, you went to the Bible, you read scriptures, you decided to start forgiving people. I'm not sure if you think that forgiveness was like a concept that only Jesus came up with.
no, definitely.
Um, right. So like, I don't hear a God doing a thing though. What I'm trying to understand is what you mean by God brought you back.
Yeah, so I believe in a like a heavenly Father. I believe that we're all. I'm actually Mormon. That's I've kind of made from Christianity, and Mormons are Christians, but it makes everything make sense. And so I believe that we're all family. We're we have one heavenly Father, and He literally had a son. Jesus Christ, Son of God, and in this perspective, and seeing that God wants us to return to Him. But like, do you have brothers and sisters, or
Yes, I do.
so like you can have one really bad apple that can really like put the strain on the entire family. I don't know if you've ever had that, but I've had some pretty
I was that bad apple.
I was about to say that.
yeah, and I'm fine with that. I don't know like what you did to your fellow brothers and sisters, but sometimes
I didn't believe in God.
okay.
No, I'm
Yeah,
joking. I did believe, but I asked questions and I thought differently.
and I respect that. I really I love these kind of environments where debate's allowed, and I'm not doing a very good job of I think staying on topic. But I do think that physical. How would you? I guess I could ask you, how do you know when someone says they love you? Like, is it just a
That's
this?
different, and it's personal, right? I don't tell everybody
Yeah,
that, and it's different for other people. But I do have a question for you though.
yeah.
So, I know you said that you are Mormon,
Hmm.
right? As a black woman, which I am, a
Hmm.
black woman, would you recommend that I become a Mormon?
Yeah, I would. I feel like there are issues that people have brought up, and I believe all faiths have issues with being products of their time, and eventually those things are addressed and corrected. And I mean, even Jesus warned the Jews about divorce, and he didn't want people to do divorce, right? But he eventually had to make concessions to the people he was working with. And so if you can always kind of take stuff with a grain of salt, like there's so many bad things that have happened in the name of religion, but there's so many good things too. And so I don't really judge any group by the worst actors or the best.
But
I just look at
but
the fruits.
But if you're talking about an all-knowing, all-powerful deity being involved in these religions,
Yeah.
and giving the religious text, that would mean that this all-knowing, all-powerful God said these things about my black skin, right? And then now today, you know, Christians and Mormons want me to just ignore that and be forgiving, which I don't. I love white people. I have a lot of white people in my community. They're my my people. But asking me to be forgiving of a belief system that came from an all powerful, all knowing deity that once said that my skin was less than, that I needed to work to become like white people because white was white and right, that I'm not willing to forgive.
So there are issues with things. You know, it's like people of their time kind of put the glasses of their time on, and so you might read something in a verse where people are like, "Oh, that's what it means," and apply it wrong to their. That's not what it was actually trying to
It
say.
no, it was. It
I,
literally says
Hmm.
their skin was black, like in the book of Nephi. So I've had this conversation with Mormons before, and they've all
Hmm.
tried to feed me the new interpretation of the scripture, and tell me that skin doesn't mean skin, and I don't like when people do that to me because it
Hmm.
feels like they're trying to gaslight me, because we all know what skin means, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reality is that they did teach that black people were sense fitters, and that our skin was turned black because we decided not to, take sides during the war in heaven, and we were cursed. And the reason why we were cursed with black skin is because the God wanted the Nephites to be able to recognize those who were cursed and bad influences so that they could avoid them and not be influenced and contaminated by their wickedness. And when they, joined the Nephites, then, they could be saved. And when they go to heaven, their skin would turn white. I think that's a very damaging thing to teach any black person, let alone black children, about who they are. And my because of history like that, my
Hmm.
community. Let me first like talk about myself, right?
Hmm.
Like I had to learn to love the skin that I am in. I had to learn to love my natural hair, right? I had to learn to love being a black woman and be unapologetic about it, regardless of what other people think about it and say about it. And the reason I had to learn to do that is because of teachings like that. In Christianity, right? Black people couldn't be Christians at first, like when they were brought over during the transatlantic slave trade, they could not be Christian because European Christians were afraid that they would lose their labor. They were afraid that my ancestors would see themselves as equal to European Christians, so they wouldn't even allow them to learn about this God, right? They wouldn't allow them to be baptized into it. And so now I'm supposed to accept this God, and believe that this same God has my best interest at heart. And I'm supposed to love this same God who once saw me as less than and believe that he never saw me as less than, that was a misinterpretation of,
Hmm.
the times when
Hmm.
the text hasn't changed. The text has been the same, and the only difference is people are learning, right? Humanity is evolving and growing, right? Although
Hmm.
there are some people today that I would say that has a agenda of stopping humanity from evolving and growing and trying to take us backwards. But I'm supposed to, allow people to rewrite my mind because
Hmm.
they want to escape their past, right? And I don't think that's fair. I think if Mormons and Christians want to really show people that they actually are remorseful for that period of life, I think dealing with it head on, right? Not trying to pretend like it didn't happen, it didn't exist. Not trying to gaslight the people that these religions hurt, right?
Yeah.
I think that would be the first step. right? That would show me that there is some type of supernatural ability, right, involved in it. That God says, "Hey, I'm capable of making mistakes." Um,
Mm,
I did say this at this point in time in history, but I was wrong, right? I
mm,
shouldn't have said that. Humans are equal. There's no difference. You all have the same brain, the same heart. But that God doesn't do that, right? That God doesn't take accountability.
mm. Could I touch on
Gaslights.
two of those things? And it's a complicated history, just like any type of religious history. Some things that I don't know if you know, Mormons were one of the only congregations that had mixed congregations. And in the beginning, there about the priesthood issue. Um, well, in the
I know
beginning,
about the priesthood issue, the intermarriage issue. Like
mm,
we know that racism, white supremacy was in some cases still strong in Mormonism, but it was strong in Mormonism, right? Like I just want to like warn you, like you're not going to be able to convince me that racism didn't exist in Mormonism.
no, I want to just give a fair retelling of history too, though, and I think it's important to know that some of the first people that were ordained to the priesthood, there's at least Elijah, or I think there was two or three that were ordained, and so and then
And
history got
Briggs changed that, correct?
yes, unfortunately, yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
I know the history.
and that's awesome. Oh, one question I've always, and this is from I have several. I actually had several roommates that were from either that were black from Africa or African American, and so I would ask them like, "What do you think about this?" And it was interesting. One of them said he talked to me about how Jesus. He said first we go among the Jews, and he actually reprimanded his apostle for wanting to go to the Gentiles. And he's like, no, first we go to the Jews, then the Gentiles. And the same with like my ancestors, like we were in the dark for so long, and you're just like, well, why wasn't this like spread sooner? And the gospel teachings of Jesus Christ. And I when you start to dive into history, it's pretty interesting how nuanced and how many things can change depending on what people do what. And that's unfortunate because some people will.
Can I
Yeah,
say something right quick?
yeah.
There is a such thing as proximity that a lot of black Christians feel like they need to achieve in order to be palatable, or to make sure that they don't appear as a threat or make their white friends or family members feel uncomfortable, right? And like if you remember me saying that I have a lot of white friends in my community, and I'm talking about this community here online. They
Mm.
know that I'm going to talk about the history of racism. I'm going to talk about the racism that I experience on a daily when I do these lives, and people coming up calling me nigger
Oh,
out the
that's so
blue over
horrible.
and over. They know that I'm going to talk about that unapologetically. And one thing that I love about them is that they never ever try to center their how uncomfortable they feel about it. A lot of them have said that they've just sat in the uncomfortableness because it's a part of them deconstructing. When there a lot of the black community, we have a lot of deconstructing to do too when it comes to this, right? Because that we want to be in community, right? We want to be forgiving, and sometimes we feel like the only way to be forgiving is to make the person who is white who comes to us say, what do you think about this? And if we
Mm.
tell you what we really think about it, like we're afraid that it might offend you, right? And so
Yeah.
we don't necessarily
I think we were good enough friends
yeah.
to where he was going to be honest with me. I really do. I don't think he was trying to whitewash it for me at all. I think he was being 100% honest.
He told you that it doesn't bother him that there was racism in Mormonism.
He explained to me that studying the Bible, he saw that sometimes man can interfere with other people getting the gospel, and there's no actual uh, like revelation that said this is the reason. It's weird. Like in Mormon Church, like when certain things are changed or or like revelation upon revelation, right? It's voted on, and it's voted on by the leaders of the church and the people of the church. That whole ban was never voted on. It was one of the leaders kind of like taking the reins and avoided the actual church procedure to have a revelation. So it's always kind of been treated as this gray area where it wasn't ordained of by God. So it was more of a man's own thinking, unfortunately.
Like, and this is the thing. Like, I don't. The belief is that the original translation came from these beings or angels, right? To Joseph Smith,
The Nephites
and
and Lamanites.
but inside the text, right?
Mhm.
There is racism in the text. Like, that wasn't voted on, right? That came from Joseph Smith, who
And
claimed that came from a divine source.
it's really interesting to read that, because I honestly, the ban was my biggest hang up from going from another Christian sect to LDS faith. Uh, and but when I read the Book of Mormon, what's really interesting is there are times the Nephites were the more lighter skinned people, and the Lamanites were the darker skin, and so
Well, it says
eventually,
white. It says white and black in the book of Nephi.
in certain verses it will say it in those terms, but there's also like intermingling at times. And what's really interesting is you have the whiter Nephites, they actually become more wicked than the darker Lamanites in that book. And
Because of the intermixing, right?
no, not at all. It was literally because they were choosing to rebel against God more harshly than the Lamanites, and it explains why.
Right, right. It says that the reason, like, they were supposed to stay away from
No,
the
that's not
Lamanites.
the. That was
That's what it
the.
says in that's what it says in the book of Nephi. Like, that they were supposed to be able to recognize the dark skin of the Lamanites and not be contaminated, right, with their influence. It says that in the book of Nephi, right? Um, but
Can
the
I?
thing is, give me just a second. That's the thing is, right? Um, I get this need to try to clean up the religion. Like, even in Christianity, a lot of black people, or even white people, don't realize that Jesus himself was a supremacist, right? He was an Israelite supremacist. The God of Israel set up supremacy culture for Israelite law, and then Europeans in Rome took that same structure and did it with white supremacy um, throughout North America. And so, like, I get this
Can I?
stain
Can I
on
say
this
one
beliefs
thing?
of. One second.
Okay.
I get this stain that is on your belief system and wanted to move away from it. It's kind of like when the believers start saying that the rapture was going to come and that didn't happen. And believers are kind of embarrassed by people within their community doing that, so they try to separate themselves from that. And I feel like that's what modern day believers of these belief systems try to do, try to separate themselves from what their forefathers of their religions did. But the reality is, you are making a claim that there is this all knowing God involved from the very beginning of this, right? And then, but you want me to blame men for the history of it, right? When the text itself has the structure built in, and the claim of this all knowing God
Mhm.
has existed from the beginning of it. Like I don't know why you want me to separate those two.
Um, well, one point, real quick. I would say Jesus Christ was the anti-Israeli supremacist because he he basically upset the entire Jewish system back then. He was a revolutionary. I don't think he thought of himself as a he was calling out his own people, saying, synagogue of Satan, vipers. Like he had no, and that's why I love him so much. He called out hypocrisy. It didn't matter if it was his own people.
Do you know
He
why? Do you know what hypocrisy he was calling out though?
so like with the Sadducees, Pharisees, they were
Yeah, but what
using
were they doing?
they were making the temple to place of business.
And what else?
He also they disagreed that he was the son of God. They said it was
That's
blasphemous.
not hypocrisy. That's your Jesus not being able to deal with people questioning shit that didn't sound logical.
Uh,
But what is the hypocrisy that he was calling out though?
the hypocrisy was using God to take advantage of poor people, take advantage of the faithful to
Where
get
were they doing that? Where were they using the God to take advantage of poor people in this text?
at the temple.
They were just changing money in the temple.
No, they were used. They had so people had to buy sacrifices, right? And they were charging exorbitant, way above the price they should be for
No,
those
like literally,
sacrifices.
It was Jesus's disciples who had been banned,
I'm talking
and
about the
deemed
money
traitors.
changers.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Right.
It was Jesus's disciples who were tax collectors who had been banned from the intermingling with the Israelites because they were collecting taxes on behalf of Rome and oppressing their own people. They had been deemed traitors, and Jesus took them into his following, into his cult. When he went into the temple, he was angry because they were uh, exchanging money for Rome within the temple, and they were doing the selling the sacrifices in the temple, which Rome was doing that. Like Rome was charging extra for the sacrifices as a way to oppress the Israelites. But that's what the tax collectors were for, which Jesus made his people. And then they had the prayer boxes on their heads, right? And he said that they were doing that for show, like, so that's what he didn't like, that they were, had turned it into a marketplace, basically collecting money for Rome. But when I'm asking about the hypocrisy,
Mhm.
what specifically was he calling them hypocrites for? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so the money changers in the temple, because they were in the temple, they would have to be Jewish, and he was calling out these high priests, high Jewish, people in the society that were exchanging money and charging way too much. They were using the law of Moses to get gain and take
Like
advantage
how?
of,
How are they using the law of Moses to
because
get gain?
they were charging way too much for these poor people that just wanted to follow God's commandments. They were
Where does
making
it say this? That's what I'm asking. Like, where does it say that they were using the law of Moses to do that? Where does it say that?
because that's literally why Jesus flipped the tables with all the
That's
money on
not
it.
why. That's not why. It's because they were exchanging money for Rome inside the temple. Like they had to exchange their money for Roman currency in order to use it, and they were doing that in the temple. That's he didn't like that. But
I
there
mean,
are things that he did call them hypocrites for. And I'm asking you, do you know what those things were?
um, yeah, I mean, so like the woman caught in adultery, he was calling out the hypocrisy for, well, you want to stone her for her sins. Well, what about you? I mean, who are you to judge, right?
Well, he wasn't saying who are you to judge because Jesus had no authority to judge at that time either. The law said that to accuse someone of adultery and to execute capital punishment, the elders had to be present, the judges had to be present, the assembly had to be present, and two or three witnesses had to be present, and both the adulterer and the adulteress had to be present. And they only brought the adulterer. So they were testing Jesus to see whether he knew the law and whether he would condemn her without following the procedures of the law. And so they were sinning just by bringing her to him, accusing her. According to the law, you cannot do that, according to the law of Moses. And so he says to them, he who is without sin cast the first stone. Like y'all are sinning doing this.
Mm,
Right? Jesus had no authority to condemn her because he wasn't an elder. He wasn't even a judge
mm.
in Israel. He wasn't a part of the council.
But
So he like they were testing him on the law, and he according to that he passed the test. But the things that he was calling them out on was the fact that they had been reinterpreting the law of Moses. Jesus was a stickler for the law. He wanted them to follow the law, every iota of it, and not detour from it. The Pharisees had been reinterpreting the law and changing it, right? And Jesus didn't like that.
mm,
This was during a time where they were intermingling with Greeks. They had allowed Greeks to start participating in their worship. They had started. Some of them had been Hellenized, right? They were intermingling with Romans, and Jesus didn't want that. Jesus wanted them to go back to Torah worship. And so he was calling them hypocrites. He was like, you now have the authority of Moses, right? He told his disciples, the scribes and the Pharisees now have Moses' authority. They sit in Moses' seat. He said, do everything that they teach you, right? Everything that they tell you. But don't do what they do because they don't practice what they preach. Like they sit in Moses' seat and they read from the law, right? But they don't
mm,
actually follow the law. And that's what he didn't like that about the Pharisees. And if you
mm.
notice, he doesn't call out the Sadducees as much as he calls out the Pharisees because Jesus aligned more with the Sadducees.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the Sadducees followed the Torah, and that's what Jesus wanted, right? And
Mm,
so Jesus was an Israelite.
mm,
Israelites saw themselves as superior to all other uh, humans on earth. They were a different brand of humans, right? And Gentiles were inferior. They were seen as filthy animals. And Jesus, he is, existed in that belief system. And we see that when he engages with the Canaanite woman or the Greek Syrophoenician woman. He calls her a dog, right? He refers to her as a dog. And she says, yes, I am a dog, but don't the dogs eat the crumbs from the children's table? And he says, great is your faith, go, your daughter is healed. It's like basically she knows her place in society, right?
mhm.
And so, as the claim of being the chosen of this God, they were superior to all other humans on earth. I don't see how, you know, people can see this and believe in this claim of chosen status and not and say that's not superiority, that's not supremacist ideology. That's literally the same thing Europeans did in Rome, right? Early Christians, like when they say the old covenant, new covenant, right? And yeah, like during the times, like one can say humans had to evolve and learn. Okay, like same thing with slavery. Humans had to evolve and learn. Slavery was all over the ancient Near East, right? And humanity got to the point of some of humanity got to the point and was like that is an abhorrent practice and we need to abolish it, and we worked together as humans to abolish that practice, right? That's human, right? Like that's human behavior. Humans evolve, but when you bring in the claim of an all-knowing God,
Mm.
right, who is supposed to love all of humanity the same, today you want me to believe that this same God loves me the same way he loves a white Christian, the same way he loves a white Mormon, when that what hasn't always been the case.
I think. God's, yes, definitely loves all his children. And I know that seems like I might not be connecting all the dots. I agree, like what you're saying. I totally get, you know, the different points of view for sure. And yeah, you know, with that woman, when you know she's called a dog, I've felt that way in my life sometimes, where I had to humble myself. But what was really interesting is that's when God did its most work with me. But yeah, I
But that's not, he wasn't, he, you can read that story and see, like interpret it for like you being humble.
mm.
But he was being discriminatory because Canaanites, right, or non-Israelites were filthy animals to the Israelites.
Are you sure he
He
really called her a dog?
Yeah, in Matthew 15. Where didn't you say that you used to read that scripture and
Yeah, I would just I know she was like I'm not worthy for the, you know, even dogs get scraps, but I didn't think Jesus called her a dog.
yeah, why do you think that she said even dogs eat the
I,
crumbs from the master's table?
I think she acknowledged her humility, and that's
But
like,
you think she referred to herself as a dog just out the blue?
yeah.
No. The story is in Mark 7, starting at verse 24, and it's in Matthew 15, starting at verse 21. So in Mark, it says, from there he set out and went away to the region of Tyre. He entered a house and did not want anyone to know he was there. Yet he could not escape notice. But a woman whose little daughter had an unclean spirit immediately heard about him, and she came and bowed down at his feet. Now, the woman was a Gentile of Syro-Phoenician origin. Now, pay attention to how Mark identifies her. She begged him to cast the demon out of her daughter. He said to her, let the children be fed first, for it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. But she answered him, sir, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs. Then he said to her, for saying that, you may go. The demon has left your daughter. And when she went home, she found the child lying on the bed and the demon gone. The interesting thing is, like, how do they know that she went home and found the child lying on the bed? Like, I mean, I digress, but the purpose of the story is that Jesus is showing that even the Gentiles knew that the Israelites were superior, and that the Gentiles were an inferior race of humans. And
Can I?
so
Oh, sorry.
Mark identifies her as a Syrophoenician Greek woman, a Gentile. This is first century Rome. During this time, the Canaanites are they've intermingled with the Greeks. They've been conquered by the Phoenicians, and so they identify as Greek Phoenicians, right? They've not identified as Canaanites for hundreds of years. Okay, so keep that in mind. When
Do we know
Matthew,
that that Phoenician woman was mixed with Canaanite? She could be a
ho-
like
ho- hold on,
fully Phoenician.
that's what I'm getting ready to tell you. Okay, so the again the Canaanites were conquered by several different people over time, but they were also conquered by the Phoenicians. But they had started identifying as Greek Phoenicians. Okay, and so Mark uses the identifier for them at the appropriate time, in history. Like, this is first century Rome. Now, when Matthew tells this story, hold on for a second. Matthew tells the story in Matthew 15, starting at verse 21. Mark and Matthew are the only two that tell this story. It says, Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman. Matthew identifies her as a Canaanite. And we know the history behind how the Israelites saw Canaanites. The Canaanites were the serpent, the seed of the serpent. They were the devil, right? They were the unclean, filthy animals. So Matthew takes the woman back to a identifier that had not been used in history for hundreds of years, for centuries. Like I think it was around the last time they identified themselves as Canaanites, or this term was used in history, was around 1200 BCE, and we're in first century Rome, and Matthew invokes this specific identity because, like, I don't know, he doesn't want Jesus demeaning a Greek woman, that he invokes this old identifier that nobody has used for hundreds of years. It says, just then a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. So he ignores her. Jesus ignores her when she first asked him. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us." He answered, "I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." He answered, "It is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs." She said, "Yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table." Then Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment. So Matthew makes the story about a Canaanite woman, about, Jesus is so dead set on the Israelites, like he's so focused on his mission with the Israelites that he ain't studying this Canaanite woman. But then when the woman acknowledges her place, Jesus sees it as faith,
Hmm.
right? Mark says that Jesus said, "For saying that," right? "For
Hmm.
what you said, you can go." And Matthew's like, "Oh, that's faith. She could not have known that. She could not have admitted her place in society, right? Unless she had great faith."
Hmm. So for me, I with the society implications, I'm gonna kind of hold off on that for a little bit. For me, when I read that scripture, it actually was a teaching moment for me, and it it humbled me. It humbled me, and there's many, and the results of me being humbled helped me in life. So I took something good from it, um, and I'm not trying to discount other takeaways of it from it. Um,
But do you think
I,
it's privileged that you can take something good from it and not actually see the implications of it, of what it's actually saying,
as
and the harm that that's done in society? Right?
as
You didn't have to go through life being called filthy animals or monkeys or niggers,
oh,
or
I have a very different life story. It'll be very
oh, you've
interesting.
been called a nigger.
I've been called so I lived in Hawaii, and I was beat unconscious, and Hawaiian people are
Because of your race.
yeah. I worked on the west side of the island, and I actually married a Polynesian woman, so no hate, disclaimer. But yeah, on the west side, they told me I wasn't allowed to work there. They were gonna I can't live there. They followed me in the restroom to a park, and were like three big, huge guys were telling me they were just gonna smash my face. And luckily, I'm very I know how to handle those situations, so I got out of it. And but yeah, it happened quite a few
Yeah.
times. I had someone try to throw a thing through my windshield. Someone ripped my door off. I got beat unconscious. They kept beating
And
me.
you weren't able to work because you were white in Hawaii. They don't let white people work in Hawaii.
No, and this is like I said, I'm married to a Polynesian woman. I think Polynesians are some of the most kindest, loving people there is. But there are this certain group in Hawaii where I had to work home from home, like home to home, right? I worked for the census. I also did solar sales. So I went to thousands of homes over the years. And certain pockets of the island where Hawaiian sovereignty, like you haoles, you messed it up for all of us. We're gonna take it out on you, and they did, 100%. And I had nothing to do with any of that stuff.
And right, you should not have experienced that. Right, you definitely should not have experienced that. Um,
And I just
so
think like
hold on for a second. Hold
yeah.
on for a second. It's wrong for people to take out on you what people did in history. I agree. 100%. You should not have experienced any form of racism, any form of discrimination, any violence towards you, you or your body, because of that. But well, I don't want to say but. There is no but to that. I also want you, if you can, to peel back the layers a bit and
Hmm.
think about what we are talking about right now. Right?
Hmm.
We're talking about the harm that this type of story, the words that came out of Jesus's mouth, has caused in humanity. Right? The experience that you experienced, you should not have,
Hmm.
but it is a result of supremacy ideology. And so I get that you are able to look at this story and see it in a different way and say, "Oh, I just get something good out of it,"
Hmm.
right? But the reality is that these supremacy ideologies that we all are harmed by,
Hmm.
because supremacy, white supremacy harms even white people. It stems from this belief system, from this religion, from this book.
So I mean, if I were to be 100% honest with this, Bible, my ancestors are a long line of, Gentiles, and like Scandinavian, right? And we did all kinds of horrible things until King Harold Bluetooth united Scandinavia under Christianity. Then all those horrible things that my ancestors did stopped. They none of the sailing going to Ireland and England and
I don't want you
raping.
to use this conversation as a way to defend or think that I am trying to accuse you or your ancestors of anything. The reality is white supremacy is historical. White supremacy has caused a lot of harm on this earth.
Yeah.
And white supremacy followed the structure, the supremacy structure that's in this book. In fact, in the law of Moses, the Israelites had different rules for Israelites versus foreigners, right?
Mhm.
The Israelites couldn't eat food that died of itself, like unclean animals,
Mhm.
right? Because they were holy and set apart. But they could sell that same food, that those unclean animals, to foreigners and make a profit, or they could feed it to the foreigners who lived in the land of Israel, right? Like the
Yep.
clean food goes to the Israelites, the unclean food go to foreigners. They
Yep.
could not charge interest to another Israelite on a
Oh
loan,
yeah.
right? But they could charge interest on non-Israelites,
Yep.
right? They when they were not supposed to intermarry. When they came back from Babylon, Nehemiah and Ezra cleared house. What we see today with the immigration and the Make America Great Again, and Ezra and Nehemiah went on a Make Jerusalem Great Again campaign. Anybody that had married a foreigner, they had to leave their foreign spouses and leave their foreign kids. So, according to Ezra, so they could go back to the pure race.
Yeah.
Ezra,
That's
Nehemiah was mad because they were speaking different languages. They didn't know Hebrew anymore. They had lost their culture, and they wanted them to go back to their culture. Right, like so the supremacy ideologies that we have seen in the world with white supremacy, it's rooted and baked into the stories in this book.
Would you agree there's other supremacies out there? I feel like white is the most obvious, but I mean,
What other supremacies is affecting your life today?
oh, I mean, so Christianity, the reason I hold it up above Islam is I saw the fruits, right? So,
No. I'm not asking you that. I'm not
mhm.
asking about religion. Like I know you want to point the finger at Islam, and I don't. I don't like Islam either. I think Islam, like
Yeah.
the way they are very dangerous for women, and like their book is, I think, is even more ludicrous than yours. But like I don't want to like point fingers at
Yeah.
religions. I'm asking you what other supremacy ideologies, and any form of supremacy ideology is
Mm.
dangerous,
Yeah,
right?
of course. I
But I'm
100%.
asking what other forms of supremacy ideology uh, is affecting your world or your life or history the way that we've seen white supremacy.
Um, I'm not gonna. I don't think they would add up. I think any form of supremacy is definitely not okay. That's why I love Jesus. He came in to set people straight, and it took a process, and he had to work with the people with his time. And I know you don't like that point,
Because
but I
because
really.
what you're saying isn't actually biblical, right? Like Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. Jesus did not like Gentiles.
You didn't like
He did.
Jewish people either.
No, yes, he did. He loved his people. He didn't like the ones that rejected him. But Jesus was an Israelite. He loved Israel. He didn't like Gentiles. It's not until like he is rejected, he dies, he comes back, and he says to his disciples, "Now go and make disciples of all men, or make disciples of the nations." As one interpretation said, one translation says, and that is the moment that it's believed that Jesus then opens it up to the Gentiles. But even Paul says that the God of Israel is using the inclusion of the Gentiles to make Israel jealous, so that he can get his first love back. Like it's not. There's never in this text a time where Jesus prioritizes Gentiles over the Israelites.
Where does Paul say that?
I think it's in Romans 11:11. Give me just a second. It might be Romans 10. No, yeah, it's Romans 11:11. Uh, yeah. Um, so we can go from verse 1 if you need
Yeah,
context.
I would
Okay.
appreciate that.
All right. I asked then, has God rejected his people? By no means. I myself am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, a member of the tribe of Benjamin. God has not rejected his people whom he foreknew. Do you know what the scripture says of Elijah, how he pleads with God against Israel? Lord, they have killed your prophets, they have demolished your altars. I alone am left, and they are seeking my life. But what is the divine reply to him? I have kept for myself 7,000 who have not bowed the knee to Baal. So, too, at the present time, there is a remnant chosen by grace. But if it is by grace, it is no longer on the basis of works. Otherwise, grace would no longer be grace. What then? Israel has not achieved what it was pursuing. The elect have achieved it, but the rest were hardened, as it is written. God gave them a sluggish spirit, eyes that would not see, and ears that would not hear, down to this very day. And David says, let their table become a snare and a trap, a stumbling block and a retribution for them. Let their eyes be darkened, so that they cannot see, and keep their backs forever bent. So I ask, have they stumbled so as to fall? By no means. But through their stumbling, salvation has come to the Gentiles, so as to make Israel jealous. Now, if their stumbling means riches for the world, and if their loss means riches for Gentiles, how much more will their full inclusion mean? And I believe he's quoting Deuteronomy 32, or like he's in Deuteronomy 32. The God says, let's see, I believe it's 32, and I think verse 21 maybe. Yeah, no, yeah, verse 21. So the God is upset at Israel, like, and he's talking to Moses, and he says, "They made me jealous with what is no God." Right? Basically, they were worshiping other gods, and he's saying that they're not even gods. Right? Like, they made me jealous with what is no God, provoked me with their idols. So I will make them jealous with what is no people, provoke them with a foolish nation. So he's saying, I'm gonna make them jealous with people that I don't even consider people,
Can I
with
can what
because they're a
version?
foolish nation.
Sorry, what? Because this seems a little different than what I usually read the King James. What?
We can do the King James. This is the NRSVUE, which is the closest translation to the Hebrew text and the actual Koine Greek. But we can do the King James.
I appreciate you sharing this, taking the time. I love learning. I love
Oh,
it.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see. He says, "They moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. And I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. And I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation." So it basically just says the same thing.
Mm.
King James just talks in the Shakespearean dialect, and the NRSVUE uses the dialect that we talk today, but also, as I stated, like, it's a closer word to word translation of the oldest original copies that we have of the Masoretic text and the New Testament documents. The NRSVUE or the ESV, although I cannot stand the ESV because it is very misogynistic, but the ESV also sticks really close to the Hebrew as well.
All right, I appreciate that. Cool. Yeah. You gave me some food for thought, but I always feel like when something like this, it kind of throws a little hiccup in my belief a little bit. It always kind of pans out, and it's not me try to mold something that's more easily digestible. The more I learn about different cultures, what was going on at the time, I do feel like context does matter. And I'm not trying to excuse things, but like to judge a past with our more sensible, morally, you know, sensitive minds, then yeah, it's definitely going to look really bad.
Well, the thing is like, I'm not judging Israel, right?
Yeah.
I can clearly see the characteristics of supremacy ideology in Israel. Israel was a cult, right? Like, Israelites were to care for Israelites, right? They had the law of Israel. Foreigners were seen as unclean filthy animals. Like, the book says that. It's very explicit. I'm not judging Israel. What I'm saying is what Christianity did. Christianity
Mm,
took that same structure and built white supremacy. That's what I'm saying. And I am judging that. And
mm,
then if you come to me and say, that is the God of the universe, that is the
mm,
God, you want me to believe that that's the God that created me in its image. That's the God that I need to pray to and depend on and believe that that God has my best interest at heart. When that God allowed my ancestors to go through what they went through while being Christians, while praying with chains on their hands, right?
mm.
Being fed to alligators, being made to defecate in their own children's mouths just for the amusement of white Christians. Like, if
Uh,
you want me to believe that, just one second. If you want me to believe that, right? Then, like, I can't. That's the same God. The people may have changed. The humans may have evolved and began to learn and abhor those practices, but that's the same God.
mm. I where I come from is he's a god that has the power to do anything, right? And people go, well, why
Not with
doesn't
me, he don't.
Yeah, and I guess
Unless you can show that this God has the power to do in the physical realm without your physical body, right?
mm,
And I'm not talking about storms. Like nobody can question Hurricane Katrina,
yeah.
right? Unless you can show me that this God can speak without your mouth, can do without your hands and feet, he don't have the authority to do shit to me
Mhm.
without my permission, without me fighting back, without me speaking up, without me questioning.
Can I ask you, if someone does something horrible to you, is it God's fault or is it the person choosing?
It depends if that person is saying they did it because God told them to. Like if they're saying God said, then yeah, I'm gonna say your God did. Your God said.
And
Yes. But of course, I know all along that it's a human, but you are making the claim that
mm,
a God exists here in the physical realm. Like it's almost as if y'all want us to believe that this God exists and this God is doing things in the physical realm. But when it's like bad things, right? Then y'all want to say, no, it's not God, it's the human. But then when humans do good, you want us to say it's the God and ignore the human doing good. And that's not fair.
yeah, that's it's almost manipulative. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, I don't agree when people do that for sure. Yeah, I think so. I would wonder where places. Do you have examples in history where Christianity was never present or took a long time to get there, and how those cultures were before that happened? Was it all like rainbows and sunshine, or
Like, are you asking if people were happy and in peace and not living in poverty?
yeah, like
Africa, the whole continent of Africa. Africa had their own cultures, their own gods, their own way of life. Africa is one of like there's 28 countries on the continent of Africa that lives in poverty, and they are ridden with Christianity. Africa has the highest rate of Christians than any other continent. The Black Americans in North America are more religious. Actually, we have the highest believers of Jesus Christ than all of the public of America.
I've noticed
We're
that.
at 75% of the Black community believe in Jesus.
Yeah, that's awesome.
97% of the Black community believe in God or a higher power, and it's higher in on the continent of Africa. Yet in America, the Black community, even though we have the highest dedication to this God, are the lowest in damn near every social economic category. And the on the continent of Africa, the same thing. So if this God is actually a God that cares for Black people, he ain't showing it.
I would say maybe be patient. There's times.
How much longer are we supposed to be patient? Like we endured over 400 years of the transatlantic slave trade. Africa has been ridden with colonization, and still to this day, Sudan right now is going through a genocide that nobody talks about, nobody cares about. Congo is going through a genocide that nobody cares about. Right? Like how much more patient are we supposed to be?
I
To
would
me, to
say, yeah, that's a good question, and I would say, the Dark Ages, right, in Europe, they were 100% like mostly Christian, right, and they went through a 500-year period of just total misery, just pure like
that they
worst,
inflicted on themselves fighting over who had the right interpretation of this Jesus.
and Black Plague and like I, I would say. God, God, he appreciates. It's again. I get what you're saying. It's like, but like slow suffering, right? And I think out of this suffering, there are lessons to be learned. I've learned stuff when I'm like, this isn't fair. Like I'm getting, I even got when working in Hawaii, someone in church like stole from me, right? And I was so tempted to be like, this whole thing's phony, right? But God keeps pulling me back and says, just keep a little bit more long suffering. And I agree. And you see how many people, when they get rich or they get all this stuff, right? They become very prideful. They lose God in that obtaining of riches. And so it's
Like
actually
you
a curse
are
to
you
me.
paying attention right now and realize that it is the rich people who are pushing Christianity and God? Like they spent millions of dollars for a 15-second commercial during the Super Bowl. Why do you think they did that? Like why did the wealthy pay $15 to promote Jesus during the Super Bowl last year?
Honestly, I think our politicians are trying to hijack Christianity. I think they're trying to use it to
Hijack
get
it.
them.
You would, in order to say that they're trying to hijack it, and I saw that video on here, and I did not like the fact that that pastor said that. But in
Well,
order for
I
them
don't.
to try to hijack it, that then white supremacy uh, wouldn't be any part of the history of Christianity. White supremacy is in baked into the beginning of it. So like they can't be hijacking something that it was built around.
Well, you could even say the slave trade was it was using Christianity for gain. I think we kind of go through these patterns. History repeats itself, right? And there's so many times where people will take Christianity and say, well, they will twist the words to, you know, serve their agenda.
Okay, let's see if they twist the words. I'm gonna go to the King James, and let's see if they twist these words. This is Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39. Let's see. And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor, and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner. He shall be with thee, and shall serve thee unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy God. You can tell the verse 39 to 43 is about Israelites, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Because he says, right, for they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, right? So an Israelite could not be sold as a servant. They could not serve as a servant or a slave. They had to be hired workers, right, or temporary debt slaves, and they were to be
Yeah.
released at Jubilee. And Jubilee was either every 7th year or every 50th year, right?
Right.
And they could not be ruled over harshly because they were the servants of this God. They
Yeah.
were a set apart holy people. Starting at verse 44, both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. So the slaves that they could have, they were to be foreigners.
Yeah.
And these foreigners, they could go to other nations and buy them, bring them back to the land of Israel, and enslave them for life. They could pass them down to their children as inheritance, and they could rule over them with harshness and treat them as property. They were their possession. They were their kesef,
Oh, I
their
think it
money.
says without rigorness.
No, the Israelites could not be ruled over with rigor. That's what we just went over that, right? But thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear thy God. This is about the Israelites that he brought out of Egypt. But of the foreigners, that there's no command, right? Not to rule over the foreigners with rigor. They can't. It says, but over
46.
your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule over one another with rigor. This is the slavery based on discrimination. Israelites could not be slaves. They could not be lifetime chattel slaves. They were to be temporary debt servants, indentured servants. They could not be sold. They could not be ruled over harshly. But the foreign slaves, they were to be lifetime chattel slaves, treated as property, passed down to your children as inheritance. That is the same structure of slavery that was established for the transatlantic slave trade, right? Israel's slave system was based on discrimination of ethnicity, Israelite, non-Israelite, and the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, was based on the discrimination. At first, it was based on Christianity, like whether you were a Christian or a non-Christian, and then they changed it and invoked race, and then it became whether you were white or black. So it's the same exact structure. Like, what did they twist other than one being ethnicity and one being race?
So I would love to look into more of the practices of that time. I kind of grew up with a very limited history. This is why I love this stuff, because you're sharing so much stuff that well, not everything, but there's good points you're making that I want to think about and not just like overly pass and have answers to.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you to give me a full historical
Mm,
telling of how slavery was in history, right? I'm asking
mm,
you, based on what we just read and just
mm.
using your basic reading comprehension,
Yeah.
we can see that the God gave laws for Israel on how to treat another Israelite a person regarding slavery, correct?
Yes, and I believe that I know Africa, Europe, Middle East, they were all doing slave. Uh,
I'm not talking about that. I never said that Israel was the only nation that practiced slavery. I never said that.
right. I
What
not.
I'm talking about, is the structure
Yeah.
of the slave system in ancient Israel matching the structure of the slave system in North America. That's what I'm talking about. And that
Mm,
this being from the law of the God that you are telling me loves every human the same. This is what I'm referring to right now.
right. Mhm. So my answer to that is we're all born in different circumstances, right? And
I'm not asking you that.
mm,
I'm asking
mm,
what this text says. I'm
mm.
asking just the comprehension of what this text says, right?
Yeah. And so
The
you think because slavery wasn't totally abolished as soon as
No,
Jesus
nope,
appeared on
I
the
didn't
scene?
say nope, no, Frozen. I'm asking you to tell me, right,
Mhm,
what it is that you cannot see from just basic reading comprehension right now
mhm,
of what this text is saying, what this God is saying to the Israelites regarding how to establish their system of slavery in the land of Israel. That's
mhm,
what I'm asking you right now.
mhm.
Like if I read verse 39 to you, And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and should and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant. And I say, what does that mean? Right? Like what do you comprehend that those words are saying?
I would like to look up bondservant. I'm not
If you want to call it a servant or a slave,
okay.
it doesn't matter. They are the same. So, but what is this saying when he says, "If thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant"? What is he saying?
So if your fellow Israelite Jewish person ends up in debt slavery, right? He like or sorry, I'm sorry. I would like to understand your understanding.
No, I
I'm sorry.
want you just read as if you are reading this book yourself. As
Mhm.
if you're reading any other book. Just pretend I'm your fifth grade reading comprehension teacher.
Yeah.
What do these words say? Like, what do they mean after you've read them?
And if thy brother that dwelleth by thee be waxing poor, so if your brother, an Israeli, is poor and be sold unto you, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a slave. I mean, I like would why would you?
No, what does it say? What does that say? What does that mean? What do those words mean? What is the main
Thou shalt.
idea of that? What is the main idea of verse 39?
You should not make your fellow Israelite a chattel slave.
Right. And then verse 40, but as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee. What's the main idea of verse 40?
I mean, they'll earn their freedom eventually, right?
Well, they it's automatic. They don't have to earn it. They
Yeah.
could enter into servitude one month before Jubilee and they could still be in debt and they have to be forgiven of their debt. But what this is saying is they are to be a hired servant, a sakir, like either paid for their services, or a debt slave, and they are to be released during the year of Jubilee, right?
Yeah.
And then he shall depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family. Like he goes back to his own family, unto the possession of his father shall he return to his ancestral property. Right? He's fully restored as an Israelite. He goes back to his ancestral land, him and his family. Right? For they are my servants which are brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondmen. Right? So this is in North America, what race of people were indentured servants?
The Irish, um, probably some Scottish,
Which are, to make it easy,
European, or white.
European, right? They were they had the 7 year contracts and were to be released. Now the reality is that the slave masters, did they follow the law? No. A lot of times they extended those contracts. They did shady shit to try to keep them in those contracts for longer than they supposed to because they wanted to keep labor. But the law was that Europeans were to be released in 7 years, right? And then when we get to verse 44, both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids which thou shalt have shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them you shall buy bondmen and bondmaids. What's the main idea of verse 44?
Oh, one point is I know some Irish indentured servants. They served for decades. They didn't practice the whole Jubilee thing.
They were supposed to, and they, as I just stated, right? I don't know if you just heard me say that the
Yeah.
slave masters did some fuck shit, um, like they did things to extend the contracts out of shadiness, right? So they didn't always follow the law,
Can
but
I,
the law said, right, that
yeah.
Europeans were to be let go every 7 years, right? So, but verse 44, what's the main idea of verse 44?
Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which yeah. So basically, anyone that's not of the tribe of Israel, then fair game. But I would like to know. I don't think they were just running
I'm
around.
sorry. You keep trying to make excuses for it, and you
No,
keep
I
trying
want
to
to
go. You
understand.
are. You keep trying to like explain it away, and like I don't. I listen. History is history. It freaking happened, right?
Yeah.
But for some reason, you don't want this to be a part of the history of the God that you believe in, right? But it's there. No matter how you try not to read the words that are in this book, they are there. And the words in this book mean what they mean. So many people believe that the early Christians twisted the words in this book to justify the slave system that they established, but they didn't. It's word for word. Now the treatment, the treatment of the enslaved in North America might have been different than in Israel. I mean, I don't quite know. There was a concubine that was sacrificed for the Levites' ass, and then chopped up. I don't know how they treated their enslaved. They were allowed to beat them because they were seen as money. But that's I'm not talking about the treatment. We're talking about the structure and how it was established, right? It always trips me out when people say, not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy to be focused on something that happened 2,000, 2,500 years ago. Especially when I hear a black person say that, like a black Christian say that. Wow, and saying that in defense of a 2,500-year-old zombie that they believe got up out of the grave 2,500 years ago and still waiting for them to come back and like rapture them. And then why? And the reason why they're waiting on this 2,500-year-old zombie to come and rapture them is because they believe that their two humans 8,000 years ago ate a piece of fruit off of a tree, and now they are in debt 8,000 years later. Like, and then telling me that I should not give a damn about something that my ancestors went through 400 years ago. And that the things that my ancestors and my parents went through 65 years ago during Jim Crow. But like I'm supposed to ignore shit that's only 60 that we've only been out of for 65 years and be holding myself to a God because two people ate a piece of fruit in a garden 8,000 years ago. Like, what sense does that make for me to take on the debt of two humans that I don't know, right? Adam and Eve. I don't know no damn. I don't have no Adam in my family. And I don't have no Eve in my family. I ain't eat no piece of fruit 8,000 years ago. I'm not taking on a debt for something somebody did 8,000 years ago. I wasn't in covenant with the God of Israel. Like, if they didn't follow the law of the covenant that they initiated themselves into, why the fuck I gotta pay the price for that? Jesus didn't come for me. Jesus said he came for the Israelites. I'm not taking on somebody else's debt and then ignoring my ancestors who did bleed and die for me 400 years ago. They've lost their damn minds. And I'm saying that because a black Christian did just comment that in my comments, and I think that is asinine.
Is there really 600 people in here?
It's
Holy
even more
cow.
on YouTube, but I'm not going to say the number because every time I do, somebody shuts my YouTube down.
Oh, dang. Oh. Yeah, I don't want to like I understand like generational trauma, and that's a real
This
thing.
doesn't have anything to do with generational trauma, Frozen.
Mm,
Is it? I'm not talking about that. We're talking about your God. We're
yeah.
talking about the expectation for me to see this God as the God of me, as the God of my people.
Mm.
I, and then the expectation of me to just ignore the history of supremacy ideology, of white supremacy in this God. Like, y'all want me to just allow people to reinterpret and recreate this God and pretend like this wasn't his original plan. This is the same God. No matter how many times y'all try to paint it, it's the same God. The text has never changed.
My question would be, if there is a one true God, and I believe we're all spiritual brothers and sisters. I believe that we do have like a one heavenly Father. We all come from that heavenly Father, the creator of all of us. And when my mind goes blank, I think I take a second because I feel like the Spirit's trying to tell me something, and I'm not going to say it right. Let me see. Yeah. I agree. The history, I don't like it either. I would just say that for me, when it comes down to it, there was a lot that a lot of people went through so I could hear the message of the gospel, and it has changed my life. And it's sad that all that other stuff happened, but it's still not going to deter me from knowing that there's a true God for sure.
And I'm not trying to deter you from that, right? And I'm glad that, the blood of my ancestors helps you know that there is a one true God.
And
And
my
that God
ancestors as well.
and that God is the one that you depend on today. That God is the one that created supremacy ideology. That God is the same God that our government is, calling on and invoking and
That's not
wanting
right.
to. Yes, it is. And despite the
No, I'm
fact that
saying it's not
you,
right they're doing it.
but that it's the word of your God. If anything, those of you that are recreating, right, and denying what's in this book, you all are the ones that would be the false prophets.
I
Because
would.
the God that y'all are asking me or trying to convince me of ain't in this book.
Mhm.
And just denying it doesn't stop them from doing what they've done or plan to do. Like the more y'all try to close your eyes and just look the other way and pretend like they're just bad people,
I don't think
and,
that.
and, and tell yourself, oh, they're just not true Christians. The more you deny what's in this book, the more you look at this book and you read words and say those words don't exist and you reinterpret those words, they're just going to keep doing what they're doing because they have the playbook and y'all refuse to look at it. You refuse to accept that they are following the playbook. It's been there all along, is right there in our faces.
Can I ask one thing? Would you believe that Christianity was a major catalyst for abolishing the slave trade?
I do know that there were Christians who were abolitionists, but
Hmm.
I also know that there were way more Christians who fought to keep slavery. And in fact, the Southern Baptist Convention was created to fight the abolition, to fight against it being abolished. That is quite literally why the Southern Baptist Convention exists.
So I, when I read the scriptures, I see love God, love your neighbor as yourself, and I think there are cases in the Bible that oppose slavery. It's
Okay, then
sad.
find them. There,
I
there,
mean, what
there is not one time in this Bible where your God or Jesus condemned slavery. In fact, Jesus used slavery in his parables several times. And he told his disciples to see themselves the way they see them slaves, as worthless. And don't expect a thank you. When you do everything that you're supposed to do for God, just say to yourself that you are a worthless slave and you've done all that you are supposed to do.
I wouldn't take it that harshly. I would feel like
Those
I'm
were his words. I just quoted his words.
a
I
worthless
didn't.
slave.
Those are his words, word for word. I didn't. add anything. That's
Worthless
Luke
slave.
Luke 17. Yeah, that's Luke 17.
They're not worthless though.
That he called them worthless. Those are his words.
In the King James.
The king, yeah, like it doesn't say anything different. Like I think we've already established that. Like
Worthless
it doesn't.
slave. I like that the little add-ons to descriptions.
Okay.
It's a little.
But which of you have a servant plowing or feeding cattle will say unto him by and by, when he has come from the field, go and sit down to meat, and will not rather say unto him, make ready wherewith I may sup, and gird thyself and serve me till I have eaten and drunken, and afterward thou shalt eat and drink. Doth he think that servant, like I don't know why y'all like reading in this. This is freaking ridiculous. He think that servant because he did the things that were commanded him? I trow not. So likewise, ye, when ye shall have done all those things which are commanded you, say, we are unprofitable servants. We have done that which was our duty to do. Now, I'm going to read this and just like, I don't know, modern dialect, because nobody says trow and doth.
I agree. I just I because the reason when you said worthless servant, I don't think that Jesus.
What is unprofitable? Like we can look at the Blue Letter Bible, we can look at the Greek word there in just a second. But what is unprofitable?
Unprofitable would, I mean, maybe they just do what they're told, but they're not making money for whoever.
If they're not making money, if they're unprofitable, they're
They're unprofitable.
if a company has a product that is
Mhm.
unprofitable,
It's I wouldn't say it's worthless. It's just
what is it?
it's struggling.
So it's what?
It's struggling, but I wouldn't say
Like
worthless.
if you like there's you like the fact that you are not able to be honest with yourself,
No, I think
like you're not able to be honest with yourself, like you saying that um an unprofitable product to a company wouldn't be worthless. This is quite literally why they discontinue things,
to be honest,
because it's worthless, because it's costing them money. It is unprofitable. You're not being honest with yourself.
no. The reason I semi joked about that is because I do think there's a system that I'm not familiar with, and so I don't feel like
You know what words mean. Like you
I
sound like an
do, but
intelligent man. You know what unprofitable means.
I
Like
do,
I,
but
I don't I don't know why you're being
unprofitable.
disingenuous right
No,
now.
no, unprofitable. I literally thought this when they said unprofitable servant. I was thinking, what does that mean in the whole, Israeli hierarchy with how things are figured out? I want to investigate what that word actually means, even if
You
it's
know what
accurate.
unprofitable mean, and that you're not reading this in Hebrew. You're reading that in Shakespeare in English. Unprofitable is an English word. There's no need for you to go and see what Israelis think about what the word unprofitable means,
Can
because
I
you
share?
didn't read it in Hebrew.
Can I share an example of why I have to
Oh,
do that?
yeah, Dr. B. Yeah.
So, when I first joined the church, I was very when I read the verse, I shall fear God. It didn't do me well. Like I literally felt afraid of sinning
This ain't the
more.
same thing. This isn't the same thing.
But
Like
but
the fear and reverence, and
yeah, respect. It was
it's
respect,
not the
right?
same thing. Unprofitable. You know
That's
what the word unprofitable mean. When in what other situations have you used the word unprofitable and it means good,
no.
and
I'm
it
not
means
saying
it
that.
means worthy.
I'm not saying that.
Would you?
What I'm saying
Would
is
you?
I don't know if
Hang
the
on a second, Frozen.
translation is correct.
Would you just read? I think it's Matthew 25:30.
Yeah.
I think that would be instructive. Uses the same word.
Okay. And then Frozen, this is Dr. Joshua Bowen. He's also one of my co-hosts and also my Hebrew professor, and also the author of did the God of the Old Testament condone slavery?
Let's
You said Matthew what?
25:30.
Let's see. I'm not gonna do the King down for like saying doeth and troweth. Okay. As for this worthless slave, throw him into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. And Dr. B, I'm gonna run to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
um,
Yeah, Rosa, can I point out maybe um, the elephant in the room here? It's it's interesting to me, and I've been listening for about a half hour. I've been walking on this treadmill. Um, it's interesting that you focused in on this word and not on what Jesus actually said. Could you, like the rest of the story, if you wouldn't mind, just so I understand that you understood what she read to you, could you kind of summarize the parable that Jesus told or the analogy that Jesus gave? If I can help you walk through it, because I mean, I don't expect anybody to remember things like verbatim or something.
yeah, if you wouldn't mind,
So
I would.
Jesus said, he was talking to his disciples, right? He said, which one of you having a slave, and I'll just walk you through it. So he says, which one of you having a slave working in the field all day, when that slave came in at night, would say to that slave, here, sit with me and eat dinner? And the way that Jesus asked this, the syntax, the grammar and the syntax anticipates a, of course not, none of you, right? Um, he says, no, you wouldn't say that to your slave. Instead, you would say, go into the kitchen, put on your, your cooking, serving attire, make my dinner, then come out here and serve me. And only after I have eaten will you eat. And after all of those things, would you say to the servant, thank you for what you did? And again, the answer is the anticipated, no, of course you wouldn't.
Mhm.
It's interesting to me that you didn't talk about that. What do you think about Jesus using that parable, using that analogy?
So to me, it speaks of his holiness, and I would feel the same way. If I saw God, I would be afraid to even look at him. Like I would feel, because he's such a perfect human being, and he was on a mission. He had to stay he had to stay pure for his resurrection, and so he was obliged to follow his father. He submitted to his father, did the will of the father, and so he was on a mission. And I feel like, and to me, there's sometimes where I'm like, this feels a little offensive. I feel a little attacked by a Christian point of view, and then but when that happened, I had a choice to be offended or see how it could be used to grow me closer to Christ. And it's, I do. I think it might. I don't think any other human has the right to do that to other humans, but I think because he was on a heavenly, godly mission, that he had to kind of keep things a little strict and kind of work. Yeah.
Sorry, I hear you. Let me ask you a question. What if Jesus had said, um, which one of you, um, I don't know, kidnapping another person and locking them in your basement would say to that kidnapped victim, here, come up here and sit with me and eat at the table? No, of course you wouldn't say that. You would say, I can't risk somebody seeing you. You stay down there in the basement and I'll get you pizza. And only after, you've given them their pizza, would you thank them for staying down there? No, they're just doing what kidnapped victims.
yeah, like a Stockholm syndrome kind of like,
Right, but
you
could you picture Jesus using that parable?
know, I think I'm cautious to say they're the same thing because I feel like the traditions of the time and it made more sense back then. It didn't seem so drastic because honestly, there was a bunch of tribes back then, and they were warring and fighting, and you didn't know who would turn on you, and you had alliances, and it was a very complicated time. And unfortunately, slavery was a way to kind of deal with unruly people, in spoils of war and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to excuse it, but back then we didn't have like a United Nations and an international court where we could appeal to a group that could make sure everyone's being treated fairly. Like everyone's kind of looking out for themselves, and so that's I feel like context does matter, and I'm not trying to excuse it, but I think Jesus still was there to correct people, and he worked with the people at his time. And yes, I would have loved if Jesus said all slavery is wrong, but would that have interfered with his message? I don't know.
Well,
And
see, here's where I'm getting a little confused. It sounded like the reason that we got to the New Testament, we got to Luke 17, was that you seem to say that like Jesus like worked against slavery, or said things against slavery, and then Thinker said, "Well, can you show me that?" And then when I mean, understandably, you couldn't because he doesn't.
can
Um,
I say one thing about that?
sure.
I think with the verses talking about how we should love our neighbor and the fruits of the spirit, I think if you truly do have the fruits of the spirit, you're going to rise above the society you're in, and you're going to do those right things that
Do
are
you
going
think
to.
that Frozen? Do you think that love your neighbor and love the foreigner as yourself was a new concept in the New Testament?
No, not in the New
No,
Testament.
no. I mean, it's there in Leviticus 19, which is 6 chapters before the verses that you read with Thinker. This is love your neighbor as you love yourself, love the foreigner as you love the citizen, right? Um, so my question to you back would be, what if 100 years from now, um, we all universally recognize, and I wish it were now, but if we all universally recognized that corporal punishment of children was abuse, right? And people 100 years from now read the Bible in the book of Proverbs, in Proverbs 13, and it said, if a man needs to love his son, right? And then it says, make sure you do corporal punishment on your son. Do you think that you or somebody 100 years from now could read that first statement in Proverbs about loving your son and then say, well, it must not have meant actually beating your son with a wooden rod. That must be like metaphorical somehow, because it says you're supposed to love your son. And like we know that if you love your son, you don't beat him. That's abuse. Like,
Yeah.
would that be an appropriate way to exegete a text?
So and I believe. Okay, so there's many people that say, "Oh, God told me to do this," and then do horrible things, right? But there are examples in the Bible where I believe they were talking not to some psychosis voice in their brain, but
Frozen, I'm so sorry. I'm really trying not to interrupt you here, but I do it if I feel like you're
going off
not,
track.
yeah, not answering my question. So, the reason that I asked that question is I think you would say no, right? You couldn't say, well, wait a second, because I think in, uh, 22nd century or something, America. that to love one's child means that you wouldn't uh, give them corporal punishment. That because I know that that is those two things are mutually exclusive. That therefore, when it says that in the Proverbs, if you love your child, you'll give them corporal punishment. That means that corporal punishment there didn't really mean corporal punishment. It must have meant something metaphorical because it says also to love them. So if you love them, you wouldn't beat them. So it can't be saying both of those things. I think you and I both know that would not be a sound way to interpret that text. And in
Okay, I see what you're
this,
saying.
yeah. So in the same way, what I hear you doing is saying, well, now wait a minute. It says love your neighbor as yourself. It says love the foreigner. Well, I mean, I know that loving my neighbor and loving the foreigner would be antithetical, mutually exclusive to keeping them as a chattel slave, right? And so therefore, it can't mean the type of slavery that I have in my mind, where they're owned as property, passed on as it's got to mean something else, right? But there's got to be some sort of circumstance here where it doesn't mean that. Do you hear how you're doing that?
I feel like I don't have all the answers, and I'm open to other reasoning. And I agree. I'm trying to, we all kind of do this. We negotiate with the text we read,
Of course.
but I still feel like there's so many times where I'm like, aha, like that was wrong, or I got you, in the text. But then the more I just feel like I'm so uninformed in so many things that eventually answers do come to not justify or excuse, but give me understanding of why things played out the way they did. And I agree. Like, yes, if you had corporal punishment to a child, um, not good. That's definitely wrong. And I would read more into those specific, hard to understand examples. I think it does take some enlightenment, some like um, Holy Spirit to kind of not make excuses, but help you kind of understand. And so I don't know exactly. I'm not trying to diminish the hard times, and I understand other people's point of views. But I'm convinced, like I'm convinced that God is a just and good God, and it might not sound that way in some of these verses, but he was dealing with a lot of different people with a lot of different beliefs. And back then it wasn't that hard to, end someone's life or take them into slavery. Like it was kind of the Wild West back then. Sometimes, I mean, the Romans,
I'll drop back down. So I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation,
no,
like that.
I appreciate it
Dr. B, I
though.
want you to stay up because Jay Quad said that you're misreading the text. And if do you have time? Like, are you?
You may hear me kind of because I have to go get dressed. Can I come back in a half hour? Would that be?
Yeah, Jay Quad, can you wait and talk to Dr. B in a half hour? I see you in the box. I would love for you to talk to Dr. B and tell Dr. B how he's misreading the
Yeah,
text.
I have to get dressed and then drive my
Okay.
12-year-old to the bus stop. But after that, I've got like a 35-minute drive to work, so I can.
Okay.
But if I could just say this before I go. Oh shit, I lost it. Frozen. What was the last thing you said? I'm so sorry.
Oh, the candy canes and rainbows. That
Um,
Jesus was still good,
y-
regardless.
yeah, Frozen. I think what I would do if I could give, if you don't mind me giving a small piece of advice.
I'm
Um,
open.
Awesome. So I I understand the lens through which you are viewing the text. I get it. I was an evangelical Christian for 25 years, right? I pastored a church for 7 in Virginia. I get it. I know where you are. I just from what you said, I think I know where you are, relatively generally. Um, but I think what's happening here, it's just like it happens with everybody, right? Is you have a default position. And the default position is God is good, right? And and so Like when, if I take just a very brief example, when Finker talks about, if you've ever heard her talk about Genesis 2 and 3, and saying that Yahweh seems to lie in the Garden of Eden story because he says you will unalive and they don't unalive, right, when they eat the fruit. That like you'll hear people say, well, no, it couldn't mean physically unalive. And you ask them, well, why? And they say, well, because they didn't unalive. It's like,
I, did
well,
did it bring death in? Like they would have lived forever, but they've
no, they wouldn't have. But and it does mean physical unalivement. But the point that I'm trying to make here
didn't they
is that
eventually go unalive though?
right, but that's not what the text says they would do. Right, the text says when you eat that fruit, you will unalive, and it's actually a very emphatic statement in the Hebrew. You will, in fact, unalive. Surely unalive. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when that person looks at that text, and the question itself is, did Yahweh lie? They say, well, it couldn't have meant physical unalivement because look, they didn't unalive. That's predicated on like the presupposition that Yahweh can't lie, right? Right. So it's circular. Like you're assuming that he can't when you go in, so you can't even ask the question because
I,
you're assuming that that person, not you, that
yeah.
person is assuming the answer. And we all like we all of us that were former evangelical Christians, I suspect, did this, right? And it's kind of what I hear you doing, and I get it. It makes sense why you do it. But if your default position is God is good, and you're going to view the text through that lens, then it doesn't matter what you see. You could read Ezekiel 16, where God gives a metaphor where he essays Israel as his bride in a metaphor, right? And you will go, yeah, but God was gracious and merciful, right? And yeah, but if a wife goes and has an affair, well, she should expect to feel the wrath of her husband, right? That's the sort of thing that you'll say, and it's not just you that will say it; it's evangelical academics like Daniel Block, right, who's worked extensively in Ezekiel. If you have those lenses, you'll say that kind of horrible stuff. Again, not you, but a person in that position. So I would just say try to, as much as you can, I'll go, but and I'll come back in 30 minutes, but try to mitigate, if you can, that presupposition, that default position that says, like, God is good, or, God can't lie, or God would never say X, because you can't actually question it if you don't do that. Okay. But
I,
a good conversation, Frozen. I'm so sorry to hit and
no,
run
I
like
think it's
that,
a good
but
conversation.
I'll keep listening and I'll be back in a half hour. Thank you,
Okay,
Thinker, for letting me come
thank you,
up.
Dr. B.
All
Thank
right,
you.
see you soon.
All right.
If
Can
you
I
want to drop
say
me, go ahead.
Okay.
just one thing with I when I said God is good, I really believe this more than anything. God is actually a perfect balance of justice and mercy, and so you know. I don't believe that God lied to Adam and Eve. I think he literally said, once you eat this fruit, you're going to bring death. And, they could have lived forever if they obeyed God. But because they brought sin into the world, eventually it led to their death. And that's how I've always understood it. I've never had anyone tell me.
But you believe something that you were taught, that the text does not say that. The text says that Yahweh said, the day you eat it, you will die. And in the Hebrew, which this was written in, the context is the same day, as soon as you will have a physical death. Your physical body will die, and that's not what happened. It's a Christian interpretation that's read into the text, because you all believe that when he said to Balaam, when Balaam said to Balak, God is not a man that he should lie. He's literally he's saying to Balaam at that moment, like, well, you think I'm lying? Like, God don't have to lie. He's not immortal. Not that God can't lie. Not that God won't lie. He's saying in this situation, like, who is God? Like, who are you, you mortal, that God has to lie to you? That's what Balaam was saying to Balak. Not, but y'all take that and read that as if that is the nature of your God, that he won't lie. And he tells you in Ezekiel 14 that he will cause a prophet to lie, that he will deceive a prophet and cause that prophet to give a false prophecy. Like he sends lying spirits into Ahab's prophets and causes them to lie because he wants to kill Ahab. Like this God has no problem with lying. He didn't tell y'all that. Although which is odd because in Proverbs he says he hates lying lips, that they are an abomination to him, but he protects Abraham's lying lips. He protects Jacob's lying lips. He protects Isaac's lying lips. Right? Like Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac were all deceivers, and this God protects them. But in the Adam and Eve story, he did tell them that they would lie the same, that they would die the same day, and they didn't. Right? And the reality is, like, if you think that they were supposed to live forever, what was the purpose of the tree of life? Like, the tree of life was in the middle of the garden too, right, with the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What was the purpose of that tree if they were already immortal?
So I believe that God is a happy God. He gets. I believe he has human emotions, and I believe we're
Are
all.
you answering the question about why
Yes.
the tree of life was in the garden? What was the
Yeah,
purpose of the tree of life?
because you had two beings that could live forever if they follow God, right? But because they sin, and the tree of
No, no,
life
no.
is
The tree of life was put in the middle of the garden
right,
before they sinned. The tree of
right,
life was in the middle of the garden, right with the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why
right.
was the tree of life there if they were already immortal?
Because they had not experienced sorrow, so they would not know what happess is. And
What does
so,
the tree of life allows them to live forever? What does happiness have to do with the tree
no,
of
when
life?
they partook of the fruit, they they actually introduced death to the world and sin. So,
Listen to what I'm saying. The tree of life existed before they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It was in the garden, in the middle of the garden, right with the tree of knowledge. So, like, what is the purpose of this tree of life existing if they were already immortal? Right? It says, the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to till and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you may eat, you may freely eat. Oh, wait, I don't think that's the one I want. Hold on. Where is he? Where does he put these trees? Oh, right here. Out of the ground, the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So the tree of life was already in the middle of the garden. Why would that tree be there or need to be there if they were already immortal?
yeah, and I'm sorry I misspoke. I running a little low, but what I meant to say was the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So I'm going to hold off on the tree of life for a little bit, just real quick. So what I believe
But wait,
is,
but wait, we're talking about whether your God lied. And what we're talking about is he told them they would die the same day. You said that they were already supposed to live forever, right? And I'm asking, how are they supposed to already be immortal if they needed to eat from the tree of life? The tree of life is there. What's the purpose of the tree of life if they were immortal already?
I would have to study more on that for sure. Um, my personal understanding is when they uh, took partook of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, um, that allowed for them to die eventually, allowed for sin to come into earth. And the reason I feel like God allowed that to happen, and it to know, you can't know like happiness without sadness. It's
Yes, you can.
really.
Yeah, and if you say that you can't know happiness without sadness, then you can't know good without evil. And that means
Yeah.
that Adam and Eve didn't know your God. Adam and Eve didn't know good. They didn't know whether your God was good or bad.
Until they partook of the fruit, and
So,
and and Satan even said, you will become like the gods when you do that, because they
And
know
they
good.
didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing because they had no idea the being that was in that garden, whether he was good or bad, because you can't know good without evil.
Right. So
So
it was part of all
so
part
that
of God's plan.
it's do you realize that you are saying that your God created two humans, commanded them to not know good or evil, which means they could never really know him. And he commanded them to never really know him if you claim he's all good.
I would say they definitely knew him, but they
They couldn't, not if he's all good,
were,
Frozen. If you're saying that your God is all good, but you can't know good without evil,
yeah,
and they didn't know evil yet, that means they could not know your God if
right.
he's good.
They couldn't know God on a level.
They couldn't know him at all because he's all good, and they could not know good
They just
without
knew he was
evil.
there, right? They just knew that was God.
Exactly, but they don't know him. They don't have a relationship with him. They you can't know good without evil, according to you.
Yeah,
But also, this God commanded them not to gain the knowledge of good and evil. Like he created two humans and did not want those humans to know whether their actions were good or bad. For what purpose?
I think by his commandment, him saying, "Do not do this," and they went against God. That is literally what allowed sin. If he never had
For
that,
listen to
yeah,
what purpose did he not want them to know whether their own actions were good or bad?
I think I. So I do think he wanted us to know, and the only
Not if
way.
he told them not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Frozen.
But and this is why I think it works is because when he said, "Do not do that," and they rebelled against God, that literally allowed for sin to take place and for the human experience to start happening.
So you're saying that your God needed humans to sin,
Yes.
and then he punished them for doing the thing that he needed them to do.
I wouldn't say it's a punishment. It was more of a test, a
No, no, no,
struggle.
no, 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 no. Did he curse the woman with increased labor pains for disobeying?
According to the
Don't type in all caps in my comments, Jay Quad. You like you're really tripping the fuck out.
so I would, on things I don't completely understand, I always like to research more.
No, no, no. That what do you mean on things that you don't understand? Does the text say that he punished her with increased labor pains for disobeying?
Yes.
Okay, that's a punishment. Does the text say that because she disobeyed, her desire would be to her husband?
Is that bad?
If he made it a part of her punishment, then yeah. Unless punishments are supposed to be fun.
I think sometimes no, I just I'm always interested in the actual words, and I know I kind of get hung up on that, but I still learn so
No,
much.
you're hung up on the reinterpreted version of this God that you've been given. Like literally, the only thing that Dr. B and I have done so far is just quote text to you, right? And just
Mhm.
basic reading comprehension.
I
Like you're
appreciate
dealing
that.
with you're dealing with a lot of interpretation, and as Dr. B said, like you're looking at it from the lens of, I don't know if you're yeah, you're Mormon, so like that's on the lines of like evangelical Christianity beliefs, and so you're looking at it from that lens and the reinterpreted oral traditions that are taught from your theologians and your pastors and your church leaders. But it literally says to the woman, I will make your pains in childbirth exceedingly great. In pain you shall bring forth children. Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. So he punished her with this, right? For doing the thing you say he needed to be done. And then for the man, because you have listened to the voice of your wife. So he tells him, because you did this thing and you listened to her, and you have eaten of the tree about which I commanded you, you shall not eat, even though you're saying, hey, he needed them to do it.
Hmm.
Cursed is the ground because of you. So then he gaslights him and says, this is your fault. The ground is cursed now. Thorns and thistles will bring forth. But all along, he needed them to do this.
Have you ever had a parent with tough love that in the moment it seems really unjust, really unfair, but after you get through it you kind of come out as a better version of yourself?
My parents, I did have like a rocky relationship with my mom, but they've never blamed me for some shit that they caused and then told me that it was my fault. So no, never. And I have never done that to my children either. That's a narcissistic parent. That's an abusive parent. That's a parent that you cannot trust. And quite frankly, I would say that's a parent that don't really love their child. Their parent loves themselves more.
I yeah, and I do kind of make the mistake of comparing a earthly father and mother to a earthly or a heavenly father. And I do know God's ways aren't man's ways, so there's sometimes I do, I try to understand and try to understand through a human lens, and I'm probably missing the mark. Um, but
Frozen, you denied the stuff in the book for the oral traditions that you have been taught. I don't know if you realize that you're doing that. Like, the words that are in the book don't match what you've been taught.
oh yeah, like I mean, yes and no. I agree that sometimes um, different groups of people, different Christian faiths, like they can have their own spin on things, but I think it's a learning process, and that's why I don't really come
But
down
but
on.
but 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 you know what words mean, though. We're
Yeah,
not even talking about interpretation. I'm not asking you for an interpretation, right? We're talking about what the text says, and you're even denying what the text says.
I'm just trying to understand what the text says, and I've been off in the past, so I don't always come at it as like, oh, that's what it
That's
says.
when you're trying to interpret or reinterpret it for your modern mind.
No, it was literally my
But there's a
modern mind got it
difference.
wrong.
There's a no. I said you're trying to interpret and reinterpret for your modern mind. But in interpretation and reading comprehension are not the same thing. Comprehending a word, what a word means, or the main idea of what the words mean on the paper, that's different than interpreting it. Like, a person could read the story of Little Red Riding Hood, right?
Mm.
And they can recount that Little Red Riding Hood went to go visit her grandmama, and she was picking apples or taking apples to her grandmama, and a wolf came and blew at her or chased her down the street. I forgot the story of Little Red Riding Hood. But a person can read it and recount. She had a red hood on. She visited her grandmama. She had red apples. A wolf came and chased her, and she ran to I don't know, the pig's house. I don't know. But that's reading comprehension. What did you comprehend from what the story said? And then when someone says, now, what does that story mean? Did you
Mm.
did it inspire you? And then a person could say, yes, like a red riding hood means that I have powers as a woman, and when a wolf is chasing me, I don't have to run because there's three pigs in the house that'll protect me. That's interpretation, right? I'm not asking you for that. The only thing Dr. B and I have been talking to you about is the latter, just basic reading comprehension. And you've struggled with that.
Mm. Yeah, because for me, it's a ever evolving understanding, and I don't think it's you can pin down because you have to deal with multiple translations. You have to deal with the context of the times and all these things that you kind of have to make sense out of it. And I'm not grasping for straws. I
You
really
really are frozen because you don't read any other book this way. You look for different translations when you're looking for
Mm.
interpretation, right? That's different. I'm not asking you about interpretation. Like if I were to pull up the story of Little Red Riding Hood and ask you to read it right now and ask you to tell me what does it say, you would be able to do it. You would not struggle. You struggle with this because you have been indoctrinated with oral traditions, and the oral traditions take precedent over what the actual words say in the book.
So with if okay, let me ask this: if God, if this is how God operated, and and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but just say God operated in this way, how everything's played out up until now, and you knew like God was real and there's a life after this, and he says to you, my ways aren't man's ways, and like would that what would stop you, like where do you draw the line where you go, that's not how God should operate, is what I'm asking, I guess.
I already told you. Like I don't care if your God exists. I don't agree with the things that your God does. Like I can't argue with a hurricane. I
Yeah.
can't argue with a sandstorm, right? That's nature. When you all talk about divine divineness and like a divine source
Revelation.
or whatever.
Uh,
No, they it's some philosophical argument right now. The
Revelation.
no, I can't think of it right now. Philosophy is so ignorant to me. Not ignorant. It could be interesting in some parts, but when they use it for this God, like it just feels like a freaking cop out and a waste of time. But it's uh, like sovereignty, divine sovereignty, or like when you look at nature, right? And let's say a storm comes and it blows a house away and kills all of the children inside, and a person will say that was God. That human is attributing that to a deity, right? But the
Hmm.
storm, like no, the storm doesn't go to a human and say, "Hey, I'm about to go and knock everybody out at
Yeah.
Bacon Ray, 125 Bacon Ray, because those people blasphemed my name." The storm doesn't come to anybody and say that,
Right.
right? The storm just does what the storm does, right? The universe hasn't made any promises to anybody, right? The universe doesn't apologize and say, "I'm sorry" to anybody, right? Nature just does what nature does. If a person says that's God, then okay, because who the fuck is going to question nature?
Yeah.
But when you come to me and you say God said his ways are not our ways, that is a human saying that. That is a human claim that a deity spoke to their mind. And of course, I'm going to say, like if a human comes to me and say God said that I'm supposed to enslave everybody that look like you.
I
the,
mean,
the, the same
I
way
would
the same
go.
the same way right now that you are literally saying that people have used the words in this book to do wicked things, but you don't believe it's your God. Like why would you expect me to believe that even that is your God? It
I
all came from humans.
Yeah, I think the world's fallen, and people are very sorry, I cannot talk tonight. They use the opportunity for their advantage, and so it's plagued, and the thing
Because
is,
it all came from humans, Frozen. Everything written in this book was written by a human claiming a God said a thing, a human claiming a God did a thing. It's
and
all human.
I feel like it's humans trying to connect with God, trying to figure out what's this life about, and is there an afterlife? Is there more to this life? And
It's
then they
still
find
human.
it's humans interacting with God and trying
You
to.
don't know if they're interacting with a God. That's the claim.
I
What
prayed
what
about it.
what I'm saying, you accept that what's written in this book by a human came from a God. That's what you accept for yourself. But you asked me, right? If God said that his ways are not our ways, what would I still have the same approach? Right? And my
Mm.
answer to that is, if a storm takes out my whole entire family, that storm's ways ain't my ways. How the fuck am I gonna question a storm? Right? How
I
am I gonna hold a
mm,
storm accountable? How am I gonna get answers from a storm?
yes.
If a human comes to me saying God said his ways are not our ways, fuck you. You are a human.
Hmm. I'm a human living in a fallen world, and some disasters aren't even attributed to sin. It's because we live in a natural world, and natural things happen
What
with
do you mean
weather.
some disasters aren't? The attribution is done by a human, Frozen. No
I
human
don't
has
believe.
ever talked to a storm and found out why a storm hit a city the way it did. That's a human making up in their mind, right? That storm did that because Las Vegas is sinful. That's a human's idea. That's a human deciding that.
Right. I don't see anywhere where we have to attribute every bad thing to God, or every bad storm, or every bad catastrophe to God. We're allowed to say we live in a natural world where natural events occur,
How
and
is this going over your head, Frozen? Like I don't quite understand.
because
I
I
don't
feel like
understand.
I feel like we're humans that are living, we're living a human experience, and you're
I
free
mean, we're
to,
just human.
yeah,
The thing is that you humans are making claims that you are talking to a God.
yeah. One
That's the
heavenly Father.
difference. A
I believe it's
God. I don't care if you call it Heavenly Father or Son of Jesus Christ. You humans are making that claim that you are talking to a God, and you are expecting other humans to accept your claim as truth without questioning it.
Oh no, I'm all about questions. That's why I'm here.
You
I
have denied even just the words on a page, Frozen, because of what you've been taught or because what you've already adopted for yourself. Asking questions and then rejecting or refusing to find the answer or get the answer, that's, you might as well save the question and put them in some alphabet soup and eat the letters, because you're not doing anything with the questions.
yeah. No, it's a work in progress. I I understand the frustration. It might seem that you're telling me that these are the reasons I don't believe God is a good God, or he lies, and I think that there's stuff to be learned in that those types of discussions, and I'm not trying to say I know all the answers or excuse, like I kind of keep hitting those
I
points.
don't think you. I think you. I don't. I think you think that ignoring the bad, right, and reinterpreting the bad as good, because in your belief your God always has to be good. You are missing opportunities for real growth, and it's not the frustration that you believe in a God. It's in your needing to reinterpret your God as all good. You dismiss the experiences of others. You downplay and belittle the experiences of others,
No way.
the impact that this God has had on others across the globe, and you are oblivious to it. Like
Oh,
you either don't know or don't care that
no, no,
you.
I do know, and I do care. I've been
I
greatly.
can tell you, I haven't felt that you cared about it because you've done it several times throughout this conversation. And when you made the statement
Mm.
that unruly people were enslaved in a room full of people who had ancestors who were enslaved, both black and white, like that was very offensive. And I don't know if you saw the comments.
Unruly.
you said unruly people were
So do
enslaved.
you understand that people back then, and I could have used way worse words, like, and it's not about
There
black
you
and white.
go. Just there you
No,
go.
no, no. You
I
got
literally said both black and white people in
no,
here
but
whose ancestors have been
yeah,
enslaved. But
unruly.
there you go. There you
No, I'm
go,
saying
getting ready to make an excuse for what
no,
you
no.
said.
I'm
You
not making
said
an
what you
excuse.
said.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm owning my words. I'm
You're
literally doing
downplaying
it.
it.
I'm
I
owning
could
it.
have said something worse, but unruly, like you're upset about unruly,
Because
you're downplaying it. You're
no,
doing it right now.
you're downplaying the context of the times.
You're
Warring
doing it right
tribes,
now. You're doing it
warring
right now.
tribes, warring
You're
tribes
doing
back
it. You
then.
said unruly people, and then you said and war criminals.
I did
You
not say
said
that.
both.
Oh
I
my
can
God!
play it
See,
back.
we
I can
gotta.
play it
I
back.
never said war criminals.
I can
Okay,
play. I
play it
can.
back,
Okay, I'll
play
play
it
it
back,
back. Hold on.
and then what happens? I know I never said war criminals. I would never say that.
You said times of war. Yes, you did.
I never said war criminals.
You said unruly and times of war.
Unruly is
And times of war.
yeah.
Yes, you did,
So
Frozen.
okay,
So
and
you were making
so what?
a distinction between both. And then the fact,
No, no,
here's
no.
the
Hold up,
thing.
hold
Like
up. You gotta let me
hold on.
say.
Here's the
No,
thing.
you gotta
Here's
let
the
me
thing.
explain myself.
No,
I'm
wait,
owning
no,
my
I
words,
don't
so
need
let me
you
own
to
my
explain.
words.
Explaining it away is the same thing that
I'm
you've
not
been
explaining
doing with.
away.
Yes, you
You want
are.
to take it away, and I'm telling you that way is not
Oh,
right.
don't be offended, thinker, by the offensive thing that I said. Let me explain it away and
Okay, so
belittle
tell me
your
you
experience, thinker. That's what you're doing, and that's what you've been
you
doing this whole conversation with
you tell
Yahweh.
me how saying people that literally were trying to kill each other. I said tribal war, I was talking about tribes and the warfare back then. You didn't know who was who. You didn't have the UN to go, okay, everyone calm down. We're going to settle this down diplomatically. They people didn't know who people were back then. And
Oh, really? They didn't. So when your God told the Israelites to go into Canaan and kill everybody in Canaan,
I
every
mean,
child, he didn't know who the Canaanites were.
so we at the time we did people didn't know where other groups of people stood with God at the time.
So
Okay,
your God was the only thing that mattered. You have Israelites, humans, coming into somebody else's land saying, "My God gave me authority over you."
that's not how you got to keep. I feel like sometimes you put a little spin on stuff, and that's what
Frozen, frozen. Did the Israelites go into Canaan and claim that land for themselves because they said their God told them to? Yes or no?
what were the Canaanites doing?
Okay, who told them that the Canaanites were doing that, Frozen?
Baby sacrifice.
Who told them that? Frozen, did you know that this book never says that the Canaanites were sacrificing their children, but it explicitly multiple times says it was the Israelites? That the Israelites built the Tophet to Molech? Did you know that? And that in history, the archaeology has never been able to confirm that Canaanites sacrificed their children, but they found multiple funeral urns from Israelites with inscriptions to Yahweh on them. Did
So
you know
you
that?
So you're telling me things that I'm not familiar with. I've been told that Yahweh was literally part of the Canaanite pantheon, and I found out that that wasn't true. So you got to like give
I
me a little.
asked you about your book.
Mm.
Your book literally says in Jeremiah 7 that the Israelites sacrificed their children to other gods and built the Tophet to Molech. There are multiple places in here that where the Israelites sacrificed their children. Jephthah sacrificed his daughter to your God. Ahaz sacrificed his child.
Which he didn't do. It was a test.
No, Ahaz, not
Oh,
Abraham.
oh, sorry.
But
Okay,
there's only an inference that the Canaanites sacrificed their children to other gods, because your God says don't do what they do in other lands because they're deplorable. But there's not one scripture in this text that says that Canaanites sacrificed their children to Molech. That the Canaanites sacrificed their children. Not one. But y'all all regurgitate that same thing because you have been taught that orally. And then the fact that you think that somebody doing not living the same way you live or believe the same thing you believe means that they deserve to be enslaved by you is the same thing
Why are
that
you saying
what
me? Why are you
because you
saying
just
me?
because you have the same belief and you are the one who said these words. You
I
just said that they didn't know where they stood with God. That's your belief. That's not in this book. That's your
so
belief.
so you allow me to like study history and understand different time periods, right? And I can put things into contextual time frames.
But you, right now you're speaking from your personal belief and you're justifying this based off of your personal belief. And you said from your personal belief they didn't know where these people stood with God. And
I'm
so and
saying
so
some.
and so what that right and so
I'm
even
speaking in
just even
general.
some even if you're speaking in general, the fact that you're saying that them where they stood with your God is even a factor, that means that you are saying that you think that it's okay for people to be enslaved for not believing in your God.
No, it's not just that. It was literally they were destroying other people, destroying themselves, destroying their children.
The Israelites were doing that. And even if that were the case, they were not in covenant with your God.
Right, but like as a decent human being, like if you see your neighbor like trying to kill
So
their
go
kid, are you
kill them
gonna do
all. So
anything?
go kill them all. Frozen.
Well, and
Frozen.
that's what I'm saying. Did they have
Frozen.
police back then?
It.
Who are they
Okay,
gonna
look.
call?
Hold on. Your God was the police. Frozen. If your God is responsible for waking people up in the morning, why in the hell would He wake up a whole land of evil Canaanites and then tell His Israelites to go and kill them after He woke them up? Explain that to me.
So I believe what the Canaanites and the Israelites weren't perfect people, right? But it was what God had to work with. And what the Canaanites were doing was so
Well, no, no, no.
horrendous.
Wait, not what your God had to work with, Frozen, because your God is all powerful, and your
Yeah, but
God is
free will.
Listen, your God is responsible for waking humans up in the morning. And He gives life, correct?
I don't take that 100% literally. He wakes up.
So your God doesn't wake you up in the morning. He's not he like you don't give Him thanks for giving you grace to see another day.
Oh yeah, I do that. I
Why?
give him grace because
Why?
I believe I want to be redeemed, and I pray for redemption of
But what does
sin
He have to do with you waking up? Like, why are you thanking Him for you waking up if He has nothing to do with it?
because he's literally why I'm here. He's the father of my spirit, and I would like to return to
But
him.
what does He have to do with you waking up if he has nothing to do with you seeing the next day?
I so I literally when you say that, I literally feel like I take it like very literally. I mean, is there a
Is
sort?
He making the decision on whether you get to see another day or not?
I mean, in the end, he has the power to take my life if he wants to, for sure.
Why? So
So
he give you life every day? Does He make the decision not to take your life?
he allows me to live a
How,
life. Yeah.
how is He allowing it? Does he make the decision to say don't take Frozen in his sleep, or don't take Frozen and by any other means? Frozen gets to live another day. Is
I
that
would
how
say,
He's allowing it?
I would
He's
say,
holding.
I would. Sometimes I do worry. Like, say I'm preaching the wrong faith or something, and I'm leading
Frozen.
people
Frozen.
astray. I
No, no,
worry.
no. Frozen. Does he have the power to wake you up, Frozen?
Yeah, of course, he has the power to
Okay. All
do.
right. So your God, who is all powerful, has the power to wake up or not wake up evil people that He does not want on the planet anymore. But He decides to use that power to wake these evil people up just to command other humans to go and kill them. How does that make sense?
Hmm. I so I believe that God really tries to hold out for people. He does. He's not a condemning God. He
Hold on.
actually.
The same day He sent them in there to kill them, He woke them up that morning. So was He giving them 15 hours to repent?
I believe, and I don't think it was their first interaction with the Canaanites. I think
Listen, Frozen, I want you to use your brain with me for a second, okay? let's say it is December the 25th, 525 BCE. That is 6 a.m. in the morning, and God wakes up the whole land of Canaan. All those evil people, he wakes up. At 7 a.m. the same day, BCE, God commands the Israelites to go and kill those 50 Canaanites, those filthy, evil Canaanites, because I don't want them on the earth anymore.
I mean, if they were killing their kids, would you want them on the earth?
Why did he wake them up just for the Israelites to go kill them? If he didn't want them on the earth anymore, wouldn't it make sense for an all-powerful God to just let them not wake up?
Yeah, and I, so with God, I believe God was holding out for maybe some of the Canaanites to change their heart. And
What, he gave
eventually,
them, 15 hours to do it? The same day he woke them up, the same day he sent them to kill them.
yeah, and I believe the Israelites knew the Canaanites long before that, knew of their practices.
But why did he wake them, despite their practices long before that? Are you understanding that even if this God decided that they were abhorrent people, right, and he holds the power in his hand to give life and to take it, that the least murderous thing to do, the least violent thing to do, the more merciful thing to do would be to let those people just die in their sleep instead of commanding and teaching humans to kill other humans?
I mean, there's many times where God says, you're going to have to defend yourself against these
How
other.
is that defending themselves when you're literally saying that your God told them to do it because they were sacrificing their kids to other
Yeah,
gods?
because
That's not defending themselves.
no,
The Israelites had nothing to do with that.
they're practicing.
The Canaanites killing their own kids or worshiping a different God. How is that the Israelites defending themselves?
Because Canaanite practices were infiltrating Jewish practices, and it
Not until the Israelites moved their asses into the land of Canaan. Had they stayed out of the land of Canaan, then they wouldn't have infiltrated.
Mhm.
You
So,
can't move in somebody's house and be like, I don't like the way you cook spaghetti, so I'm defending myself. What? You
but
should have
it's
never brought your ass in my house.
is where so if you were living back then and you knew a group of people that were just ruthless, right? They're killing their own kids. They're just what would you do?
You just gonna keep it. I just told you, if I was an all-powerful God and I was responsible for life and death,
Hmm.
and I decide who wake up in the morning and who don't,
Hmm.
I would not wake them up. But I would not wake them up and then teach humans to go and do my dirty work when I have the power to take them off the earth. If my desire was that these humans not be on earth anymore and the power is in my hand, what do I need mortals to do my work for me? Why do I need mortals to get blood on their hands when I have the power to do it without murder?
So I know many times in history there are times where you can be a group that is oppressed and is slow to anger and slow to slow suffering, but eventually there's a time where it's like it's enough, like us, and I think God
What are you
really was
even
holding
talking
out.
about right now?
I really think God was holding out for the Canaanites to repent, and yeah, he put
It
them.
doesn't matter if he could have held out for 400 years, but do you realize that the day that he got tired, he woke them up and still sent humans in there to kill them? That's what I'm talking about.
And would you say that was like if well, don't we do that today? Like if someone kills their
No.
kid, don't we send them to the electric chair?
Are you real under so should we send Yahweh to the electric chair
No, I'm not saying
since he
what.
sent his kids to kill other humans? Yahweh sent his kids to kill other humans when he had the power to just not wake those humans up. So let's send Yahweh to the electric chair. because Yahweh
Uh,
created murderers
no, he didn't. He created humans that had
to
the choice.
kill.
No,
He
he gave them
created humans and commanded them to kill other
he
humans.
no he gave everyone a choice to follow him or not, and
And
then
then when they decided not to follow him, he commanded the humans he created to kill the humans who decided not to follow him.
because of the wickedness,
And although he had the power all along to just not wake those wicked humans up.
I believe God. You know, he could do what you're asking him to do, but I think there was things learned in with everyone that went
Like
to that.
murder and war, like the
Yeah,
wars that we continue to have,
yes,
the
because
murders, the genocides that we continue to have, because your God saw it fit to teach his so-called chosen humans how to kill other humans that didn't agree with them,
it's not about it. It's literally justice. That's where you're missing the mark.
for not agreeing with them, for not
Yeah.
worshiping their God.
We're killing kids.
Oh, so how many Israelites did your God command be killed for killing their kids?
How many kids were Canaanites killing before that happened?
You tell me. Go, give me the scripture that tells you that number,
What
please.
tells me is it was enough for God
Yeah,
to.
give me the scripture that gives me that where that number is, please.
I don't have that number
Why are you asserting one?
because I believe in a just and merciful God, and
No,
they.
you don't. You believe
Yeah.
in a God that you were indoctrinated into, because this book says the Israelites sacrificed their children. The Israelites built the altar to Molech. Your own book says it.
Were they
And so the
punished?
people who were, you tell me, were they genocided like the Canaanites?
I mean, look at all the hardships Jews have been going through. Like,
Were they genocided in this book for killing their kids, for sacrificing their children like the Canaanites?
so I would like to look more up on
That's
if the,
crazy. You need to look more up on that, and that is literally in your book. But you don't need to look more up on whether the Canaanites sacrificed their children, and there ain't nothing in this book that says that. Do you see what I mean? You are beholden to the oral traditions that you have been taught. You are beholden to this idea of this God being all good, that you will justify evil and call it good. You will call people who literally have, there's no evidence that they are savages or wicked, and you will
yeah, there
call them
is 100%.
well, show me the evidence, Frozen.
It literally
Show me the
says it in the
evidence.
text. Come
Show it
on.
to me, Frozen.
Frozen, Frozen. Let me. I'm sorry, Thinker. I just
No, you're
so
good.
Frozen. I'm going to tell you about a king named Tukulti Ninurta the first. Okay, Tukulti Ninurta was a king at the end of the second millennium BCE in Assyria, so just to the east of Israel, and uh, he fought a battle against the king to the south, whose name was easy to remember. It's Kashtiliash the Fourth. Said that with my tongue firmly set in my cheek. Um, and in the text, it's called the Tukulti Ninurta epic. We have it. We have like original copies of it. Tukulti Ninurta talks about how wicked and terrible and sinful Kashchiliash, the king to the south, was, and how Tukulti Ninurta's god Asher extended his benevolent arm to Kashchiliash and offered him mercy, and Kashchiliash spit, for all intents and purposes, spit in his face. Said, "No, I don't want that." And in fact, in the text itself, it records Kashtiliash's, the bad king, his own words saying, "I have sinned. I have rebelled against Asher, the god of, Tukulti Ninurta the first. And so I deserve what I'm getting." Now, where do you, that like, if I told you we found that tablet in the area that Tukulti, it was written by Tukulti Ninurta, right? It wasn't written by the king to the south that was supposed to be the really wicked king. It was written by the guy that was, you know, supposed to be the great, righteous, upright guy. what might you say about that text? Would you just read it and be like, damn, Kastiliash must have been a horrible, horrible person?
Um, yeah, and I agree. It's that argument of like, how do you know your God is doing the right thing?
No, 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 no. Come on, man. It's like Frozen. I've enjoyed talking to you, buddy, but like, I need you to try to be a little straighter with me here.
No, I'm going to be honest. I
I just want you
I'm
to focus on this text,
yeah.
this example. There's a reason I want you to focus on this text and this example. Would you just read that text and say, well, I guess Tukulti Ninurta was a righteous, upright king, and Kashtiliash IV, the king to the south, was really, really wicked, and so he deserved to be unalived by Tukulti Ninurta's army.
Mm.
It's a
And
rhetorical question
mhm,
because I know that the answer, if you were asked this in any other context, you would say, no, of course not. That's propaganda,
mhm,
right?
yeah.
Okay, like, come on, man, be straight with me here.
No, I honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't catch everything you said, so I should have clarified that, and I was
Okay.
just yeah.
Okay. All right. But basically, it's like our current president, having a speech written. He wants to, go do war with another country, and so he has a speech written to talk about how awful the people of that other country are, and how great America is, and how he's just serving God, and that other country has just rebelled against God, and so it's actually necessary to go do that. Like we would all look at that and go, okay, it
Mm,
sounds a little propagandistic, right? Sounds a little self-serving.
yeah.
That's what the text is doing. What Thinker is telling you is that the texts in the book of Joshua and the book of Deuteronomy or Numbers, these are texts that are very clearly self-serving when it comes to the holy war, right? That Israel is supposed to be fighting on behalf of Yahweh. And so, of course, the enemy is going to be depicted in terrible, terrible terms. And what she's doing is she's saying, look, here's how, if I do an internal critique, this has some holes in it. This story has some weird holes in it. Like, why would God have humans do this? That seems weird. It's supposed to make you, as the reader, take a step back and say, I wonder if this is just like propaganda. I wonder if these Canaanites were really these wicked, wicked people, because lo and behold, we don't have data to support these Canaanites being these wicked, wicked people. In fact, the Israelites were Canaanites, right? So I think that's the point that she's trying to drive at. But if you keep just going back to the text and say, look, the text says, therefore, it's the same as me going, no, 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 Kastiliash the Fourth must have been bad because look, the text says he was, and you would say, yeah, but that's not a good methodology.
What if the text they were writing was telling the truth, though? What if you could trust the text?
Right, but how would you determine that? That's the whole point.
I've studied the three monotheistic religions, and I've prayed and prayed. I've been to Gaza Strip. I've been to Israel. I've asked for enlightenment, and that's why I'm always kind of hesitant to comment on things I would like to study more on. There's so much and so many different translations, and but I believe that the text is telling me the truth, and I had confirmation from God. And I know other people can say, well, Vinishu told me it was, he's the true
Wait,
God.
are you saying your God told you that the Canaanites in this book was sacrificing their children?
I believe that the Bible, where it talks about, the sacrifices that were happening to Baal and all this stuff that was going on, is telling the truth of that time. Yeah.
No, that's not what I asked you. Are you saying that your God confirmed for you that the Canaanites in this book were sacrificing their children? Is that what you're saying?
I I read it.
No, no, no. You said you got confirmation from your God.
Right.
What does that mean? You got confirmation from your God.
Right.
What does that mean?
So, it I was talking to sorry, Mr. B, about um how, with the two kings and it being propaganda, couldn't this just be propaganda as well with the Israelites? But I've asked those questions, and I've had those. I've lived on a kibbutz. Like, I practice
No, no,
Judaism.
no, no, no. You were talking about the sacrifices, right? And
Yeah,
you said that you studied it, right?
yeah. I prayed of the text
And
that
you
I read.
prayed and you got confirmation from your God that is true. And so are you saying that your God confirmed with you that the Canaanites were sacrificing their children?
The Kenan. I believe that the reason I'm not. I didn't have confirmation.
Why don't you answer straight
Okay,
questions?
so yeah. I don't have confirmation on that part, but I do have confirmation that what was going on in Canaan was so evil that yes,
Yeah,
God,
what confirmation did you get?
that the amount of evil that was going, he didn't
No,
tell
what
me exactly
no,
what was
what
going on.
confirmation? Like what was the confirmation? Not retelling what the claim was. What was the confirmation of the claim?
That what is in the Bible is, with a grain of salt. It's not perfect. It's not 100% video clip of how history played out, but I was told and confirmed. I didn't hear a voice, but the Holy Spirit revealed to me that I can trust the words of the Bible more than any other book. So, as
Okay,
long as
so
the
do
books are
animals
marked.
get stripes because they have sex in front of striped poles?
No,
Is that how zebras get stripes and goats and stuff get speckles because they have sex in front of striped and speckled poles?
no.
This book says they do.
And so, like, they also say, if you mix
No, no,
linen.
no, 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 no. Let's deal with this. This
Okay, I'm not
book,
familiar with that verse.
but it does. It does.
Okay.
Joseph was able to make striped and speckled animals by having them consummate in front of a striped pole.
Hmm.
So, but your God told you that you can trust every word in this book.
Yeah,
Are
Frozen.
there
Is there a
unicorns in
dome?
the world?
Sorry, what was that? I heard two things.
Go ahead, Dr. B.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Uh, she asked you if there are unicorns in the world.
Are there unicorns?
Yes, the unicorns exist.
To my knowledge, I haven't seen a fossil record of them, so I would say no. But I mean, there's folklore about them, so possibly.
Is
Possibly
there a
hold on. Possibly
is
unicorns exist.
I mean, there's a narwhal, right? Like, it's a whale with a huge horn. I mean, it's not totally out of the nature's ability to do that with a horse. You got, you know,
I fucking cannot. Go ahead, Dr. B.
you have rhinoceroses, like.
I tell you, let's take an easy one. Well, I thought I thought the unicorn one would be an easy one, if I'm
All
honest. But
right.
is is the sky a solid dome?
No, I don't believe in that concept of the firmament. No.
Thank God. Okay. So the biblical texts, the writers did believe that there's a big dome over us.
Yeah, and that's why I take everything with a grain of salt. I also believe the flood was a local flood, and when they said the world flooded, I mean, they didn't have GPS, they didn't have satellites, so to them, yes, their world flooded.
But wait, but Frozen, they wouldn't like you can't you're not going to be able to reconcile those two things. Right? The text said that the water was 15, 15 cubits above the tallest mountain.
their local mountain.
Can you show me how you can get water 15 cubits above a local highest mountain without it flooding the earth?
Yeah, I mean, there's the topography of Israel. I mean, there's way bigger mountains, and like the landscape isn't that mountainous compared to other parts of the world.
Sorry, you're suggesting that. Well, let's just take Mount Carmel. Want to do Mount Carmel
Okay,
or Mount Hermon? Want to do Mount Hermon? What is it above sea level? Mount Hermon.
I'm sorry, I don't think you can hear me when.
No, I can't.
Yeah, when you leave, we can't hear you when you go to a different app.
Yeah, I'll be if you have those on hand. I'd be interested in.
I'll look it up. What is
I
it?
don't. Mount Hermon, Hermon, spelled like Herman.
And you're asking what am I looking
Yeah,
for?
just what the peak, the peak. What is it above sea level or the height? I don't know. This is not my area of expertise, but I can't imagine that it's like 12 feet tall.
The peak elevation of Mount Hermon is approximately 9,232 feet above sea level.
Okay, so almost 2 miles high or 2 miles above sea level. So so it's 2 miles and 15 cubits is what? 20, but 24 feet or something. I don't
I
remember.
thought it
It's
was
like
like
18
27,
inches.
27
Yeah,
feet, something like that. Yeah.
whatever, 18 inches times 15. So, like, you're going to have the level of the flood
Yeah.
27 feet higher than 9,000 plus feet. Does that sound local to you?
Um, I mean, how far is that from? How far is that mountain from?
It's in Canaan.
Hmm. I mean, and see, I could. That's why I'm always able to adjust as more information is brought to me. It could be a worldwide flood. Um,
Why wouldn't you take that with a proverbial grain of salt?
because when I so I think I've been on a quest. It's literally like all I do is try to figure out what do I need to believe in. What is the point of life? How do I go through this life the best way possible? How can I, be the best I can be, whatever. And I and in that quest, I keep getting pulled back to not just the Christianity faith because I am Mormon, so I have a like a eternal perspective that we all like knew we were going to have a human experience. I believe we were all brothers and sisters as spirits. We came down to earth to have a earthly life and be tested and eventually through long suffering and faith that we will be redeemed and we can actually like return to Heavenly Father and have our families together for eternity. And coming from that context, you see that we all had a choice to like come down to this world. It's not a big deal for me because we knew what we were getting into. God wasn't setting it up and being like, oh, they think they're going to have an easy time. And then I flip it on them. I really believe that God said, do you want to do this? There's definitely going to be suffering, but it'll be worth it because you'll have a better understanding of who I am as your Heavenly Father, and you'll understand better between evil and good and all the fruits of the Spirit. And so I know that for a fact. There's nothing that anyone could ever tell me that's going to change that knowledge for me. I've had You could consider visions. I've had spiritual experiences. I don't get into that stuff too much because, it to each their own, right? With those type of experiences, they might be, people say all kinds of things like you just, so I don't really like put, share that stuff too much. So but those things were very real. I've had straight up miracles. So I know God exists and I'm still trying to figure it out. And so I do, I embrace this stuff. I'm glad you're sharing it with me. It makes me question, and it refines me as a believer, because I don't want to just overlook stuff. I don't want to excuse things that are evil and say, well, it was necessary, like I'm still understanding things, but
But
yeah, there's,
do you realize that the actual entailments of some of your positions kind of it's a little questionable. When I joined earlier, you made the statement about, you and Tinker were talking about slaves, and you said that people at that time they didn't have the UN to be able to tell them who this group of people were compared to another group of people. Do you remember saying that?
yeah, I think, slavery was a way at different time periods to deal with like captives and what happens in war. It's very, like, my brother served in Iraq, and it's not as easy to navigate those conflicts.
Sure. Is your God all powerful?
100%.
Then he would not have an issue navigating that without cruelty. There's no way that you can tell me you serve an all powerful God who could do absolutely anything, and his only option is to let other humans brutalize other humans. That does not logically follow. It just doesn't. So if you're saying to me that the UN, made up of humans across the globe, have more control over the actions of humans on this planet, you cannot simultaneously tell me that your God is all powerful. Because this is not about that. These are your words. You mentioned the UN specifically. So when you factor in everything that has happened, you have to look at it through a lens. I get that you believe it. I can't take your experiences from you. I can't tell you that they aren't real. I'll never be able to experience them any more than this coffee I'm about to drink will take away your headache. It doesn't work that way. But you have to admit that your belief system requires you to accept that your all powerful God sat outside of time and watched every single thing that you read in this book play out. Not only did he watch it, but according to you, he gave directions on some of it, which included, oh, those humans over there are sacrificing their kids to another God. Go kill them all, including the children. So go save the children from being sacrificed to gods by killing them. That makes no sense. To Thinker's point, an all-powerful God sat outside of time, pushed every button to wake up every single Canaanite that morning, and then told his Israelite people to go kill them. That makes no sense for an all-powerful, all-loving God. It doesn't. And it's these logical entailments that most believers do not want to sit with. Because at some point, you're gonna have to fall back on faith, which probably takes us right back around to Thinker's prompt. How do you know any of the things that that have been revealed to you through prayer or meditation is actually coming from a God?
Hmm. So with my background being Mormon, it doesn't seem as cruel when you understand that God made a deal with us that we would come down here. We knew that there was going to be suffering. We knew it was going to be a fallen world. So it wasn't God ignoring us. He was just living up to what we all agreed to with him, and that we would come down here, and we knew the more wicked people got, the harder life would get down here. And so there's no like, oh, you believe in God, it's going to be easy. It's going to actually be harder than what people doing the wrong thing you experience.
How?
I mean, if you literally just feel like, especially people that can make a God out of their own image and say like, well, if I was God, this is what I would allow and this is how I would do
No.
things.
How is your life harder? How are you suffering more than someone who doesn't believe in a God? How?
So, there, when I talk about, there, I mean, example, right? My faith literally got attacked yesterday, and the guy that broke into that church, he and this is from people that were there.
You're suffering because of that?
I've been persecuted, yeah,
No, no, no.
100%,
How are you suffering more than someone who doesn't believe in a God?
because
People get
they
killed every day who don't believe in a God.
so there's people that take pleasure in sin and do the wrong thing. So like I've been stolen from. I had people
Oh,
like,
there's people who don't believe in a God that's never been stolen from?
no, but I'm talking
So
about
how
the,
are you suffering
yeah.
more?
Okay, so
More.
I'm talking about a specific group of people that there's good people that don't believe in God. Okay, that's not what I'm talking
How are you suffering more than a
about.
non-believer, Frozen?
Because
More.
I've had people threaten me. I've had people threaten my family.
Have non-believers been threatened?
Just take it back, Frozen. Just take it back.
Mm,
I
I,
get Christians coming
I
in. You know how many death threats I get, Frozen, for not believing in your God? Do you know how many times men have come in
I
here
don't
and,
know,
and said my black ass need to be raped?
and
How
that's
many
really,
times they threatened to kidnap my kids?
I would never allow
A
that.
man literally said it doesn't matter what you would allow,
I
right?
would
Like
speak
you're
out.
sitting here. No,
It does
stop.
matter.
It's
I
not.
can
No,
speak
it
up.
no stop
That
because you're sitting
matters.
here making a claim that you suffer more for holding this belief in this God while dismissing everybody else on earth
I'm not
just because they
dismissing. You
don't.
don't.
You
You gotta let.
are.
No.
Then give the answer. How do you suffer more? How do you suffer more, Frozen? Frozen, you're on mute. I don't know if somebody muted you.
Accidentally remuted him. No, it's not muted.
Are you there, Frozen?
Yeah. So I'm just saying that there's people that live and take pleasure in sin. If there are people that literally enjoy hurting others, okay, and
How is that you all I care about is you answering this question.
mhm.
How do you suffer more? You said as a Mormon, you were told that you came down here and you were going to suffer, and you're going to suffer more than those who don't believe in a God. How are you suffering more on this earth than those who do not believe in a God? More.
So it's the nuances that are important in this conversation. I'm not. It's not just me and them. There's many
Just give
different.
an example of how your suffering is more or harder than somebody who doesn't believe.
So and I'm comparing to the. There's good people. I'm talking about the people that are super selfish and don't think sin exists, and they're
No, no,
completely.
no, no. Because you are a believer, Frozen, you have made a claim that you will suffer more than someone who doesn't believe. And if that's not what you meant, like Dr. B said, take it back. Because everybody on this earth goes through something. We
So
all lose loved ones. We
yes,
all get
100%.
sick. We all go through financial
I'm not going to tell
issues,
you the reasons,
even if we're rich. Like we all go through things.
right?
We
And I'm not
all
going to. And
witness
there's some. Yeah.
these atrocities, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not suffering any more because of your belief than someone
Oh
who
my!
does
See,
not.
see, that's the thing. That's where you're going to lose me because you can't tell me who I am. You
Then
don't know my.
tell me because you have yet to be able to give me an example.
So, am I saying you got to understand? Am I saying I have it the worse than anyone?
Yes, you
No,
are.
no,
Yes, that's
I'm
what
not.
more means. That's what
No,
more
I'm
means.
not.
And then when I say you're not suffering more than anybody else on this planet, you said, "See, that's where you're going to lose me because you can't tell me my experience." So yes, you are,
Yes,
or either
you
you don't understand what you're saying
you
because you
can
can't have it
suffer.
both
You can
ways.
suffer. Here, let me explain. I literally belong to a church where someone broke in, put a gun to people's face, and said, "Do you believe in Joseph Smith or
Were
Jesus
you
Christ?"
there?
And then
Were you there?
shot them. I
Were
have
you
friends that
there?
communicated this.
Were
Stop,
you there?
dude. Why are you so insensitive
Why?
about this?
Because why are you bringing up their death to justify your suffering when you were not there? That is wrong.
Because you don't know my life.
Were you there?
And and I'm sorry, you're saying she's being insensitive, but you so callously talked about the annihilation of a whole people group because of what they were doing, because of who
Yeah.
they were serving. So hold on,
But
hold
were
on,
these church members
hold
sacrificing
on, hold
babies?
on, hold on, hold on.
Difference.
Hold on. You don't know that the people that you were referring to sacrifice babies because every time Thinker asked you to go to the Bible to show it, you couldn't. And the reason you can't is because the book doesn't say it. It's not in there. And the problem that you're having right now is because you co-opted this oppressive position, this position of oppression. And it seems to me that the oppression from that religious people talk about really comes in the form of non-religious people saying, no, I don't believe that's true. That I didn't sign a contract with any deity. Show me where that's true. Show me where that's actually how that comports with reality outside of your mind, and you interpret that as oppression. Nobody is saying that crazy, fucked up people don't hurt folks in this world of all religions. That there have been shootings at Baptist churches, there have been shootings at Mormon churches, there have been pews at Catholic churches, all this year, actually. We're not saying that that's not happening, but you cannot put yourself in a position on this pedestal and say, we are the most oppressed, because that's simply not true. The data does not show that.
I've never said that. That's so crazy. But I was literally saying that just because you believe in God doesn't gonna it's not gonna alleviate all of your suffering. And there's many times.
Frozen, hold on. Stop. Look, I feel like I've been pretty level with you. What you just did is a huge Mott and Bailey, right? You said, and Thinker's right, Thea is right. You said as believers, and you were talking about Mormon theology.
Mhm.
We know that as this world gets more wicked, we are going to suffer more than people that don't believe. Right?
Yes, you're
That's
gonna
what
be
you said.
persecuted.
Okay,
Yeah,
Frozen. Now
100% true.
but now what you're saying is, when pressed on that, right?
Mhm.
Now what you're saying is, look, like people don't always do the right thing. That is a Mott and Bailey.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm trying to handle like her coming at me with missing, like not representing what I was saying accurately.
Oh,
So that's what
I asked you to give an example and you couldn't. I didn't misrepresent anything.
I
Don't
literally.
accuse do not no, you didn't give an example of how you suffer more, of how a believer suffer more. So do not lie on me. I
No,
do not
I
like
don't.
that.
I don't want to tell you because it's so personal.
I
That's
asked
why.
how believers suffer
Yes,
more.
yes, and
Yeah,
I and
it's
I
personal, but we're the ones doing it to you.
see. You got to stop us versus them. That's what I was
You
trying to make
are
a point.
literally saying it.
I'm
You're
not
the one
saying
who you. So who's persecuting y'all then,
not
Frozen?
all people that don't believe
So
in
who's
God are
doing it
bad
though?
people. I keep
Who's
saying
doing it?
that.
But it's those that don't
There
believe in
are
God
evil
that's doing
people.
it.
Yes or no?
And
Evil
and that
people
and
exist.
those evil people don't believe in a God, right?
There's evil people that believe in God and use God to do evil things, 100%. And then there's
And
people.
but they don't really believe in God though, right?
No, I think some of them mock God and say, "You don't
Right.
scare
You
me,
don't
God."
believe that they're real believers in God. So all I want to know is how are believers persecuted more? How are believers suffering more on this earth?
You
How?
so go to look up what's happening in Nigeria. Okay, look how Christians are being slaughtered there. Go look
Oh,
it up.
like yeah, you mean like how my ancestors were slaughtered who were not Christian?
This isn't about like I'm literally telling
Oh,
you present time stuff. Come on.
What 400 years
oh,
ago
so it.
isn't
Sorry.
it's too long ago, right? But Joseph
No, it's
Smith fucking
not. But
matters,
it's like,
right?
what about this? What about this? And it's like,
Because you're literally claiming that this is more persecution. You
oh,
are the one who
I'm
made
not
this
saying more
claim.
persecution.
You
I'm literally
did say
saying,
more. You said the word
I'm saying
more.
the world's going to get wickeder and
And how many
wickeder.
Mormons are in Nigeria?
Actually, you'll be surprised.
How many? I didn't
Mormons are.
ask if there were any. I asked how many.
Oh, let me. Oh, I'm in a Neuralink, so I'm just gonna dial it up real quick. Let me. Boop, 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 boop. Let me just say something.
Oh, you don't know. You just threw
No,
Nigeria out
I'll
there.
tell you a real fact. A real
Yeah,
fact.
you are. Do you
The
do you are
Mormon
you are
Church.
you Are you used to just like going to other people's oppressions
Because I
and
don't
using it
have
in
the
your
exact
conversations to
number, you're
defend
gonna
yourself?
just go, aha.
Because you can't, right? You can't
I will
point
tell
to
you.
an example. You
Let
can't
me.
point to an example in your own reality, within your own community, right? Of how you or anybody in your community is suffering more. That you got to go and pull from Nigeria. You got to go
Oh,
and
I'm
pull
not.
from
I'm
what
not. I'm not.
happened
I'm
in the
not.
Michigan church, and you went there.
No.
And the crazy thing,
Christians are being slaughtered in Africa.
the crazy thing, you don't fucking live in Africa, and neither do your
My roommate was
ancestors.
from there.
I don't give a fuck. That ain't you. That's not you. And then you don't, if you cared about Africa, how many fucking times have I told you during this conversation that Congo is literally going through a genocide by Christians?
And Christians are being murdered as well. Why can't you understand that Christians do go through
You don't
persecution?
give a damn. You want to use
I do.
these
I give
people.
a damn
You want
about
to use these
everyone.
people to justify your belief
I'm
systems.
not.
They
You're
are
the one.
tokens to you. They are tokens to you.
No, they're
They're
not.
tokens to you so that you can keep your
My
belief system
African
frozen.
friends were
And
real
and as
friends.
I stop fucking using them as tokens, and as I told you, this is the reason why the conversation went this way is because I tried to explain to you that during this conversation you have belittled and dismissed and
No,
downplayed the suffering of
Mm-hmm.
others. And
no.
now that you want to claim that you are being more persecuted as a believer than anybody on
I
earth, now
didn't
you want to
say
go.
that.
Now you want to go and
That makes you
grab.
good.
Now you want to go and grab the same oppression
You
that
can
you
put words in my mouth
downplayed
all
and
you want.
belittled earlier in this conversation. It is despicable. It is the exact reason why in this book, your God did not want his followers to know the difference between what's good and what's evil, because you will continue to do the evil thing and call it good.
So what I said was that as the world gets more and more wicked, yes, Christians are going to suffer, and you're seeing it right now.
Frozen.
Frozen.
I need you to
Frozen.
remind. Oh, please go ahead.
Uh, Reverend Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Cynthia Graham Hurd, Susan J. Jackson, Miss Ethel Lee Lance, Reverend DePayne Middleton Doctor, my cousin, Reverend Clementa Pinckney, Taiwanza Kibwe Diop Sanders, Reverend Daniel Lee Simmons Sr., and Mrs. Myra Singleton Quarles Thompson. Those are the Charleston Nine who were slaughtered in Mother Emanuel in Charleston, South Carolina, where I'm from. And like I said, Reverend Clementa Pinckney was my cousin. So I know these people. And the fact that you're sitting here trying to use the Mormon, trying to use what happened with those people at the Mormon church to prop up your position that you are suffering more when it's a friend that told you something that happened.
I didn't.
When
You're
I sat with these
misconstruing.
people, listen to me,
You're
because
misconstruing.
I'm repeating your
You're
words.
arguing with yourself. I didn't
I'm
say that.
repeating your.
I didn't say that though.
Shut up. Shut up. Because you tried to use them as a way to say
Good,
you're
Carmen. This is
suffering
cool.
more.
This is
You
cool.
tried to use them as a way to say, you said it, I didn't.
I didn't say it.
You
Stop putting
said
words.
it, you said it, I did not.
You are a clip
Why
farmer.
did you bring them up?
That's
Why
the
did
only
you bring
reason
them
you're
up?
misconstruing
Why
my.
did you bring
You're
them up? Why did you bring them up? You would not have brought them up if you weren't trying to use them after you said God knew. We knew when we made a deal with God to come down here that we were going to suffer more. You used that church
I said as the
to
world
prop up
gets
your
more.
propaganda.
My
When
church.
you
My
first got up
church.
here,
You don't get
when you
an
first
axe.
got up here, how many times did you worship at that particular church?
You don't know who I know.
How many times, how
Mormon.
many times did you personally worship at that church? Because I can tell you how many times I worshiped at Mother Emanuel. I can tell you how many times I stood with the 9 people that I named. And those that watched it happen, I can tell you that.
Yes, and I feel bad for you. I
So
feel
for you
bad
to
for
think
those.
that you're adjacent to the ones that lost their lives the other day because you happen to be in the same religion,
I didn't say.
that's BS.
Are you gonna let me actually
When you
address
came
what?
up, no, because when you came up here and you were like, "Oh, I
Look,
read the
Farmer.
Bible," and
Look, Farmer. You're
it made me
doing
feel
this
like
for
my
views.
grandmother.
This is
It made me feel like my grandmother was hugging me. I wanted to ask you then, what part made you feel like your grandmother was hugging you? The slavery, the genocide, or the grape? Which one? Which one made it feel like your grandmother was hugging you?
so. I will address what was actually said, and I would,
I don't
and
want.
you.
I don't care to
Yeah,
hear
you
you
don't. You
address
don't
nothing.
because you
You
don't
talk.
want
You can talk to Dr.
you want
Bowen.
to
I don't want
you're
to
not
hear you address a dang
you're
thing
not
because
dealing
I've
in
heard
good
enough
faith.
from you from the time that you got up here. I heard enough from you, Dr. Bowen. You can go ahead.
That's not a good faith argument.
Frozen, I need you to just think for a second here. And again, hear me. You made a statement earlier
Yes.
that was really, you probably don't realize it.
Hmm.
Thinker was very, very gracious with you about it, but it was horrendous what you said. It was in the context of the African slave trade. And you said,
I didn't say.
yeah,
Come on. Okay. This is
frozen,
crazy.
frozen,
You guys
frozen.
are literally mixing up stuff.
Frozen, frozen. I've been very level with you.
No,
I tell you what, I'm going to say it, and then you can push back on me if you think that I'm misrepresenting you. Okay.
that's
Here's
fair.
what I heard you say in the context of the antebellum South and the slave trade. You said, yeah, there were a lot of horrible things that happened, and a lot of people suffered. But it got me so that I could have my experiences that I have today. And I learned some things. And Thinker said, I'm so glad that the blood, and I'm paraphrasing, but like the blood and suffering of my ancestors, was beneficial to you. And you said, well, it was, my ancestors suffered too. Do you remember saying that?
So it wasn't in the context of the actual Atlantic slave trade. I was talking about slavery in general, all throughout the world. And when I said, people that believe in God are going to suffer more than non-believers, I said that when as the world gets more and more wicked, yes, you will see Christians suffer more and more than people that don't believe in God. And I'm not, and then
Right.
I tried
But
to, and then I tried to say, not all
sorry,
people
just
that.
frozen. But I'm not connecting those two things. Right. I'm trying to say something that you said an hour and 20 minutes ago, whatever it was. Right. But it is something that has set a precedent in this conversation. I suspect it certainly did for me. And
Mhm.
Thinker and Jen, you guys can correct me if you think that I'm off here. Um, but it set a precedent here. And when Thinker responded with that, to me, it should have been a moment for you to say, fuck, that sounded really calloused
So
and
what did I
insensitive.
say? What am
When you said in the context an hour and whatever it was ago, and Thinker, if I'm misrepresenting this, please tell
No,
me,
no,
because
you're not.
you have a memory like a steel trap, um, which I don't, unfortunately. But it was in the context of you guys talking about slavery. And
worldwide?
go ahead.
Worldwide, not
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
But it was the part that it was focused in on at that moment was the transatlantic slave trade and the things that happened here.
I didn't bring that focus. That was not me. I was still talking about the whole slave trade around the world. I wasn't focusing in on that at all.
Okay. If that's the case, let me tell you why that's problematic for me, right? Because when she responded with, I'm glad that the blood or the suffering of my ancestors has helped you. You didn't respond with, "Oh, I'm so sorry. That's not what I meant." You
So
said instead, "My ancestors suffered too."
yeah, and it's at this point like if I want to bring all my family history and all the suffering to the table or the Jewish history, like I wasn't dismissing it, and you
But you
and I get
were,
I wasn't
but
because I keep
frozen,
getting pushed
frozen,
back.
frozen.
I've gotten
Whether you
so
frozen, whether you realize you were dismissing it Whether
That's
you
their
intended
perception,
to be dismissing
not
it.
mine.
No, 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 sir, sir. Whether you intended it or not. Do you think that intent is the only thing that matters? You don't think that, right? Like if I'm riding my bicycle and I run over your toe, I didn't mean to do that, but I mean my intent isn't the only thing that matters here, right? I can't go, I didn't mean to run over your toe.
Yeah.
That's
So
just
I didn't.
you
I wasn't part. My people weren't a part of that. My people have been affected by slavery. I
I don't
mean,
know your heritage. I don't know your
yeah.
heritage.
I've experienced racism. I mean, I've literally, and it's always, well, you're white, you can't experience this, and it's just, it's like, why is your history the only thing we're allowed to talk about? And
Okay.
then if I talk about my history,
So
The
sorry.
actual F.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Barr.
I'm no, I'm trying to um I'm trying to figure out which battle to engage in here. Frozen, like even that. It, I okay. Um, this is going to sound like a really extreme example. That was a really extreme example. I'm going to give you another really extreme example. Um, we lost our son Harry. Megan and I lost our son Harry, and let's say that the day or two after you came over to visit, right?
Mhm.
And and I'm sitting there like really down and really sad, and I say, yeah, we lost our son. Um, he died 2 days ago, and you say, yeah, that really is, but it's brought me here, and this is an experience that's really good for me, to be able to sit with you
Mhm.
and work with you because your son died. So actually, it's like it's a positive thing for me. What would you expect my reaction to be?
Get the hell out.
Right? Do you think that my mood would improve if you said, hey, I've lost people too?
Hmm.
It's not she's not competing with you.
Yeah, and I agree. I feel like that's kind of how it feels sometimes when I'm having these discussions. Is like some of the points I bring up, they're looked over, brushed aside pretty easy with like, why can't we understand the context of different people, and always saying white supremacy, you guys, like it can come across as very personal, and I try to take that with a grain of salt because they don't know my history, and not all white people practice slavery, and many people fought against it, and I mean, you got to understand that if we just blanket groups of people by the worst examples, and just a side note, like if we're going to always demonize white people, because that's what it kind of feels like sometimes, like you guys, like come on.
Frozen, this sounds so bad, man.
I cannot with this motherfucker. I can't. This is exactly
We
why
can't
you
hear.
just. No, I'm not playing it. Like
Oh,
I was gonna play it, but this is exactly why you spend the most of your time ignoring what the fuck this book says.
I don't ignore.
You trying to you've come up here so fucking disingenuous as
No,
fuck,
I didn't.
right? Like this is exactly why I would never
Yeah.
worship the same God you worship. Your God doesn't look like me, and I'm not talking about skin color, motherfucker. I'm talking about in heart. I'm talking about in mind. You and I do not come from the same motherfucking source at all.
You're free to believe that.
It is what it motherfucking is.
I mean, it's really
I'm no
rich.
According to
part of
you,
you. I
I
mean, you
also
can
think,
beg to be a part of me all you fucking want
I
to.
don't want to.
That's what the fuck you're doing right now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that you
You're
can
you're you're
see.
you're begging. You're begging to be a part of me.
I'm not at all. I
Yes, the
kind of
fuck you
want to
are.
like. You're very
Yes, you
intense,
are.
and you're like,
Yeah. Because I don't deal with your bullshit.
no,
Right? Your
because
your
I
fucking
gotta deal
your
with.
fucking fragility, your fucking fragility. I'm not going to spare your damn feelings because you can't deal with history. Like
So
I
you
ain't got
just.
shit to do. I ain't got shit to do with what Joseph Smith did. Like that's the belief system you chose to adopt for yourself, and you're not gonna convince me that what the
I'm
fuck
not
Joseph
trying
Smith
to.
did, what the fuck Brigham Young did, what the fuck the early Mormons did, and what
Mm,
racist Mormons do today. You're not going to
mm,
convince me that that shit don't exist.
mm,
You're not going to convince me that what this book says it doesn't
mm.
say. You're not going to convince me that Christianity ain't got shit to do with white supremacy. White supremacy. You ain't going to convince me that slavery ain't a big deal. You ain't going to
I never
convince me
said
that I
that.
need to take on some debt for
Never
some
said
fucking
that.
cartoon ass
Never said
characters
that.
in a book, and
You
that
just trying to make me
convince me
look
that
bad.
I'm wretched or sinful just because you believe that about yourself. Like I said, I don't come from the same motherfucking source you come from.
I can tell.
Is that you better be able to tell, because I made sure I showed your ass that.
I
That's why
gotta
you
argue
feel
with
like I'm in.
stuff I
That's
didn't
why you
say.
feel. That's why you feel like I'm intense. Because other motherfuckers have
Mhm.
allowed you to gaslight them. Other
No,
motherfuckers have dealt with your bullshit.
no. I understand the nuances of
You
difficult.
don't understand shit. You don't
Yeah,
understand shit. You don't understand shit.
yeah, I do.
It doesn't seem like you understand it, and primarily because it's really really rich coming from a Mormon specifically. Because should skin color be pushed to the side during the time when your religion didn't think that black people were real, that black people could be a part of the Mormon faith? Like to completely ignore the
So
very
can
real
I?
fact. Can I finish my sentence? Can you please stop doing that? Thank you. To completely ignore the very real, provable, and verifiable racist and discriminatory foundations all of these religions are based on is problematic. And it may be convenient for you, for us as black people in this country, to say, oh, that was back then, it doesn't matter now. But that is simply not true, because the effects of those foundations are still very much at play. And when we try to have these conversations with you, nobody's put words in your mouth.
They
No
did.
one has put a word, but we haven't. What we've
You did.
spoken on
You
is,
did.
can you stop doing that? You aren't even able to engage in this conversation by listening to what I have to say. You're listening to respond and protect your position. And that is unfortunate, because we will never get anywhere with a conversation like that.
Good
What we've
faith.
spoken on and what we've spoken on and what you push back on is the entailments of your position. That's the problem. You want us to pretend that all of these things, just accept that we signed a contract and made an agreement to come to earth with a God. I don't remember that shit. And if it were true, then perhaps your God would know that it would be beneficial for us to know that, the reason that we're coming here. Because information is always going to be better than lack of information if you
Can I?
want people to grow in maturity. Like, this just doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
I'm fucking done with his whiny ass. You're dishonest, Frozen.
I'm
You
not
came up.
dishonest.
You yes, you are. You came up here with false ass pretenses and your fucking
No, I did it.
masculine mouth, bitch.
That is ridiculous. That is
My app
absolutely ridiculous.
froze. From
Like he was dishonest as hell. Like
the beginning.
I didn't hear the conversation from the beginning. I
go
woke up
write
late.
about it, Coffee. Go write another Reddit article about me and title it "Bitter Ass Thinker." Do that and then send it to me so I won't read that one either. Just do it for me. Maybe,
That,
maybe
that made
Jesus
me
will read
giggle.
it. Like
She,
I don't know.
she said
Jesus can
it to
read
me,
it.
so I won't read that one either.
Like, motherfuckers think I give a damn what their opinions are about me.
I promise him the moment he said that, it made reading the Bible made him feel like his grandma was giving him a warm hug. I checked out. I said nope. And that was at the beginning of the conversation.
Frozen, just to let you know that you've been streamed to YouTube this whole fucking time, and everybody can go back and watch your words from time to come. As long as YouTube is a thing, as long as my channel exists, your words will ring loud. Everybody will be able to hear what the fuck you said. Get the fuck out of my box, you obsessed motherfucker. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
I mean,
What is wrong with y'all not understanding boundaries? If I drop your ass and then on top of that I called you a bitch, that means I don't want you back on my stage.
not that it's going to help, but I really think looking up what persecution actually is would be helpful because the fact that they think they are being persecuted right now. Persecuted for what? If anything, from my perspective, I think Muslims are more persecuted in this world than Christians. Like you talk about on the continent, but then even if that were the case, why the fuck your God can't help you? If my children were being persecuted in a specific school system, you think I'm just going to sit back and watch them be persecuted?
You remember that article I sent you and I circled and read the words, the propaganda
Yep, that's
that
exactly what it
already
is.
that repeating it. This is why I say be vigilant, pay attention, right? Like what we ain't not believing in a God does not equate to wanting to harm Christians.
Not at all.
Like
I
quite
want them to be
literally the
safe.
opposite. We are telling y'all to leave your belief system to yourself and stop trying to force it on us. Live your life and let us live ours. Stop putting that shit in your laws. Stop breaking up families. And then if anything, we get the threats. I have never threatened a believer ever.
Can you also
Never,
again see
never,
now?
never sat and I've never sat and hoped and bit my nails hoping that something bad happened to a believer ever. Unlike y'all do with me, y'all sit and hope that something happens to me or my kids or my grandkids. That's y'all. Go ahead, Fee. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was just gonna say you don't see these crimes against these churches being carried out by non-believers. It's being done by believers. It may be believers of different faith, i.e., Canaanites, Israelites. Like this is y'all's shit that is being visited upon us, who are like, nah, let's not hurt each other. Let's stop genociding everybody. Let people believe what they want to believe as long as they keep it to themselves and don't hurt folks. That's what we're saying. Y'all are out here manufacturing persecution. That's not us.
And Frozen, you showed everybody who the fuck you was. You did that yourself.
That's what happens when your focus is on being perceived as a good person as opposed to actually being a good person. But
Oh,
to think it's we are not from the same cloth at all.
he kept saying, "Yes, you are," and then he didn't realize, like, motherfucker, you begging to be a part of me. We're the same. We're the same. I'm not nothing like you. You say you come from this God. I don't. Oh my goodness. Um, I don't know who's in the guest box, but if you could do me a favor while I get a tap song, bring somebody up. We're gonna do a tap break right quick. Clear our minds because that motherfucker pissed me off. It's been a quiet night. It's been a quiet night, and then the conversation started off nice and civil until I pointed out that he had been downplaying and dismissing things, and he couldn't handle that. Y'all tap the screen up, share it live out. Thank y'all so much for being here.
Hey, don't waste your time, my guy. She don't need saving, she got that third eye. You try to be Superman, man, she Clark in you. Try to swoop and get curved, she ain't into you. Quit all that caping, don't be that dude. She breaking it down, you out here looking fool. Trying to fix her life, she fixing your brain. Dropping real game while you chasing fame. Tap that screen, get them likes to climb. She dropping facts in rhythm and rhyme. Ain't no damn that this queen gon' teach. You play hero, she preach from the streets. Don't say thank her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say thank her, she don't want that screen. Why you pressed out, she doing just fine. redefine a whole movement, not just a timeline, spitting them balls, historical heat. You try to save her, end up in defeat. Don't be the fool, just be the fan. Tap that screen with your thirsty hands. She ain't lost, she just loud with truth. And think it don't bend for no dusty dude. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't want nobody scream. She don't need none of your rescue plan. Tryna cover queen, she'll break them bands. You want a damn, so this here Dawn. She got nerves, facts, and a tapped up squad. You throw advice, she throwing receipts. She drag whole clowns from comments to streets. So stop with the cape and start with the tap. This ain't no love song, it's a lyrical slap. Yeah, she good, you tap in, get school. Think of talking, you still tryna play hero? No. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't wanna be saved. Don't say finger, she don't. Yap, that scream. That scream. She don't. Yep, that scream.
Thank y'all so much for tapping up the screen. Mr. Michaels made that.
I love that one too.
Yeah.
That one is fire. I'm over here jamming.
Yeah. You want to do this one, B? Hey, Oso.
Yeah, hey,
Good morning. Good morning. I'm fresh off of a persecution from a learning institution. The people there mocked me religiously, okay? And it was a learning institution. They are teaching the people to do this. They did it right after they came in from recess. They said, "Who is
not
this
Reese.
weird man and why is he here?"
I don't think that was persecution. Also, I
Hmm?
think it was trespassing. Yeah,
Hmm? Is that
yeah, I
why
think that's what that was.
the police were chasing me?
Yep, that's exactly what it was.
Oh,
Yeah.
hmm. Okay. Well,
Hey, hey, Libby. Good morning. How are you, Libby? Libby, no, she's up here.
I don't know. She commented in the comments. Libby, are you there? I hope she didn't walk away during the song. Okay, we're gonna have to move on. Request again when you come back. She was during the song. She was commenting.
what if I told you that God confirmed in my spirit that it was persecution?
That it was what?
That it was
Persecution.
persecution. What was the? What was the? Oh, there she goes. She's back. What was the confirmation?
Uh, he agreed with me.
Oh, okay. How did he say? Oh, so you being persecuted? How did he say? Did he use human language?
He doesn't like to use human language. He said to me, eternal, everlasting,
Oh my God!
invisible
Stop.
God.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Pete.
Good morning, Libby. How are you? Hello.
Oh, we
I
can't
see
hear
our
you. You
box
got
light.
your. I think your microphone is messed up, Libby.
Mine?
There we go. Okay.
It's clear.
Oh, Fee, that's your microphone.
Oh, that's my. You need me to drop?
Yeah, drop down and come back up. That was Fee microphone. I think she's on her way to work. Libby, while we wait on Fee to come back up, because you'll be conversing with her first, can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I'm 52.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Is this better, y'all?
It still sounds like I don't know what's going on.
You know what? I think I know what it is. Hold on. Let me.
He swear.
I know, right? I'm gonna drop down. I think it's my Bluetooth. Let me
Oh,
switch it up.
there it goes. There it goes. Back now.
Oh, it's better now.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Libby, you said you're deconstructing. Okay. What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are that uh
religion was put here to keep kings on thrones. And that's why they are, uh, that's why they are, I'm trying to think of the TikTok language. That's why they unalive people.
Oh,
That's
you
why
can say
they,
kill. You can say kill, murder. Just don't say the grape. Just say grape or self unaliving if you have to talk about that. But you can say kill, dead, murder.
I can say murderous. That's why they're
Yeah.
murderers. Yeah, that's why they're the murderous ones. Can I say
You can say
EIVIL?
evil. Yeah, evil, slavery. You can
Yeah,
say.
that's
Yeah, the
that's why
only two
they're
ones. The only
evil.
two you can't say is grape.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
self. You have to. You can't say the self unaliving one. You just have to say
Mm.
self unaliving. Or if you refer to Shitler, right? Just say
Oh,
Shitler. But those are the only three
okay.
on my
Sure.
stream.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, they're the true evil, and they use the Bible to do their evil works, and they don't even realize that they're brainwashed. They've been brainwashed and conditioned to use the Bible to do evil work, and they're not even realizing that it was all done to keep a king on a throne. That's how the monolithic God came about, that everyone follows today, and that's just, I don't even know if that's the truth. That's not even a belief. If you study and you learn and you start to read, and that we all have computers in our pockets and access to literature, all kinds of literature, and we have access to all libraries all across the world. To not know this is just ignorant, and or when you're brainwashed, you're brainwashed. And but I wanted to learn the truth, and so I just, I was open to truly learning what was real. And so some people, but it, I
So
don't want to put.
are you talking about the topic or
Oh no, I was asked what do I think, and that's what I.
about the topic? About the topic. Yeah,
Oh
this
yes.
isn't a like a free forum. There's a topic.
Oh. Yes, I still think he is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Who is G?
Jesus.
Oh, oh, hmm. No, I don't think. Well, I think Christianity, maybe. I don't know about him. I think he was the most popular person to have ever walked the face of this earth.
You
But
don't get Christianity
what
without
they,
Jesus. Like you need Jesus first. So I think when you kind of single out Christianity, you completely lose sight of the other faiths that rely on the divinity of Jesus and do horrible things in the name of Jesus as well. I see what's
yeah,
going on in Gaza right now, right? So I
yeah,
think her wording the prompt the way that she did, but not necessarily focusing on Christianity, even though our conversations inevitably get there. The concept of this character in a book that is also touted as being inherent, it just lays the foundation for some very abhorrent things. And so, what is it that you think is beneficial? What would be the distinction that you said you wouldn't think it was Jesus, but it was Christianity? Why do you not think it's Jesus?
maybe it is. I don't know. I'd have to really think on that. I'm sure that he had good intentions for his time that he lived. I'm sure that, I do believe that he was a real person. But what they have done in his name, to say that that an individual is the worst thing that ever happened, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I don't think his intentions were to be the worst thing that ever happened, but what
How
they
do you have
did.
access? How do you have access to his intentions?
How do I have access to his intentions?
Yeah, you said that his intentions were good, or you said his
Well,
intentions was not.
I just think that most people have good intentions.
I mean, that's an assumption though. I used this
Yeah, it
analogy the other
is.
day.
It is an assumption.
If you
Yes.
were sitting in a coffee shop and you saw someone, abruptly get up and run out, you don't know why they ran out. You can make an inferences. Maybe they were late for work. Maybe they realized they forgot something at home. But you don't know what their intentions are unless you ask them why they left abruptly. So you
That's
can
true.
infer that, and the inferences that you're making on the intentions of a person that you've never met, you don't have access to, could only be based on what you've been conditioned to believe about that person. So ultimately, what you're saying is that you can't say that his intentions were good. You can say I've been taught that he had good intentions, but you don't have access to him or his mind if he were a real person.
Yeah, from the literature that I've read, he was. And
He was weak.
I agree. But I agree with what you said. I completely agree. That is just my assumption.
And you said with the literature you've read, you're saying he was what?
A real person.
Well, what literature have you read to indicate that he was a real? Not that I'm just curious at this point.
I would have to. I don't remember the exact. I would have to go and look, and I can tell you. I can come back. I can teak up and come back and tell you what I read about him, or the name, the title of the information that I found when I was searching. Was he real?
So when you said that he wasn't the worst thing earlier, you said you'd have to think about why you feel that way.
No, I'd have to think about whether he's the worst thing or not. I'd have to think about that because maybe it was.
Libby, do me a favor. When Fee is talking, allow her to finish her sentences before you respond. Okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of times we even through deconstruction, like religious indoctrination is so all encompassing that we sometimes don't even realize how many structures that we deal with in life and systems that we deal with in life our indoctrination has contact with. So for to make the distinction between Christianity maybe, but Jesus is not, I think that's an interesting distinction to make because you don't get Christianity without Jesus. It's like you can't make an omelet without some eggs, right? So Jesus is baked into it. So I understand that Christianity is a religion, but for Jesus, you would not have like any of the 45,000 denominations that we see on the earth.
That's a very good point. I just look at it as a individual human being. Do you do what I say that a individual is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity? That's how I look at it when I think of the question being posed. And I just never say that about any individual person.
Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I see why caution would be applied there. However, I have not seen anything that's convinced me that Jesus was a real person. And even if he were a real person, knowing what I know about human nature, seeing what I've seen in my years on this planet about how individuals are often put on a pedestal and deified or, worshipped in a way. Um, I see how humans craft narratives in order to push forward their agendas. We see that on a daily basis. Um, we know that this concept of a historical figure, it in any other regard, we would kind of give a side eye to someone who was claimed to be the son of God. Who if somebody showed up today, like somebody was on Christina's live yesterday saying the same thing that he was actually Jesus. So I think the pushback to him being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, considering everything that has been done in the name of this character, whether he was real or not, is interesting. That distinction to focus only on Christianity, I think, kind of speaks to, and I think we've all done it. It speaks to the type of indoctrination we experienced growing up and how we were exposed to this idea. But really, we don't have any concrete evidence that he was a real person. But even if we did, the idea of who he is and who he was, what he taught, and how it has been used is absolutely the most damaging thing. I mean, we see people losing their lives to this day in 2025 over that concept. We see people coming up here saying that, oh, we're being persecuted because we're Christian. No, the fuck you're not. Like, you're just not being allowed to force your beliefs on other people, and you're making us think about it and then calling that persecution. Like, the tentacles just continue to grow, and the nexus is definitely this concept of Jesus.
Oh yeah, I wanted to tell you we got to meet Archangel Uriel tonight.
Really?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You got a TikTok?
Hmm.
Wow.
Yep, yep.
Who ain't
Archangel
Melly race
Uriel
with?
paid us a visit.
Did he give us any profound information? Anything to expect?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
He told us that he was just like us.
okay.
He can only do what humans do. We shouldn't expect anything more.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then what makes him an angel?
Oh, I kept asking that. Oh, he just reincarnates over and over and over again. And so I pulled up videos on TikTok of people claiming to have spoken to him with their downloads. And so I asked him to tell me about the conversation he had with Micah on December 18th, 2024. Not that long ago, not even a year ago. And he didn't know about it. But he
Mm,
told me that that person didn't really talk to him. That person is making a claim that she talked to him.
interesting. But he is the archangel.
Yep. And then he crashed out. And my comments he kept requesting over and over and over again because I wouldn't let him come back up. But yeah.
And I think that is where we've gotten, right? You've got people thinking they are Jesus. You've got the she Messiah. You've got the archangel. And the fact that we are saying this shit is delusional, like y'all losing y'all's mind, what the fuck is going on? That's persecution. Being
I,
asked to move in
oh, sorry.
reality, in the reality that we share, is equal to persecution. Like, what are we doing?
Now, if I'm to look at it as if he was just a character, then yes, the character and he's not real. That would absolutely be one of the worst things that's ever happened to humanity. Yes, or probably the. I would agree to that.
What would change if he were a person?
Well, if he were a person, like I said, it's just because in my assumption, if he were a person, is that during his time when he was born, he was brainwashed into believing this as well, that, the one monolithic God, and he himself wanted to save people during that time. And that's just how he was conditioned, what he learned, and that's who he became. And I don't think that he would have wanted what has happened to happen under his name. He was, you know, uh, he seemed to be a loving man that loved everyone, and
Really?
that yeah, or he seemed to love the less fortunate. He loved, from my understanding,
Where
he
did you
seems
read that?
the Bible when he
Specifically,
um
where though?
Yeah, can you pull it up?
in the parts of the Bible where he cared about the prostitutes and
Hmm?
am
Where?
I wrong? I guess maybe I'm wrong about that. That's what I thought that the Bible said.
Jesus was fucking prostitutes?
Huh?
You said Jesus
Uh,
was fucking prostitutes?
No, where he cared about people harming them, where he cared about the lady being stoned, things like that. Maybe I'm wrong.
He cared about the lady being stoned.
Yeah, when in the passage of the Bible, the lady uh that was married that cheated on her husband and they were about to stone her and he told them not to cast that stone. I'm not I don't know the Bible front and back to be able to tell you.
Yeah, that a lot of people point to that story, but that story was not about mercy. That story was a test for Jesus to know if he followed, if to see if he knew the law, because the law stated that both of them had to be stoned, and the man was not there. It even says in the scripture that it was to test Jesus. It wasn't for the purpose of mercy.
Somebody on YouTube,
It's taught that way.
sorry,
I
somebody on
mean, when
YouTube
I
said, somebody on YouTube said, I love these lives when I wake up. Fuck folders.
when I look at that story, I just think, it seems like if he were really divine, he would have said it's wrong to cast a stone, period, and this is inhumane, and why are y'all even throwing stones? Why didn't he say that? Because of his time, because during his time, that was legal, and that's what he couldn't think beyond his era. So something divine would think beyond their era. So, when I think of
Yes.
that story.
I guess I'm not quite following what you're saying with this particular story, because I thought you brought this up to show that this was a good thing that Jesus did, but it seemed like where you landed at is if he were actually divine, he would have done something different.
Yeah. So, but to do that period during that time was because he cared about people during that time. Or he cared about people. So that's why he told them not to do that. He thought that that was cruel to do that. But
Right.
yeah, but when I look at but then yes, there can be you can you can believe in or there can be two parts of a thing. So yes, when as far as him being divine, that no, if he was divine, he would think beyond that. He wouldn't have said cast the stone. If you're pure or if you've never sinned, you can cast the stone. Someone divine wouldn't even say that. So yes, I can say two things in one. I can say, I can say yes. I think that that shows that he wasn't divine, but it also shows that he was caring during that time. Yes.
Was it
But what I'm
caring?
saying to you, oh, go ahead, Osa.
You fine.
I didn't hear you. So what you were saying?
I said, no, you fine. It's your conversation. My fault.
Oh no, you're good. You go ahead and finish.
I'm curious. Was it caring or divine when he told the Pharisees to stone their kids to death?
No, 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 that would be terrible. When did he? What passage was that? Read.
The same passage that you gave me.
Uh, uh, let's hear the read the whole passage.
Did you read the passage about the lady being
Did you read the passage? Can you read it?
But see, that's the thing,
You missing
Libby.
the
Is that
point.
You
yeah?
just well, I mean, y'all coming at me, so you read it.
What Bible verse did you give us?
I don't know the
Did you give us
exact
a
verse. I
book?
just
Did you give
know
us a
the
chapter? Did you give us
story.
a verse? You didn't give us
Do
none
you
of
know
that.
the verse? Because if you know it, then repeat it.
I repeated it to you.
Yeah, and the issue here is that Libby, you're claiming that Jesus said that about not stoning the woman because he was kind and he was caring. But the scripture does not support that. The scripture says very clearly why Jesus was asked that question about stoning the woman. Like it says it very
Okay, but
clearly. It's
I also said that I don't know the Bible
Let her
front and
finish,
back.
please.
So why are y'all
Let her,
coming at
Libby,
me?
let her finish. Let her finish.
And this isn't coming at you. It's a conversation about what this book says. And the fact that the reason that you think Jesus isn't the worst thing that happened is because you have an understanding of what he did and his reasons for doing it. And what we're saying to you is that the book doesn't support the reasons that you hold as being the motivation for Jesus doing what he was doing. You're saying it's kindness. It was him being kind and compassionate. The book doesn't support that. The scholarly consensus does not support that. That's all we're saying. And if you want to read the scripture, pull it up, we can do that. But this isn't coming at you. This is a conversation. We just simply, we hold different positions on it. That's okay. That's not an
Yeah,
attack.
we do hold different positions because I still believe during that time, my assumption is that he thought he was doing good.
And my retort to that is you have absolutely no access to what Jesus thought. The only thing you have access to is what a human being told you Jesus's motivations were. And that human being that told you what Jesus's motivations were not using the text because the text tells you what this story was about. As a matter of fact, to what Oso brought up, I think it was in the same story, or later in the same chapter, Jesus did tell the Pharisees when he was asked about not washing his hands, why aren't you stoning children? He asked them why they weren't following the Mosaic law about what should be done with disobedient children. And disobedient children were supposed to be stoned. So this isn't about compassion. Jesus didn't change the Mosaic law. He told you he didn't come to abolish this law. Those laws had a horrific, archaic, inhumane judgments in them. And Jesus supported every single one of them.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't know the Bible front and back, so you're right.
And I don't
If
think
it makes,
anybody knows the Bible. Oh, go ahead, also.
I was just gonna say, if it makes you feel any better, that story's not even real. It got added in much later. It's not even a real story. The
That
the
part.
the him saving the woman from getting stoned thing that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, all of it was to keep kings on thrones, so probably none of it was real.
No, I do think he told them people to stone kids. I don't doubt that. That seems in line with his character.
Oh, so y'all believe he told people to stone kids, but he didn't tell people that? I mean, which one is
It's
it?
not a belief. There's archaeological evidence. Like we can look at the oldest copies of the text that we have in history, and it's not there.
But
It
is
doesn't
he real
show
or
until, I'm
not?
sorry, I'm talking. It doesn't show until centuries later, right? And so there's no need for us to assert that something existed in the text before it actually appears in history, right? And there are things in this story, in this book, that actually took place, right? There are things that were made up. You started this conversation off by saying that it was created to keep kings on thrones. I mean, your God was all about the monarchy. Like I quite don't understand the belief that there is a non-supremacist, non-pro monarchy deity in here somewhere.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
You sound like you do.
I don't.
You do when you were saying
No,
that
I
you
mean,
don't.
I'm learning. I'm
I'm
Hey,
learning.
sorry. There are
Libby.
words coming out of my mouth. I mean, like I would like to have a civil conversation with you, but if you want to get belligerent on the stage, we can do that. Like I would rather not.
Well, you're being passive aggressive the whole entire time.
I've
Not
not
you
talked to you.
chuckling like a fucking monster. Taylor, I heard that. That's
Like
crazy.
this is my first time speaking with you, love. I've not said anything to you, and I know you can't be saying Fee was being passive aggressive. She's the nicest out of all the hosts on this live.
Yeah, it all sounds like an attack, a passive attack. So that would be
I mean,
considered passive aggressive.
I mean, you can
It doesn't
try to
really sound like a
redefine words however you want to
conversation.
redefine words, but multiple times I've had to ask you to stop cutting her off. Right? You got offended because you didn't know where the know about a story and a text that you provided the people that you were talking to. right? And you're choosing to turn this conversation down a road that, like I said, like you're going to end up making yourself the victim of. I would rather not do that. I would rather have a civil conversation with you.
Oh Lord, I came up here to agree.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, why wouldn't I have?
Because you did
Because
it.
I
Because you
said
didn't
that I'm
even know the topic. You came
deconstructing.
up here and just started talking about the monarchy. You didn't even know the topic. And then when I asked if you were, I stopped you and I asked, "Are you talking about the topic?" You said no. And then you read the topic and then you did not agree with it. So no, you didn't.
I came up here because I was listening to what you guys were saying before, and you weren't on the topic when I
Yes, we
first got
were.
in. When I first got in here.
The whole conversation was about this topic. The
Oh,
entire
okay. Well,
conversation.
I apologize. I come in lives all the time where they have topics up and people they don't go by the topic. When I
I'm
came
not them.
in,
That
yeah,
like hold on. Yeah, I don't have nothing, I don't have anything to do with what you thought. Right when you came on stage, the topic was on the screen. Right, and
that's
we
why I
played. I'm sorry,
apologize.
I'm talking. We played a whole 4 minute song, and you sat on stage for the majority of that song. The topic was on the screen.
No, I sorry, but I came in here a long time ago, and I
While you
was
were on
commenting in the
stage,
comments.
the topic was on the screen. We played a 4 minute song to reset the room, and you had ample time to read the topic.
Oh, I did not know how you ran your room. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not know that we were whatever was going on in your room. I did not know about it. I did not know this is how you ran your room.
You didn't know that
And
people talk
so
about the
I
topics that they have
apologize.
on the screen.
A lot of times they don't.
What? That's like going to a bank and being mad because they won't sell you a quesadilla.
But matter of fact, most of the panels that I go in, no, they don't. They
Okay, well,
honestly
we're gonna move
don't.
on then, okay? Since this is not the topic that you came up to talk about, we're gonna bring up someone who does want to talk about the topic, okay?
Okay. Thanks for having me. And yeah,
Okay.
goodbye.
That was wild. Like I,
But I already knew she was gonna be a
like,
problem when she said, and he. Yeah, I was like,
I'm trying to figure out what was passive or aggressive about what I said. Like I'm just like mentioned things that I didn't disagree with or I saw differently. I don't know how people engage with folks that have different opinions. That's weird to me.
Dana, Dana, are you there? Okay. Somebody called it the Southern Baptist, the Southern Baptist voice, Southern Baptist voice.
Hmm.
With that,
That,
um,
that,
drawing out those
yeah.
syllables,
Mm-hmm.
those one syllable words.
Like people treat me out just being rude for no fucking
And maybe
reason.
who's arguing? Like, what is she?
Right.
She's in the comments. Right. She's in the comments saying we just want to argue with. I wasn't arguing. I'm just, if I see something differently or if I know something about a text that you see in a certain way, I'm going to share what I know. That's not arguing. That's discussing. Weird.
Libby's
I don't.
upset because she still believes but doesn't know why.
I don't understand why they expect people to just be like, "Oh, okay, word." Like y'all just have conversations with people who agree with you all the fucking time. Y'all don't know how to have uncomfortable conversations.
Or
Well, maybe
productive
this
ones
is
for that
why.
matter.
Yeah, like I
You
don't
talk
know.
out your ass about a story you barely know, and I'm just supposed to accept it. And then when I say something about the same character in a different part of the book, where's that at? You got to show me that. Well, did you show me yours? No, I don't know where it is. Okay, like we just bullshitting, huh?
If y'all are in the request box and you enter the live through El Joso Ray Bowen, you're going to have to request from the Thinker page. You have to leave the live and come back through Thinker, the main page, because I can't bring you up through El Joso Ray Bowen. I do see 6 people in the request on my backup. So if you are actually in there on purpose, leave the live, come look for Thinker, and then come in through the main account. Do a con. I don't know if this is a real account or a troll account. I think this is a troll account. I think this is one of those accounts. Whenever it has those roses in there, I feel like it's one of those accounts.
That is something that they used to.
Yeah, let me take it
All
all
right,
right,
we
y'all.
gotta go do capitalism. I'll see
All right,
y'all
have a
later.
good one. Are you feeling better? Are
All
you
right,
feeling
love.
okay?
Yeah, yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay.
He just affects my spirit, but I'm good.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Peace.
Huh?
Using
Bye, Shalina.
the way he used those people's death, like it's like I don't know. You don't have any type
Yeah,
of conscience at all. Like, are they props? Like, and then this happened 2 days ago, and they're all of a sudden the thing that you feel like you can peddle around to now claim that you are being persecuted. Like, you didn't lose a family member. You wasn't fucking there. Like, what the fuck? And like, how
exactly.
can you even say that you care about these people? And like, I that pissed me off.
Yeah, just extremely insensitive and self-serving.
Yes. Bree, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Y'all, come on. There's 800 people in here. The guest box should not be this empty.
I see like 6 people in the guest request.
They all came in through El Joso Ray. I can't. They're not in the main thinker account. I can't bring them up. Can you bring them up?
Um,
I don't know. Was he? Was he a Christian? Are you able
Who?
to? You can't bring him up either. The shooter for the. Yeah, like if they come in through El Joso, right? We can't add them to the live. They have to leave the live, come back through the Thinker live stream, and request because they've synced my main account and my backup account as one.
oh, do this. From your backup account, hit the guest request box, and then hit live settings, and then change who can see your live status.
Okay, what would that do?
Um,
Oh, okay. That'll
yeah,
stop them from coming in through the app.
yeah.
Okay, okay. It's probably not letting you repost because it's the number of people in here. Maybe I don't know. Y'all don't be scared to come to come on stage. As long as you come respectful, we can have a respectful conversation. That doesn't mean we're gonna agree with everything that you say. Some things we might agree with. Most things we probably won't. But we can disagree civilly and have a intellectual conversation that may go to a deeper level.
Yeah.
Ray, Ray, Ray of
Ray
Hope.
of Hope. Ray of Hope. That's what I am. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I heard some things. Are we talking about CK
No,
and the shooter?
no,
Oh, see, that's I wanted to ask before I came. I asked in the comments, but nobody answered. I'm trying to
no.
figure out.
There's a topic on the screen.
Uh,
We're looking to speak to believers of the God of the Bible, people deconstructing, or atheists.
I'm definitely a believer in the Bible. I'm actually an Israelite. I study it. It's a way of life for me. I love the Word of God. Made my increase my life 100-fold. So yeah. The
Well,
voice of God
I don't
speaks
know
to
if you
me.
know. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know that you're in a room with atheists.
Uh, no, I didn't. But I seen from I could kind of do two and two from the question from the topics that I see, Jesus, good and evil, and everything like that. I definitely know for sure that Jesus is not evil. Now, if you're talking about Caesar Borgia, you know, that white image
No,
of him and all of
no.
that. But Yahweh Shai, nah, not evil.
It, images don't do anything. Like it's people that do things, and people who hold beliefs in their heads. Like, why would I be talking about a painting?
Nah, see, it's not that images don't do anything. It's that I'm commanded in the word not to form an image and bow
Yeah,
down to it.
but what does that do? Like if you were to, uh, you know, see in your head Caesar Borgia's uh, son while you pray to Jesus, like how does that stop evil or
Well,
cause
that's
evil?
well. First and foremost, that's a white supremacist thing. That was the whitewashing of history. First off, and it's about mind control and using that image to put the white man up on a pedestal and see him as God, which he's not.
Okay, so the supremacy ideologies in this Bible, are they like less violent if the God is black?
I wouldn't say they less violent. I would say it's less is warranted is because God prescribed it. God elevated these people. The Most High, the Supreme Being, He's the one who chose a certain particular people. It's not about what we chose. It's about Him. He the one that chose this particular race of people to be His people,
Yeah, and
to be
so
the head, not the tail. So
that God, whether he's black, whether he's white, I think he's evil. And the Israelites in this Bible were Mesopotamian. They were not African.
that's true. That's absolutely true. So I wouldn't say the God of the Bible is evil. There are some things that I don't agree with since I've been studying, like the conquest of Canaan and expelling people from their land and the wiping off of races of people that was commanded by him. But again, he's sovereign.
No,
He
he's
does
not.
things for his purpose.
No,
God is the,
no,
the creator of
he's
every
not sovereign. He's
the
not sovereign.
creator of the heaven and earth and all that are therein. He made
He isn't
everything.
sovereign. He isn't sovereign
So why you say that?
because he has to talk through you. If he was sovereign, he wouldn't need to talk to you through you, would he?
Well, at one point in time, he did speak directly to
Well, that's in
mankind.
this book. That's in his book. He isn't sovereign. If he was sovereign in this book and the characters in this book saw that his sovereignty, okay. I don't live in the book. I live in the real world, and he ain't sovereign in the real world.
Well, just because we want him to speak directly to us and not to us through other human beings does not
Then
make him
he,
not sovereign because he
it
chooses not
does
to
make
do it.
him not
It makes him
sovereign.
even more
It makes him
sovereign
not
because
sovereign
he
because it
does what
makes
he wants.
no, it doesn't. Who? Tell me, show
He,
me a
he
man that can do.
don't.
Hold on, show me a man, an Israelite that can do whatever they want to me, as your God that speaks through you.
But we don't have all power.
That's sovereignty. You don't have any sovereignty.
Well, I'm talking about the Most High God.
Show me the Most High God's sovereignty on this earth without using a human.
Uh, Damn. Even with Moses, you actually got a good point.
That's a
Just
book. I'm talking about here in the world, not in the book. Here in the world, show me His sovereignty without using a
so
human.
you don't think that these disasters that's happening, these diseases that's coming up, that all of this stuff that's for the result of sin and bad choices is not God acting?
Sure,
And
show me a hurricane that came to you and said Yahweh sent me because of
yeah,
sin.
I can't do that. Of
You
course, I can't
can't,
do that.
right? Exactly. You can't question a hurricane, right? You can't. Who gonna hold measles accountable? Right? Like y'all want to assert that stuff is your God and He's sending this because of that. That's you. That's human saying that.
So how do you explain
Your God isn't sovereign.
how do you explain me coming back from the dead? Because I actually died and came back. How do you explain that? And the person that was with me did the exact same thing. And he's no longer with us. So is that just by chance?
He
Oh, I
came
don't
back
know.
from the dead and now
I
he's
wasn't.
dead?
No,
What?
me. I'm saying me. I
You
did
said
it.
the
No,
person that was with you did the
That
exact
was
same
with me.
thing, and
He's
now he's dead.
gone. He did. We did the exact same thing. Me and him. He's
Y'all
gone. No
both
longer
came
with
back
us.
to life, and
No
now he's
longer
dead.
with us. I was dead for 8 hours, and I came back. God brought me
What?
back. So how do you explain things like that? Is what I'm asking you. That's not a miracle to you. That's
Is
not.
this
How was
That,
like
he
in an
dead for
article or
8
something?
hours?
How do we
How do
verify
I'm not
this?
going to get into the details of what happened. I was doing something I wasn't supposed to do. Put it that way,
It's
along
not
with
about
another person.
details. It's about being like where do we find this? Where do we see this at? Because
That's not the
I
point.
don't know you.
The point of me saying this is that it was a supernatural thing that happened in my life,
No,
and
no, 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 no,
I
no, no, no,
experienced
no,
it
no. That's
myself.
not the point of me asking you that. You can
So
say, well, look, I could tell you that I came here from Mars, and when I touched down, a big explosion happened, and that's what killed the dinosaurs. You gonna have to show me what you talking about is real. Otherwise, it's just a story.
it's my story, and I'm
Okay,
telling
so
you, I
you don't
can't.
have
And
any
I'm
evidence for
telling you,
this. This is just something that you say. Okay,
I do actually have evidence. I got paperwork from the medical paperwork and everything from it. This happened
that
eight
said that
years
you were
ago.
dead for 8 hours. Can we
Yes.
see it? Can we see it?
Listen,
Where
listen.
can
The
I find
point.
it?
She asked me a question. She asked me, "Does God do anything that prove His sovereignty without doing it through man?" You understand? And why, if He's sovereign, why does He have to speak through man? I don't think that He's not sovereign just because he chooses to speak through man. That don't
yes,
make Him
because
not sovereign.
like yes, it does. Because a man can be questioned, a man can be told no. Sovereignty is complete authority. It is it's the very definition of what sovereignty is. And
I'm
if you are claiming that you have medical paperwork when you came back to life, then the doctors were involved, and that's not your sovereignty.
so God couldn't work through those doctors to bring me back to life.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, but that's not sovereignty. He has to use humans. Your God can't do
So
without a
what?
human. A
What do you
human.
want
Hold
God?
on. Let me finish talking.
All right, go ahead.
Your God cannot do without a human. A human has sovereignty over your God. Humans decide when your God move, when your God says, and when your God is good and when your God is bad. Not the opposite way, not the other way around.
I see what you're
You
saying, but I see exactly what you're saying, and I see where you're going with it. It's just I don't know because I'm God called us in the Bible in the Word of God little g God also. So I am, but I'm just a representative of God. So what do you want? You want God to come off His throne and be among us and do powerful things and just move mountains in front. That's what you want. That's what you need to see to know that God is real and sovereign and He does what He wants. You need to see that. That's what you're saying.
I mean, you want me to, what do you want? You want me to just accept some claims that his ass ain't proven? Like, y'all want to call him the most high, but can't even prove that he's high enough to jump off the ground?
The fact that we here proves it. Who the
No, it
fuck made?
Oh
don't.
my
Who
I'm
the
goodness.
here
make?
because
Who
my
the
mother and
so
I'm here.
so
Hold
why are
on.
we here?
Hello.
Hey,
Because
dude,
my
hold
mama
on.
and daddy had sex. And then I got four because I had sex with their daddy.
All right, so where did mankind come from, sis?
From
The earth.
evolution,
From
from
evolution.
biology,
So we evolved from an animal. Is what you're saying?
We
uh,
are animals.
from the organisms. Yeah.
Who made the sky? Who made everything? Who made the moon, the stars? Like you mean to
I
tell
think
me
it
that
was
this just
Cardi
happened
Ray
by?
Jepsen.
I'm just
It
saying
was
that
actually the Smurfs.
it just
That makes sense.
I
it
mean,
just
it
happened
is
by
the
chance though. Like you mean to tell me all this just happened by chance? The way the
ray of
world
hope.
spin.
Ray of hope.
I'm just
You
trying to
do.
understand.
I don't think you are. I think you're trying to push back against the fact that we're not accepting your version of what you've accepted as true. And that's okay. Like if that makes sense to you and you want to accept it, I can't fight you for that. It is what it is. But to Thinker's point, anything sovereign is not contingent. Something sovereign does not need to rely on the mouths of humans to speak. Because the reality is, do you think it's weird that God's message sounds just like the voice of the believer who delivers it? In the way that you're delivering, I don't know how you say it, and I don't want to disrespect you, but your Hamashah's message,
Hmm.
a Muslim is delivering Allah's message. Every single God that has ever been believed in relies on humans to tell other humans about that God. And then the fact that you see the logic in Thinker's question, because again, sovereign things don't need other people to help them do shit. They just don't. They're sovereign. They don't need to rely on humans to be their mouths. But the problem is if your God only works when he's plugged into your belief, then he's not the power source, you are. So when you hear that and that makes sense to you, you pivot to, well, where did we come from? There's things that science can explain to us. We know how planets are formed. We know how stars are formed. We understand a whole lot about this universe. There are things we don't understand, but there's no need to plug in a God there because that doesn't answer anything. It
But
just
those
fills
are
in a
just
gap in knowledge.
theories, though. So that none of that's really
No,
proven,
the
though.
fuck it's
I
not. We
don't
know
Sure.
how planets are formed. We know how
right.
stars are formed. They're not
And
theories.
you
Nobody
do
ever been
and
to no other planet, so you can't tell me. You can't tell
Nigga,
me you
we've
know how a
been to
planet is
other
formed just by looking at
planets.
it. You can't.
Nigga,
I
we've
mean,
been to other planets.
what you
Hey
say?
Ray, would you jump off of a building right now? Would you would
Of
you would
course
you
not.
climb to
Of
you
course
and why
not.
wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
Because I know that I weigh heavier than the air that's around me, and my ass going to drop to the ground, and I'm going to
And that's
die.
because of gravity, right?
Gravity is a theory also. Like I'm heavier than the air. I'm heavier than the air that's around me, and
He
I'm
think
going
it's
That's
to
my
fall.
point.
density, feet. He think it's density. He don't think it's gravity.
It don't matter.
And then,
Gravity is a equation that change. I'm just saying you could call it gravity if you want to. I'm just saying
See?
I'm
but
heavier than the air that's around me.
that's my point is you're saying that's just a theory when you say that you don't know what a theory is, not from a scientific perspective. It's nothing wrong with having questions. It's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, oh, well, we don't know where this came from or we can't figure out this, but there are a lot of things we do know. And part of what we do know, to Thinker's point, is something sovereign doesn't have to rely on a human. You came up here talking about the pictorial representation of a man that lived 3,000 years ago that you have accepted to be the son of the Most High God. Well, what happened prior to those 3,000 years ago? All the humans that lived during those times
A
before,
lot of things happen.
all the people that were on the planet when Jesus was supposedly here. Like those are questions that believers don't ask because you're so zoomed in so microscopically to what you believe to be true that when you have discussions about other perspectives and points of view, you instantly go into this defensive positioning to make it to protect your belief system. I
No,
don't
but here's the
understand
thing.
that. The previous
I'm not.
guest did that as well.
Ray.
Can I please make one thing clear to y'all? I respect y'all point of view. I never came at y'all say anything wrong about. I'm just saying what I believe. I understand where y'all coming from. Actually, I'm just saying the reason why God chose to make things where as though He speaks through His children, His creation, is because that's what He wanted to do. I could
You
question
can't
that
say
all
that
day.
though.
So that's
I
just
could.
you
That's
Where
what
in
making
the
He.
a.
Bible
That's
does it
just
That's
say
you
that?
making
his.
a. I'm
That's
sorry.
his.
That's just you making. I'm sorry. Hello.
No, actually, it's not.
Yeah, I'm
It
sorry.
is
I'm
in the
talking.
Bible.
I'm talking. I'm sorry. I'm talking. That is you making a justification for why your God has to use humans to do on earth. Right? Like any reason a human applies to that. Everything that you say, it is from the mouth and the mind of a human. Even if you go to the book, a human said it, right? That's what you're not understanding. Like, do you think, Ray, come back. Come back.
Yeah, I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm actually
Okay.
looking up some
What
scriptures
kind
since
of
y'all
phone?
want.
What kind
I'm
of
trying to
phone do you
find them.
have?
I'm trying to find Bible scriptures
Ray,
to back up what I'm. Because I know it's in there.
Ray, do you actually think who nobody told you that it wasn't, but do you actually think that you bringing a scripture is going to change the fact that we are quite literally telling you that your God cannot talk without the mouth of a human? Even when you bring the scripture to us, by the way, scriptures that we study every damn day, like even when you bring that scripture to us, it is still a human who wrote it. It is still a human who made the claim. A God said it to them. That's what you're not understanding.
Do you not
And then
understand that
and then
God is
on and
spirit
then
though?
and then
God, if
on
you
top of
can't
that,
see,
a spirit that you can't see. If you can't see it, it still needs you, Ray. It still needs you to do. And then
you can't see
your
gravity
God,
either though. You can't see gravity,
and then your God, but I can see it fucking work. Like, my ass is
and
chilling
I
in
can
this
see
fucking
God
chair.
work too, and I can see
This
God
chair,
work
Ray.
how, Ray? How?
because I'm
How?
living.
Show
Because
me
I'm in
your
the land of
God.
the living.
Show me
I'm
your
here.
God doing without humans.
I'm here.
Show me your God doing without humans, because you can't, and that's why you're crashing out.
I don't see a problem with that.
You're the one
Honestly,
crashing out.
I don't see a problem with God not being able to work.
That's
First
you.
off,
That's you. But you
He
are the one
chooses
making the
that.
claim that he's sovereign. You are the one who decides that for yourself. If you want to adopt Things like that.
He wouldn't be
Things well,
sovereign.
like, stop talking while I'm talking, Ray. If you want to adopt that belief for yourself, cool. Right? You want to make claims and accept things without evidence, cool. You do that for yourself. But trying to force that on other people, you're going to be asked for evidence. And then don't crash out when someone asks you for evidence and you can't provide it. Other than that, keep that belief to yourself.
I hear you.
Because
I
I
hear
think
you.
even making the statement that God chooses to communicate through humans, a human told you that. God
Nah,
did not tell you. When did God tell you, I choose to communicate through humans, so I'm not going to talk through
it's actually in the Bible. He tells you that he
Oh,
speaks through dreams, his
Ray,
prophets, and
Ray,
he speaks to the Urim.
Ray. Who wrote the
That
so
he,
the
Bible?
other part of the Bible where he said he does not come to people in dreams, and if they say that God told them something in the dream, they've been lying. What about that part?
I can't say that if a person lying or not. Only God and an individual know, but he speaks through dreams, his prophets, and the Urim,
Ray, you
which is
didn't
a
hear
stone.
Oso. He said that what about the scripture that's when God in your same book says that he does not speak through dreams. And but it doesn't even matter because the
Where do you
Bible
say
was
that at?
It was another dude that said it.
Wait, your God told you, hold on. I just want to get this right. Your most high told you that he said in this book that he speaks through dreams, right?
I'm getting my
Uh,
Bible now.
hold on. I just want to make
Yeah,
sure I understand this.
yeah.
That your God came to you and he said to you, hello?
I'm here. I didn't go nowhere. I'm looking up scriptures. I hear you talking. It's just when I click off of the screen and go to open
Listen,
my Bible app.
I know what scripture you're talking about. What I need to understand is your God came to you and told you that he speaks to people in dreams, but he did not tell you that he also said in this same book that he does it.
I haven't saw that in that same
No,
book,
no, no,
but I
not have
saw
you
what I'm
saw
talking
it.
about.
Listen to what you're saying. You're saying the Most High said this to you, but
He
what
said
you
it in
really
the
mean?
book.
Hey, can you not?
Listen,
All right, all right. Go
Like,
ahead.
how do y'all have conversations? Like, I don't know why the Most High don't do like a morning circle with some of y'all and say, hey, this is how you listen, and then this is how you talk. You take turns. Like, I don't know why. But for some reason, every time we try to have these conversations with believers, it's like the interrupting. Like, how do y'all gain an understanding from each other? What I'm trying to understand from you, like what I understand now is that you don't necessarily mean that the Most High said this to you. What you mean is that you read it in the book, and you don't know the other part because you have not read it yet, and the Most High isn't really talking to you. You just don't know what you don't know. Is that right?
I have no problem with admitting I don't know something, and I don't know what he's saying that God said he don't talk through dreams, and I would like to know that. I know what I said is in the book, and that's where I study God's word. And that's where He talks to me through His word, and like you said, He talks through people. And if people, when a person says something, if it don't line up with His word, that's how I know if not to take it for gospel or not. But I want to know that if He said it, God said He don't speak through dreams no more. I would like to know. If I don't know something, I have no problem with admitting I don't know something, and I have an open mind to learn anything. So I'm all ears.
Yeah,
just completely missed the question.
right. And I'll bring up the scripture here in just a second. But what I asked was, when you say God said, you are not necessarily saying that this God is talking to you. You mean that you're reading the book and you're saying God said. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so and you're taking the words of the author in Numbers. Like, we don't know who wrote the book of Numbers. I know most Israelites think it was Moses. Um, it, it's it's quite illogical to think Moses wrote the Torah when there was no text and no Hebrew. I don't want to get into the whole Paleo Hebrew conversation with y'all, but there was no scrolls of the Torah in Hebrew because the Hebrew language did not exist prior to 10th century BCE. But so we don't know who wrote the book of Numbers. And so to say that that definitely came from a God when you don't know who that writer is kind of wild to me. Right? 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 Like you don't know who wrote this. Like but you're claiming that that person actually heard from your God or had a relationship with your God. Like you have no idea who the author was of Numbers.
Yeah, and I understand that also. Yeah, it could be debated um that Ezra recompiled the books after they was destroyed in the destruction of the temple, yada yada yada.
Mm,
Get all that. The bottom line to me is God preserved His word,
that's not
revealed
what she
to
was
man.
saying, but
So
okay.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's because how can Moses talk about himself? It's a lot of ways. I know why you're saying that. It's speculated if Moses really wrote the book, or if he had one of
What
his.
reason did she give? She gave you a specific reason why she thinks that it's not Moses. What reason was that? Were you listening?
I was trying to. I'm trying to do a lot of things at once, so I didn't hear that part.
Absolutely. But
I
right
didn't hear
now,
that
what
part.
she's trying to be doing is having a conversation. And in order to do that, you have to listen to what she's saying. What
Uh,
reason did she give for the fact that we don't believe that Moses wrote the book?
Can you run that by me again, please? That part. I'm not.
And
I'm
hold
not
on
going.
for a
I'm gonna just
second.
close my Bible. I'm not gonna look at them. I'm just gonna
Hold
focus
on for a
completely
second,
on.
please. Hold on for a second, please.
Yeah.
Scurvy. Nobody can tell me when someone is being respectful to me. Nobody. If you take that type of behavior as respect, that's the level that you've set for yourself. But whatever low level you set for yourself, don't try to put that on me. Okay?
I
If you want
understand.
to send him, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Scurvy. If you want to send him gifts because this is the type of respect you want for yourself, the type of man that you want and how you want to be treated, cool. But nobody can tell me what's respectful to me but me. You know what TikTok gifts are? Like if you want to praise him for his behavior because you want to let people know this is how you want to be treated, cool. Do that. But don't try to tell me that I need to accept the low standards that you set for yourself.
Mm.
Okay? Ray of Preacher.
Ray of hope. Ray of hope.
Way of hope. Goodness gracious. Oh my God.
Ray, it's not just you. Think of me fucking everybody's name up. It is
Oh
not
my
just you,
God.
Ray.
Oh my
All
God.
right. All right. But
She's serious.
I want to hear. Can you say again why you don't believe that Moses wrote the Torah?
Yeah, because classical biblical Hebrew or archaic biblical Hebrew did not exist until the 10th century. And I know the Israelites focus a lot on Paleo Hebrew, which is a font. And it's not a different it's not a different language. Paleo Hebrew is just a font. It was mostly pictographs, but we don't have anything in that, and there's nothing that in hieroglyphics because the story says Moses was an Egyptian, right? And so Moses, if he did write this, he would have written it in hieroglyphics, and it would have had to been translated into Hebrew after he died. But we don't have any of that. And so there's no reason for any credible scholar to assert that Moses was the author of the Torah at all. There's too much archaeological evidence against that. But my point in even bringing that up is that the Torah and the Navim and the Ketuvim was written by multiple people, right? And you don't know who the authors are. Like it has names, but we don't know who wrote this stuff. And then you brought up the fact that when they came back into the Levant area and they lost all their culture, right? And Ezra and Nehemiah went on a whole make Jerusalem great again rampage and started rebuilding their culture from scratch, right? From oral traditions. Like we have no idea who wrote what. And you're saying that this is God. And you're just automatically trusting that these people who lived 4,000, 5,000 years ago were holy, pious men just because they said they were. And these were the same men who threw a concubine out and told their brothers and from the tribe of Benjamin to rape and abuse her all night just to save his ass, and then took her home and cut her body up. But you want to say that these same people were holy and pious men and believe that they were talking to a god just off the strength. Like just because
Well,
somebody writes something don't make it true.
I'm gonna say that. Are you finished?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say this. Yeah, you spoke about the Paleo Hebrew. That's the ancient. I don't know too much about that. And you said Moses was Egyptian, um, which is true. He did grow up in Egypt, but he always knew he was Hebrew, and he always was connected to his Hebrew heritage. So to say that he only will be able to write Egyptian hieroglyphs is not a true statement, and it can't be definitively said because he always knew he was Hebrew. He was even nursed by his I believe it was his sister or his mother actually nursed him because Pharaoh's daughter would bring him back and forth. So
Ray of
I can't.
hope.
I
Hold
can't
on, Ray
say
of
that
hope. Ray of hope.
he only would be able to
Ray,
write hieroglyphics. He would be able to
Ray
write
of
paleo
hope. Ray
also.
of
Nigga, you
hope.
can't
Ray
even
of
prove
hope.
he existed. Like,
I'm
Hold
just
on. Ray of
saying.
hope. Ray of hope.
Yes.
I don't know if you missed the part where I stated Hebrew did not exist as a language until 10th century BCE. Moses would have lived, if he was a real person, he would have lived between the 13th century, 11th century BCE. He would have died like mid 11th century BCE, like 150 years before Hebrew existed. So he could not have known Hebrew. That's the point.
But Hebrew pretty much is kind of like the English language.
No, it's not.
But when you talk about back then, because Moses came from he was Mesopotamian, right? He came from a land and broke off of that basically. So what I'm trying to say is Hebrew back then was probably a compilation of different languages, different.
It did. It wasn't Hebrew. But the point is, it wasn't Hebrew, and we don't have anything of this Torah, the Ketuvim or the Nevi'im, written in anything but Hebrew and Aramaic. And Hebrew did not exist as a language until 10th century BCE. And the earliest form that we have is the Paleo script,
Right,
right?
right.
And we only have small inscriptions of that. We don't even have a lot of that. And that's just that. The Paleo script is just a font. That's like saying that the earliest inscriptions that we have is
Times New
was written in
Roman.
Times New Roman. It's still, the language itself did not exist prior to 10th century BCE.
I don't
150 years
know.
after this biblical Moses would have lived.
I get all of that. I get all of that, sis, and you make a lot of good points. But the bottom line is, God preserved this thing that got in front of me for a reason. With His supernatural power, through whoever He wanted to preserve it through, He did it, and it's here.
Hold on, through
And if I apply these
supernatural
principles,
power. Hold on,
yes,
he preserved this book through
yes,
supernatural power, but it's 4,000 different variations.
it's a lot of different
Hold on,
languages.
I'm trying to, right, but I'm trying to figure out the supernatural power. Like Apple got more supernatural power to make sure motherfuckers keep updating their iPhones once a year than your God has on this book. Because people have changed and this book reinterpreted this book over the centuries. Even the writers themselves redacted and interpolated this book.
Wow.
What do you mean? Wow! Like I don't know if you've ever looked at the oldest copies that we have of any of the New Testament scriptures, right? Like, have you ever?
Yeah, that's
Uh,
Greek. The oldest in Greek, right? It's
yep.
not
Where?
Hebrew.
Yeah, of Jesus. I'm talking about the copies of
Yahshua.
Yahushua.
Yahushua. Yeah.
Yahweh. Have you ever looked at any of the oldest copies that we have in history of the writings about Yahweh?
No, the oldest I saw was in Greek. I haven't seen the older. I
This is,
haven't
yeah.
seen the
Look, it's
Hebrew
on the
yet.
screen. I'm gonna show you. Right. I'm gonna show you something. Um. Okay. We're gonna look at. Um. Let me see. Okay. The oldest copy we have of John chapter 7, starting at verse 53. John 8, going all the way to verse 11, is Witness 66, Papyrus 66. Okay? All right? And we're going to look at it. This is a scanned copy of it. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, this is the oldest copy that we in on this earth have in our possession. Okay? Now, looking at that, if we go to start at chapter 7 verse 53, and that goes back to the year 125, okay? It is blank. Starting from chapter 7 to first verse 53, going all the way to chapter 8 verse 11, it is blank. It didn't exist. It started showing up after the Nicene Creed around 375 and Witness 5. And then you don't see it again until this witness in 2000 something, an updated copy, right? So even the scribes, the authors, Matthew changed Mark's text, right? And we know that because as they find older copies, they see that it does not read the same. And so if your God has this supernatural ability to preserve his text, right? Humans obviously can override that supernatural ability, like hacking it and making it whatever they want to say. And like I said, I would have to argue that Apple has a stronger hold, a stronger copyright on their updates for their iPhones than your God has on this book.
God don't even hold the copyright for his book.
That's true. The UK government, the Crown of England, got that. Well,
All right, it's been nice. You made some good points. It's nothing I could say. You solid on what you believe. I'm solid on what I believe. It's been nice talking to y'all. I'm gonna just listen in. I got some things I need to do. I still love y'all. We all human beings at the end of the day, and we all here. We gotta
yeah,
live here
before
together in
before
unity.
before
So
you go,
I
like
got
before you
slide.
go, hold on, before you go, saying that you're solid, like saying that I'm solid on what I believe. I haven't told you one belief on this stage. The only thing I've done is shared evidence and factual data with you. You're the one
Yeah,
who holds a belief, right? And so
yeah.
if you were in fact able to provide evidence and factual information, I'm not going to reject that. The difference between what you and I are doing is that you are rejecting factual data.
I ain't reject
That's that.
nothing.
Yes, you are. Like when you
I
make that
haven't,
statement. Hold on. When you make that statement, all right. I'm solid. You're solid on what you believe, and I'm solid on what I believe. You're rejecting it.
but I can't present.
You're
I can't
you.
present nothing to you from what I believe because you already
Right,
received it
that's
all
a
else. You don't believe
belief.
in the
Hold
book.
on.
You don't like
I'm
the book.
what I'm saying to you is I don't hold a belief. You do. What I've provided for you, right, is
Yeah.
factual data, resources, credible resources at that, in scriptural resources, right? I'm not giving you a belief. You're giving me a belief without evidence, right? And what you're saying to me is I'm just going to keep on believing what I believed before you showed me the evidence. That's you rejecting the evidence. You haven't, I'm not rejecting your belief because you haven't provided any evidence of it. That's the difference between what you and I are doing. And I just wanted to say that before you drop down. And I hope you have a good day at work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All
Appreciate
right.
it. All right.
I think that was such a good point to land on, thinker, because the another major difference is he's saying he's solid in his belief. I'm not solid in anything but following where the data leads. That's the only thing I'm
Right.
solid in. And if I find out that I hold a position that the data refutes, I'm going to change my position. But that's not what believers do. And that's what happens when you come with your conclusion in hand. I say this all the time. You engage in motivated reasoning, it changes the way you engage with text. Even when you're applying skepticism, you're applying skepticism with a goal in mind, not for the purpose of siphoning out what's actually true.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the more accurate statement would be, uh, you're solid with your evidence, and I'm resolute with my belief. I'm resolved to believe it just because I want to believe it. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, kind of like this person on YouTube saying that Google says that there is no patent or copyright on the Bible. But I literally, like, the only thing what I would do when a person makes a statement like that, I went to Google. Google says you're lying. Google says there's no copyright or patent on the Bible. But if I go to Google myself, yeah, you believe Google. Do you believe my screen now?
Damn.
Control Alt. You need to add Control Alt delete that damn comment because you are lying. It literally says, yes, the UK Crown holds a perpetual right over the King James Version of the Bible through letters patent. It's through the UK government and the Crown of England, and they get to decide which printing companies can print the King James Bible.
A perpetual copyright is insane.
But lying and saying that Google told you something different is crazy, as if people can't just click out of YouTube or TikTok and Google for themselves. Like, the way that y'all be lying for Jesus is insane. What do you mean Google says the entire Bible is not copyrighted?
Wait, are you
What
saying
you
there's parts of the Bible I can copyright?
Right, that's like, did you go and ask if chapter 2 of Genesis is a part of the copyright? Like, I don't what did you ask Google? If Revelations was copywritten?
Matter of fact, tell me what part isn't copywritten. I know what I'm gonna do this weekend.
Like, that's crazy. What shares did you Google? I asked, is the Bible, like, seriously? Do you realize that there are several people who have made their own version of this book for the simple fact of the letter patent on the KJV? That's why there's so many different translations, so many different variations. Like, they have to make minor changes to it to create their own, and then they go and then they do a copyright on that. Well, then you go try and start printing KJV Bibles and selling them, and watch the Crown of England come for that ass. And Cambridge University, and then there's Oxford, and then there's one more, Collins. Those three universities have the exclusive right to print and sell these Bibles. You go do it.
They gonna hit you with a pip pip cheerio, good eye, Mike. Wait, I fear I may have turned Australian halfway through.
Yeah, you went to several continents.
Also, was traveling.
I was zero stepping, as it were.
Wait. You're trying to say that they're saying that the UK government only has a letter patent on the New King James? Like, I don't. What school did y'all go to? Like, who taught y'all how to research? Like, I seriously want to know that. Like, when y'all had to do essays and research papers in school, like, did y'all actually do them? You you're quoting Google. What's your resource, Alt? What's your source? What's your source, Alt? Lisa Rochelle, are you okay? What is your source, Alt? Do you know how to identify a source? What source are you quoting? Google is not your source. Google is the search engine. Google is a tool. The source is the site Never mind. Alt. Lisa. How are you?
Hello, I'm
Lisa.
not sure how I got online.
That's okay. I'll drop you down. Have a good one.
No, you're
Okay.
fine.
All right. Have a good one.
Hi, Lisa.
Motherfucker, I tell you every source that I quote to y'all. And create a Discord so that you can, in a Google Drive, so you can go and research the sources yourself, and pay money to download credible articles and upload them bitches for free to a Google Drive so people can search for themselves. I don't have to quote Google as a source. I don't have to quote AI as a source.
And this is an interesting kind of challenge to undertake, especially when they also consider God to be sovereign. Because wouldn't a sovereign God ensure that his message couldn't be restricted or monetized or patented? Especially if it's absolutely imperative that every human being have access to it. It doesn't
Like,
make any sense.
it doesn't. And then why would he even put it in a book? Like, if he's responsible for making every human and giving every human, putting every human spirit or soul in their body, like, why don't he do like Apple do and download the damn software? Like, I could understand like late Bronze Age. He was like, okay, these bodies ain't up to par, but we in 2025. Like, we got whole fucking computers in our pockets. Like, your God couldn't download his instructions in you, in your so-called spirit that's supposed to be so powerful that it can touch people and heal them. Like, make that shit make sense. Like, you a brand new avatar having to come to earth to wait till you read a fucking 2,000-year-old book to know what the fuck you here for.
Cracked out on the couch, Mom.
Was she?
I bet.
Stranger. Stranger danger.
What in the world?
That don't even make sense. Like, you telling me that humans got more sense than your God to update their products with the time, but your God hasn't?
I keep saying, show me a flash drive from the Bronze Age that I can stick in a computer that works today. And then maybe we can have a conversation about God being divine. Like, show me that, because that makes sense. But the fact that somebody had some scrolls and wrote some shit on paper, and then humans use those scrolls that folks started to revere for some reason to control humanity, that does not sound like a sovereign or divine.
And then he ain't even updated his product. Like, I say this all the time. Like, I do not understand why he has not yet figured out or seen all these people walking on this planet with humpbacks and the scoliosis, curved spines, back pain. Like, why he ain't updated that part of the body?
You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Or either knees. Like, do you know how quickly knees go the fuck out? Like, even if you don't want to admit that your design was fucked up from the beginning, like, give us some metal in that bitch or something to make it a little bit more comfortable as we get older. No updates whatsoever.
Or eyes, because the most of our ass is still blind as fuck. Like, the
I got
majority of humanity wear glasses or contacts.
I got 3 pairs of readers on my desk right now.
Like, I mean, y'all telling me that your God is all powerful, but damn, like he must not love humanity like y'all say he do, because he ain't upgrading shit. Or either he likes seeing y'all suffer. Um, Stranger Than Fiction, are you there? Did you come up on purpose or on accident?
I didn't meet you, so you'll have to unmute.
Stranger Than Fiction, what'd you say?
I said I did mute him, so if you're here on purpose, you'll have to unmute to say something.
I don't think he came up on purpose. I think he was having a conversation with somebody.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Can I ask y'all a question?
That's cool.
Well, you and Fee, I want to get both of your opinions.
Yeah, what's up?
What did the virgin say to their partner after the first time?
What did the virgin say to what? Also,
To their partner after their first sexual encounter?
I don't even know that I want to try to answer this. I'll bat it to you, thinker.
I don't even know. Also, know damn well my mind ain't finna be able to figure that out.
Yahweh Shai.
I don't get it.
Yahweh Zai.
I don't get it. Oh, so?
How was I?
Oh my gosh.
There you go. There you go. Let it marinate.
Something's wrong with us.
Yeah, it's definitely something wrong with him. Public domain just means that you can read the thing online, but you cannot go and start printing the KJV Bible and making money off of it because the UK government has a letter patent. Goodness.
I don't know. I think it was pretty solid.
I mean, it was after you explained it. I think I would have got it if you had said it just like yo how was I, and I would have just automatically knew that you were making fun of your how was I.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Because some people don't speak like that, you know.
Oh, it is hilarious after he explained it. Kevin X.
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please?
36.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I don't know if I'm deconstructing. I'm not an atheist. I grew up in the church, though.
Which are you? I need to know what you are. Don't type in caps in my comments, please. Caps are for mods and for those who have a vision impairment because y'all your way has not updated the eyes yet. Okay. Unfortunately, you do have to be muted for 5 minutes. Please don't use caps in the comments. I need to know what you are. Like, do you believe in the God of the Bible?
I believe there's one God. I mean, the God in the Bible. I mean, I believe in God, the higher power, the
Okay,
creator,
so we
the most
are the
high.
conversation. Okay, so the conversations that we have in here are centered around the God of the Bible, not just any God. And I only allow people to participate who are either current believers of this God or deconstructing from that belief or deconstructing their belief and like how they believe in the God or atheists.
Okay. Um, okay.
All right, so I'm gonna move you back to the chat, but thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
You too.
All right.
Yeah.
Fried foreskins. That biblical?
What did iBiblical say?
He named himself Fried Foreskins.
Oh my goodness.
Crunchy.
Fried. Where did that come from? Who said it? What live did that come from? Team Lost Five.
It's Los. I'm sorry. My name is
Oh,
Carlos.
okay. Carlos, hi. How are you?
I'm good, and I always refer to myself as blessed. I'm a follower of the scriptures as well. Yes,
How old are you?
I'm 46.
Okay. Um. Also,
Hello, Carlos. My real name is Carlos. How are you?
Oh well, I'm well, man. I'm well. I'm well. I didn't take kindly to your joke just now. Yahweh Shai is my ancestor, man, and I really appreciate.
You won't take
Yeah,
kindness to the
yeah,
fact that I lied
I
again. My
appreciate
real name
him.
is not Carlos. Anyways, thoughts on the
Yeah.
topic?
So you start off with non-truth. I mean, how can we even believe anything else you say, brother?
That's a great question. Thoughts on the topic?
Excuse me. What you say?
Thoughts on the topic?
Oh, my thoughts on the topic. I believe that you guys are using the wrong frame of reference to actually prove your point. I believe that
I'm
the
sorry.
The
The
scripture.
topic
topic
on the
says,
background?
yeah, the
Uh,
topic, not your opinion about it. The topic.
oh yeah, I'm getting there. Excuse me.
No,
I
no,
thought
I
I
don't.
had
I don't. We don't. Listen,
already
I'm gonna
just
tell you. We don't care what your opinion is about us. right? And the
Uh,
conversations that we had
uh,
with previous people has nothing to do with
oh
you.
goodness, I'm talking about the topic.
You're
Please let me
not.
just speak before you cut me off.
What
That was just my
reference?
opening.
What reference do you see on the
I can
topic
see
for you
now
to
that,
be talking
like,
about?
if you're gonna just use your platform to beat on people, I mean, I just like to
How
speak
have
on
I
the
beat
You
on
topic.
you?
46 and crying is
I
crazy.
thought that I was talking to O'Shea, and as soon as I began to speak, I
Who?
didn't even
What?
make my point. I just opened my mouth, and then you cut me off.
Right. I want you to
How could
talk
you?
about the
How could you
topic.
have? How can you have an opinion?
Hey. I want you to talk about the topic only. I don't care what your opinion is about us. What are your thoughts about, yes, I still think he is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Is Jesus good or evil? Your thoughts about that.
Apparently, I'm Ice Cube now. Oh, Shay Jackson.
Hello, was
Yes,
I
what are your
mute?
thoughts about the topic?
Oh, okay, okay. This is my thoughts on the topic. I believe that when it's your topic is saying that you believe that Jesus is the worst thing that happened to humanity, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And my thoughts is that that is short sighted. Is that wrong? Because that's what I said.
Well, you
I
don't know
said you,
what, but
and
you
I
don't
believe,
know.
and
Hold on.
from
How can
hearing.
you? Hold on. Hold on.
Okay,
You
let me.
asked me if that was
You
wrong.
just
Let me
asked a
answer
question,
you.
dude. Damn.
Okay,
Let
I'm
me
listening.
answer
I'm
you.
listening. I'm listening.
You saying that it's short sighted would mean that you have access to my mind and my experience and the knowledge that I have to when I made that decision for myself.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My point was that from what I've heard of you, what you've expressed, I can only base my opinion on what I've seen and heard. And what you have expressed for the last hour and a half that I've been listening to you, ma'am, I believe that you're drawing your conclusion that you've drawn several times. It's short sighted. Yes,
Which is
correct.
what? Which is what? Which is what,
Okay,
Los?
so let me please
Tell me.
speak.
Hold on. Tell me
Okay,
what I know about your Jesus. Go ahead.
okay. Let me just say this. Okay, I believe that in the scriptures that you're
No,
always.
not the scriptures. No,
Hold
Los,
on,
not
excuse me.
Los,
You
not.
didn't
Hold
allow
on,
me to make my
Los,
point.
Hey,
Los.
Lowe's,
I
before you
didn't
have the
ask
zest attack,
you.
calm down.
I didn't ask you about the scriptures. I said I want you, Los, to tell me what I know about your God. That's what I want you to tell me. Since you said it's short-sighted and you've sat and listened to me for an hour and a half and you've heard everything I know about your God or everything I feel about your God, go ahead and tell me what I know about your God. That's what I want you to do.
Come off mute, Carlos. You won't get muted if you quit yelling over people.
You're on mute, Carlos.
For all the unbelievers, I don't know why it feels like I keep getting muted, but I would like to prove the
I
validity of
just told you why.
and Christ and why he's
I
great for
don't care
humanity.
if your Christ exists. I don't give a damn
No,
about
no,
proving the
oh, no. I'm
validity.
saying the point.
Listen,
You said
those
he is
are
the
the
worst
most
thing that
worst.
happened to
Hey, no.
humanity,
Hey,
and
those are the most.
I
Hey,
said, yes,
Carlos, if
ma'am.
you want to
Yes, ma'am.
participate in this conversation, you
Yes,
need to
ma'am.
know where you are. I could give
Okay.
less than a fuck about proving whether
Okay.
your Jesus or your God exists. It doesn't matter to me. I still think that he is evil and I still think that he is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. But you made a statement. You made a statement that you know why I feel that way by you sitting and listening for an hour and a half. So now I am engaging with that statement. And I
Oh,
am
okay.
asking,
Okay.
let me finish
Okay.
talking. I am asking you to
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
me what I know about your God.
Okay, my answer to that was I can't tell you what you know, ma'am.
Did I not say that earlier? Did I not say you can't tell me what I know
I
about
agree
your
with you
God?
then. I agree with you.
No,
Is that
you
what you wanted
didn't. No, you
to? No,
didn't.
I'm saying right now, this second, I agree with you. I misunderstood what you were saying.
Okay, thank you.
I
Now
humbly
give
agree with
your
you.
thoughts. Now give your thoughts on whether or not you agree or disagree with your God being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Because if you focus on opinions about the host or the people in this room, this is not going to be a good conversation. Because I promise you, we don't give a fuck about your opinions about how you feel about us.
Yes, ma'am. I totally get that. You know, I don't either. So we can agree on that as well. And I apologize if that's what you were, first perceiving that that's what I was doing. I was just actually angling my discussion. And it was doing that by attacking you guys' angle. And I apologize for debating that way. I should have just came straight out. So can we just move
Mhm.
forward?
Only after you say all the unnecessary shit, though, right?
All right, so yeah, all right, so whatever. What I would like to speak on is that I believe that Christ is the best thing to happen to humanity, and in that sense, I would like to say that, and I'm not going to go to what you guys were going to. I believe that evidence is what we're looking for. And the only evidence that I can display is in experiencing with my own life, what I've seen with my own eyes, in my own hands, and in my own experiences. And I have seen directly, people being, doing something, that was harmful to people or into situations, and the name of Christ being injected into that scenario actually, change the scenario. You can say it's all social programming and all of that stuff and all that you want, but it has power. And I believe that less harm has been done in the name of Jesus than good.
So I'm
So
I'm
What? How
confused.
many
Which
people
what
name?
have
I'm
died?
saying, my point is that
Hold on,
Christ has
President. So
been
hold on,
not
hold
the
on,
worst thing that
hold
happened to
on.
humanity.
I'm
You
confused.
say the
Which
worst
name?
thing that
Which
happened to
name has
humanity.
Carlito,
power?
Carlito.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Which name has power? Yehoshua, Yahweh or Jesus, or Yeshua?
It's the Son of God. Just do that.
Is
Just do
the
that.
Son of God a
I
name?
don't want to debate you. I don't want to debate you
No, no,
on
no, no.
names.
You made a statement. No,
Okay,
no.
he expresses.
Los.
He
The
expresses
same way
himself.
you, the same stuff. Like
Carlito.
why?
However,
Like
however
the
he
same. Why are
expresses
you
Hey,
talking
himself.
at the same time I'm talking?
I was trying to
The
answer your
same way
question.
when you came up and I called you Team Lost Five and you said it's Los, right? You wanted to make sure that I said your name correctly. And you just made a statement that the name that you just made a statement that why are you talking while I'm talking?
I'm not. I was praying. And sorry, I can't do that.
Like, yeah,
I
man, do
nigga,
that shit on mute.
bro,
Like,
you are so fucking
goddamn.
childish.
Like, do that on mute. And when you made that statement that his name has been invoked in certain situations and people have changed, and I asked you which name has the power because you said his name has power, and I give you all these names, you say I don't want to get involved in that. No, which name has power? I would like to know that. And then I would like to know what name did you just pray in?
Probably paleo Israelite. You're gonna have to come off mute because you have no self control and apparently an inability to listen.
Like, are you still praying? Because if so, then I can move on to somebody else. Are
Yahshua is
you still praying?
crazy.
All right. All right. Bye team loss. Like the fact like y'all come in here with y'all prayers and all that shit. Like that's crazy. Like this is a fucking conversation. Like you probably should have prayed before you came up on stage. Like
He
wasting
came up
people's
to crash
time.
out. He was in the comments spamming, "Let me up, let me up, let me up. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting." He did. He did what he wanted to do. He accomplished his mission. He came up here to be an asshole, which is why I didn't take it seriously.
But he didn't do anything. That's the thing. Like he did absolutely nothing. Keep your prayers.
Keep your prayers, we ain't asked for that. Consent before you drop it in the chat. Facts, good vibes, only you can tap, tap, tap. But your holy germs, yeah, we send them right back. They type I'm praying for you like it's sweet, but it's shade in disguise. We see the deceit. If your God's so strong, let him text me direct. Otherwise, your prayer just a flex for respect. Learn consent. Don't lay hands online. I ain't signing for your altar call line. We laughing, we learning. That's the nerd vibe. You can keep your prayers, just tap and share live. Keep your prayers. We ain't asked for that. Consent before you drop it in the chat. Yup. Good vibes, only you can tap, tap, tap. But your holy germs, yeah, we send them right back.
Rocks Deluxe. Rocks Deluxe, are you there?
You will also need to come off mute.
Okay. Tiffany, are you in the box on purpose or accident? Boku, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Okay, ATZ, you're not there. Those of you that are in the request box and you joined through El Joso Ray Bowen, please make sure that you enter the live through the Thinker stream. If you entered the live by clicking on El Joso Ray, you're not. I can't bring you up through that account, so you're gonna have to hop out and then come through the front door.
So many subscribers, so few comments about being in the request room.
All right, I'm gonna take Tiffany out. Boku, I don't think they're in there on purpose. Armand, Armand, are
Oh,
you?
I
Did you join
I
an
am so
accident?
sorry. Yeah, that was an accident. My bad. My bad.
Okay, no worries.
Nah, get him. Get him.
Hey, yeah, please.
Oh, I was joking, Brenda. I was joking. I was joking. That nigga woke up to bark.
Sona, Dion, Dion.
Dion
Okay.
Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Neon in the bed.
The, have you seen The Matrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have this video queued up in my YouTube about it's like a think piece about how the Matrix movie is an allegory for being a trans person, and very much looking forward to seeing how that ties together.
Send me a link on Discord. I would love to see it.
Absolutely, yeah. They were talking about how Mr. Smith was using that Mr. Anderson as like to dead name Neo. It looks like it's gonna be pretty interesting.
Hey, who tells them that they've been chosen?
They do. They choose themselves, they forgive themselves, they bless themselves. They do all these things to themselves.
It's so crazy. Like they be like, you ain't chosen. Like who chose you?
Same person that anointed them. All of this shit is internal.
What does no I'm a believer mean? Like did you choose to be a believer? Like I really want to know that since you telling other people they're not chosen. Like, did you choose to be a believer? Now, this might be a trick question because if you try to say that your God made you a believer, right? Then this whole thing about free will and you got to have free will because he wants you to voluntarily choose him would fall apart, right? That would fall apart. And then if you chose to become a believer, then that means you chose your damn self.
Mm.
So it's kind of like a catch 20 motherfucking two here.
Yeah. I mean, the concept of being chosen pretty much negates free will anyway. Like, unless you're saying that you have to accept the chosen position. But then, like, to your point, that's you.
Trust me, God made me different.
Like all of this, like to me, it just I think people hang on to this not because they're actually getting benefit from Jesus, but like honestly, the only thing that I'm seeing from it is it makes them feel better than other people, even when their life doesn't represent that.
Yep.
Because going around and saying to people, uh, you're not chosen, that's some shit a bully would say to a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
Regina George would say that to old girl. What was the girl's name? Um in Mean Girls?
I didn't see
Uh,
it.
um, what's her name? I know
Uh
it's Lindsay
um
Lohan's character.
Should have been
yeah,
Buffy or some shit.
Gretchen.
Oh, Michael Clark Duncan.
What?
Actually, it was Katie.
Said Michael.
Yeah, Katie. Like that's some shit Regina George would say to Katie. You're not chosen.
But the thing is, being chosen implies exclusion, right? So, but at the same time, they like to say that God's love is universal. Which one is it? Because why create an exclusive club if only a certain set of people can enter it? It doesn't make sense. So the more they talk about the properties and the characteristics and the behavior of their God, the more nonsensical it seems. But again, that goes back to the whole, prohibition of questioning this God or even thinking about how this God behaves.
Yeah, and then like their chosenness doesn't give them any extra special abilities on earth. It doesn't like protect them from anything that every human deals with on earth. Like you just chosen for nothing. Like it's
Exactly.
not like you are actually like contributing to mankind's existence in like this major way that mankind can't exist without you if you weren't chosen. And this is
Mm.
what I was saying to the archangel this morning. Like the purpose of you making your name on TikTok, Archangel Jimmy and Archangel Uriel, is and then going around telling people that you are an archangel. It's simply so people can look at you and be like, oh my God, he's so special. He's reached such a level of consciousness. It's just for you to get some type of status, for you to feel good about yourself. Because it doesn't do anything for anybody.
That's what I think all of it is. Even with the Frozen who was up here earlier, crying as long as he did. Like, it's not about being. a better person. It's not about embodying the characteristics. It's about wearing the label and letting people assume or expecting people to assume that you are special, that you have this sanctified position. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that you act like a good person. And the fact that they can poo-poo on folks who do behave kindly and compassionately and lovingly because they don't believe a thing tells me it's not about behavior. It's about belonging. It's about exclusivity and them being a part of the chosen club, and the fact that you don't want to be a part of it or you ask questions about it, they interpret that as persecution. But even their own belief systems, like if you look at belief systems and the things that they talk about with respect to this God, they are so disjointed because they say God is omniscient. And if he is, then that means who's chosen has been predetermined. And if that is the case, not being chosen can't be blamed on us. Not having faith or following God's will is not the fault of the person who has not been predetermined by God to be chosen. Like, make it make sense.
Like it can't make sense. Like they literally will say that they don't see supremacy ideology in this God or in his, way of doing things, but scream chosen, right? Like the chosenness of it all is an aspect or a characteristic of supremacy culture. Like that doesn't make any sense at all. And then you said, he said, what did he say just a minute ago? My God is above logic. Like you literally accept that your God is illogical just to feel chosen.
And it's funny because they don't think that they're saying he's illogical.
Like what? Like you
My
just
God is outside of
called your
logic.
God, right? You just called your God illogical just so that you can feel chosen and feel like better than other people. And honestly, like if you just cared about yourself more, you wouldn't have to do that. And then like you'll claim, right, that you're humble and you understand why Jesus called the woman a dog, right? And the woman humbled herself and she became a dog, and I learned so much from that. But the moment we tell you that you were chosen to be worthless, he didn't say that, he didn't say worthless. That's not true. Y'all need to learn how to read your book. Like, I don't know
What?
what happened to y'all eyes when y'all read this. I think your chosen status because you want to feel so close and so precious to this God that the words move on the page. He literally says to her, it's not fair to give the children's food to dogs. Hold on, Andy Pandy. Actually, um, I don't think Rocky Man knows he's on stage. Can somebody disconnect me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rocket Man.
Um, like y'all don't read your own book, Andy. And then y'all be wrong as hell at the same damn time.
I need this frame.
But he answered, Andy, are you looking at the screen? Where you at, Andy? Are you still there, Andy, or did you leave? Andy, do you see what verse 26 says? It literally says, he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to dogs. And verse 28 says, um, and verse 27 says, and she said, truth, Lord. Like, yeah, I'm a dog. Yet the dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Like
You want some
what
kids, Greg?
happens to you? What is it? What does verse 26 say, Andy? What does verse 26 say? Your eyes ain't gonna be able to see this because you need to not believe that he called you a dog. And the crazy thing is that you have a belief in a God that isn't in this book. Like you don't even like the God in this book because you keep recreating him. You don't like this God. And then the book talks about y'all rejecting sound logic, rejecting facts, rejecting truth for your own vain repetition, your own stories. The book talks about y'all. It's okay, Andy. I know you have to be in denial because the Jesus that you believe in does not exist. It's okay. I completely understand. I was mad when I found out I was duped too.
It's okay, Eddie. You can join us.
I'm not rereading shit. Like the words was on the screen for you to read it for yourself, and you refuse to. You're just fucking delusional. Let Andy stay right where he at. Like he's a liar. Lying for Jesus is crazy, especially when y'all believe that Jesus said that all liars should have their place in the lake of fire. Like your fucking ego is so damn big, you willing to go to hell for it, and you believe in hell. I don't.
Damn.
Gloria, Gloria, Gloria.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm fine.
Did you come up on purpose or on accident, Gloria?
No,
No what?
Yes?
You came up on accident?
no,
Are you present?
¿Quieres comer?
Okay, Gloria, we're gonna move on. Why do y'all think she was Spanish? She was speaking Spanish.
I was.
Oh, somebody in the comments was like, "Can I translate?" Tiffany, are you requesting on purpose or on accident?
Oh, so what are you doing to pressure?
He's trying to bite me.
Asking him.
No, he's trying to bite me.
If you're in the request and you requested from the El Joso Ray, I can't bring you up on stage from that account. You have to request through the Thinker account. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm trying to make sense of your big screen. Could you explain to me what this is about?
No. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, I believe in God.
Okay. No, I was just joking with you. Um, this is a topic and a feeling that I have about your God. I don't like the God of Christianity. I don't. I'm an atheist. I don't necessarily like the Abrahamic God at all, but I think the God of Christianity, Jesus, has caused the most harm to humanity.
Um, okay. Why would you feel that way?
Well, first you got to tell me whether you agree or disagree with that.
I was raised up in the church, so I
So was
disagree with
I.
it.
So was
Okay.
I. I was a missionary. I preached for this God.
All right. I mean, God is, all forgiving. I mean, He died on the cross for our sins. It's our duty to, strive to be like God. I mean, no one can be as good as God is.
I don't think your God is good.
Well, that's what I'm asking you is what are your reasonings behind that?
The Bible, the history of the God, and the people that believe in Him.
Okay. And do you have the reasonings behind it? Like the
I just
history, I
told you the
understand.
reasonings. I just told you the reasonings. The Bible, right,
Okay. I'm
and
listening.
the history behind the people that believe in Him, right? The evidence on earth and the Bible.
Okay.
But you saying, "Oh, He died for our sins." What does that do? Humanity isn't after death. What what does Him dying for your sins do other than help y'all escape accountability for the things that y'all do and forgive yourself and not have a conscience?
All right. Let me ask you this. Even if you don't believe in God, don't you ever wonder why things exist at all?
No. I
How
mean,
come?
wondering it and building my whole life around that is two different things. It ain't gonna change anything. What is it gonna change? What is it gonna
Uh,
change to know whether a God created the earth? What let's say NASA says, "Oh, you can go and look through this big powered telescope and see God sitting on the throne." What's supposed to change tomorrow?
What's the harm in believing
I
and
just told
having
you
blind
that.
faith? What's the harm?
I just told you that.
But there's
I
no
just
harm
told you
behind
that.
it.
It's a lot of harm behind it.
Do you believe in mortality?
And death?
Can you answer the thinker's question from earlier though? I do want to know that answer.
All right. What
NASA
question did you
points the
want to the
telescope
answer to?
into the fucking space and they see God sitting on the throne. What changes?
I mean, proof that he exists, I suppose. I mean, their mindset would probably be different. Long story short, everybody that God's in everything, in my opinion, right? Um, a lot of people's like believing in seeing. I'm guessing that people because they can't see him, or and all they hear is stories. It's hard for people to have blind faith.
So
You still
you're
gonna have to
you're
pay rent.
you're you're saying that if I, NASA has like this high powered telescope and I can see God sitting on the throne, then the way I feel today about your God will change from that. Like I'm all of a sudden I'm just gonna like be okay with the fact that He's been sitting on that throne while children get saved by people preaching in His name
Oh,
and not
most
doing anything about it.
there's horrible people in this world, and I
No, no, no,
and
no. I'm asking, like, if I see Him sitting on that throne through a high powered telescope, is that all of a sudden gonna change my mind, right? And I'm just gonna all of a sudden be like, oh, let me worship this God that's been sitting on this throne this whole time and not doing anything about these kids being essayed.
I don't believe that God is going to reach down and
No, no, no.
slap.
Am I supposed to? Am I? I'm asking. Am I right?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Am I supposed to change all of a sudden because I can see Him sitting on a throne? Am I supposed to all of a sudden no longer care about the children that's getting essayed and your God not doing anything about it?
Oh no, you're entitled to feel the way you feel.
Right. So what you asked the question, right? Don't I wonder how things are made? You asserted that your God made everything, and I told you I don't care. That doesn't change anything. It's not going to change the way that I feel about this God, about this belief system. about the harm that it has caused and still cause. It's not going to change anything.
Okay. Well, you don't believe in God, and that's your choice. But if you're wrong, the consequences are eternal. If I'm wrong, I've
Then you
lived with
wasted your whole
meaning.
life.
I've still lived with meaning and purpose
What meaning and purpose have you lived with? What meaning and purpose do you
of
have?
having.
What meaning and hold on? What meaning and purpose do you have that I don't have as a non-believer in your God?
If God was real and you chose
Now,
not to
can you
believe, you
answer
would
the
have.
question
That's why I
that I
am
just
answering your
asked you? No,
question.
you're
I am.
not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. Whether your God is real or not doesn't matter. You have a belief in the God. You said that if you are wrong, then you've lived your life with meaning and purpose, right? Because you had a belief in a God. What extra meaning and purpose do you have because you are a believer that I, as a believer, don't have? That is essential to life.
Because of blind faith, I would still have.
How is that essential to life?
What I'm getting at is this: is if he's not real, then
No.
so
We've already dealt with that. You said if you are right, then you've lived your life with meaning and purpose. What is that meaning and purpose?
I still lived a fucking happy life. That's my thing.
Oh, I live a happy life.
Okay, that's fine.
So no difference?
Yeah, you were supposed to
Well,
be outlining the differences for her.
there's no okay. Well, I'm saying she was asking me if he's not real,
I didn't
and
ask you that.
I spent my whole life believing that he was, essentially, right? That's what you're saying. And
I
how I
literally
lived
I
a
Yeah,
said
happier life.
literally you made the statement that if he's real and I die, right, then I'm going to be sorry. And then you said if he's not real, then I've lived my life with meaning and purpose, right? As if I can't live a life that is meaningful and purposeful without a blind faith, without belief in your God.
That is why I believe that you cannot live a good
What
life.
meaning? What meaning and purpose do you have that you think that I can't have?
Well, you don't have the meaning. You don't of having blind faith of believing in the Lord Jesus Christ. How does that not make
What
sense?
does that add to life?
It adds a lot of things in my life. It brings
Like
happiness and
what?
joy.
I have happiness and joy.
Okay. I'm glad that you have happiness and joy. I'm just talking about from my perspective.
So nothing?
Our happiness and joy might be two different things.
It is two different things because we are two different people. We live
Exactly.
two different lives. But I still am happy and joyful. So I'm not missing anything by not believing in your God.
I can understand where you're coming from because you've been a person of faith before. I guess what I want to get down to the meat of things. You stated about the Bible itself and the way things are nowadays is the reasoning behind why you turned from your faith.
So
What?
so hold on. Why are we pivoting? So there's
Because I felt
no
like we.
difference. So there's no difference between you having blind faith and me having none, and the quality of life.
I suppose not.
Correct?
I suppose not.
Yeah, there's not.
Do
That's
you
why I
think
want.
that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Keep referring to blind faith. Can you name something that is like, I guess, ineligible for belief if you're using blind faith?
So what do you? Can you go in depth?
Can I go what?
Well, can you go a little more in depth? Because to me, blind faith is belief without
you mean to say
evidence.
is, can you make it more simple?
Understanding.
Mute
Like,
Oso immediately. No,
Because what
so
you
blind.
meaning to say is, can you make it more simple? Not can you go more in depth? You just don't
Right.
understand the question.
So blind. What I'm saying is, what can't be accepted based on blind faith? Because you're saying just believe it. You have no evidence of it. Blind faith. You just accept something as true. Correct?
when it comes to my belief of the Lord Jesus Christ, nothing. I mean, I'm not gonna it's like the whole Donald Trump thing. He's a sexual, like an SA, right? I mean, I'm not gonna just trust a politician or public figure, no matter what they say,
I don't know how
even if
that's an
they're.
answer to my question. My question is about the basis of your belief. You keep going back to blind faith. And my retort to that is extremely harmful Because if you put a blank, I have blind faith in blank, you can fill absolutely anything in that blank, anything
Okay.
whatsoever. And you don't have to examine it. You don't have to concern yourself with whether or not it's harmful. You don't have to weigh the pros versus the cons. You just accept it, no matter how much it doesn't comport with reality, no matter how much evidence you have to refute the claim itself. Blind faith is not a path to truth. It's actually a dangerous foundation to place any belief on. Even if we take the God out of it, I wouldn't meet someone today and say, oh, I have blind faith that this person is trustworthy. Go ahead and move into my house. We don't use that in any area of our lives. Why would we do it in this one?
Because I trust God completely, you know. I mean, I may not understand his ways.
So how can you trust something you don't understand? That would be like coming up to a bridge that you don't, I don't even know if you can see it, because I can't say what you've seen of God, right? But to trust something completely, it does not guarantee safety, one. It doesn't guarantee reliability, two. And it basically removes your responsibility as a human to investigate the soundness of the claim or whatever it is that you've been presented with.
I'll be right back.
I think I can relate your question back to what I believe the host asked me. And I trust God completely, you know, and I don't need to see or to understand everything to believe, you know, and that's why my belief is the way it is. I mean, my belief is rooted in something deeper than proof. You know, it's like my relationship with God or my intuition or my experience that I have in life with the Lord Jesus Christ. You know,
Well, and I get that, but what I'm saying is that the basis of that can be used for anything. The
I understand.
Jonestown cult had unquestioning belief, and that ended up being deadly. Like the fact that there are people who take on faith, the fact that Muhammad split the moon, you know, things that
Right.
don't comport with reality. So when we talk about a system or a methodology for determining what is real, what is true, what is accurate, blind faith shouldn't even come into the conversation.
Okay, I see. Do you guys have any questions? Anything else you're curious about when it
I don't know
comes?
that this isn't necessarily about curiosity. If you say that your belief is based on blind faith, there's really no conversation to be had, because once you invoke blind faith, you're removing skepticism, you're removing reasoning, and you're also removing personal responsibility, because I think we all have our beliefs inform our behaviors. They become the blueprint for our behaviors. So if your beliefs are predicated upon blind faith, there's really nothing to talk about, because you're just accepting it. All right, I'm carrying this book bag around. I don't know what the fuck is in it, but I'm going to trust that it's something that I need. I'm going to trust that it's something I can't live without. I'm just going to accept what people have told me about the contents of this book bag and move through my entire life letting it direct everything that I do. I don't know that there's a discussion to be had if ultimately you don't care whether or not what you believe is true. Because blind faith doesn't necessitate that you confirm that what you've accepted as true is really true.
Okay, I see what you're saying. What is your reasoning for not believing in the Lord Jesus Christ?
I read the Bible.
You
Part of
just
the
read the Bible.
topic.
Yeah, I read it. I don't like slavery. I don't think women are inferior to men. I don't think that genocide is okay. I don't think that a God of every person on this planet that's supposedly loving and all knowing should have a chosen group of people. I don't think that killing a baby for something that a man did, or having 10 of that man's wives raped publicly as punishment for what that man did, is anything a God would ever do. Reading this Bible, learning the actions that this God in this Bible said he did, yeah, that's why I don't believe it has any merit to it.
All right. And I mean, how long have you been an atheist? All
I
your
was a
life?
Christian. No, I was a Christian for over 30 years.
And for over 30 years, you read the Bible daily, I'm guessing? And one day you
But
woke
how?
up and decided to be an atheist?
No, it's not a decision. You even mentioned that before. You said something about thinker can choose to believe, or she you can choose to believe, and she can choose to not believe, or something along those lines. Belief is not a choice. Belief is a response to perception and evidence. Like you can't choose to believe something you find unconvincing. So
Yeah.
as with most people who are born into areas that are religious, you adopt the religion of that culture because that's what indoctrination is. But that doesn't necessarily mean that when you get exposed to new information or you actually read the book that you've been told about your entire life, that it computes differently in your brain.
That's why you're such a strong believer, and that's why we can have a like deep conversation about this.
Okay, do
You're
you believe?
convinced because you don't know what's in the book.
Right.
Hmm.
Well, I don't think I'm better than you guys by any means just because I believe in
Oh, I
something
know
that
you're
you guys.
not better than me, so that's irrelevant.
I
And
was
I
trying
don't
to
even
level.
think it's about, yeah, I don't even think it's about being better or worse. I think it's about epistemology. I think it's about being concerned and having a focus on ensuring that what you accept as true is actually true and it's not harmful. Right? I use this analogy all the time. I love my fire pit in my backyard. But if I were burning something in my fire pit to keep me warm, but it was poisoning my neighborhood, that's problematic. I don't want to do that. And as soon as I find out that what I'm burning is hurting someone else, I'm going to have to find a different source to burn to get my fire going. But when you accept on blind faith that what you hold is true, that's helpful for you, I don't know that you even take the effort to look at how it impacts others. I don't think you look into where it came from. How is it put together? Does it make any sense? Is it actually true? Does it comport with reality? Like that's why I keep saying, if you're saying you accept it on blind faith, that's pretty much the end of the conversation because it's a demonstration that it doesn't seem as though you've concerned yourself with whether or not it's true. You just accepted it on blind faith. That's literally what blind faith is.
All right. Well, obviously we can't have no conversation here. That's what you guys are saying. So
How could we? I don't think we're resistant to the conversation, but I'm just wondering, where can we go if what you're saying is, hey, I'm just accepting on blind faith that this is true? What is there to
We
discuss?
we could drag you through the entire Bible, and you'd still just be like, "Well, I'm just going to employ blind faith." Like, there's no point in having a conversation. You just want
oh,
to believe what you want to believe because you don't want to be convinced of anything better. It just is what it is. Womp womp.
there's nothing that you guys could bring up in the Bible that would offend me, because
Okay, that's not what I said at all.
no, I know that's not what you said. What I'm saying is everything that
So
took
why are you
place in the
talking about
Bible,
offending people? That makes no
ev-
sense.
everything that took place in the Bible took place for a reason. Everything that happens in life happens for a reason. You know,
But see, the thing that we're saying,
You have no idea.
Isaiah, yeah, like you're saying the things that took place in the Bible took place for a reason. You don't even know that those things actually took
Oh, he
place
left.
because you would just accept them on blind faith.
He left.
Oh, he
That's
dropped.
funny
Oh.
because I was going to ask him, Fee. Oh yeah, well, what reason did God have for fucking Job's life over? Since everything happened for a reason, what reason did God give for that
Exactly. But I mean, I can almost guarantee you he hasn't read this book.
at
Like
all?
it, yeah, like to have blind faith in something that you haven't even read, like that is a weird thing.
Sounds real smart. Sounds like you know
And
the truth,
then,
man.
right, then he just really made his God obsolete. Because if
Hmm.
he's just like everything happens for a reason, you basically just saying, well, life's life, and your God, there's no need for him to believe in a God or not.
Shit happens, man.
Yeah, like he just basically made his God obsolete, irrelevant.
Whoop de doo.
Glitter.
Mistake.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. There's no wait. I don't have to tell y'all how many people in the room. Y'all are all intelligent people.
I'm on. Random.
I, I think of
It
you
worked. Look at
like
that. Two
some
people in the guest chorus.
spaghetti on her fork and she wanna eat.
I'm eating Asian spaghetti. Or I'm about to eat Asian spaghetti.
What is that,
What is
noodles?
Asian spaghetti?
Ramen.
Noodles. Noodles.
Think I know.
Justine, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Um, Lomain?
Hello.
Lomain the God?
Yeah, this is me. Real quick, I'm 39. I'm deconstructing. I follow almost all y'all. I'm in almost every live. I'm just trying to learn more. And I just wanted to say that I'm not gonna be up here long, but I just wanted to say that the song you dropped was fire. I thought that the last guy posed an interesting question. I know that you guys are always looking for proof, but I also
Hey, can
understood.
you do me a favor and
Hmm?
turn that your beeping noise off? Are
Oh,
you
I'm
able
sorry.
to?
I'm
That's okay.
riding in the car. I don't ride seatbelts. I'm thugging. One second.
He said, I don't ride with seatbelts. I'm thugging.
Yeah. 1 second though. I'm about to fix it. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Uh, I
Niggas play
haven't.
fast and loose with their life, man.
Yeah, I ain't slept in 39 years. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. Okay. So I just want to say I enjoyed the song or whatever, and that I just wanted to ask you about the last thing he said. I know you guys have said you're looking for proof, but I also understood your response as far as him saying if y'all could see God sitting from a throne, would that not lead to more skepticism or more questions? That's the one thing I wanted to ask.
Hmm?
You said, would it lead to
Yeah.
more skepticism? If I
Well,
were able to see him on the throne?
well, no, I just know every time I'm in the live, the main thing that we are in search for, or this question is evidence and proof. So I just didn't know if you
In this
wanted to
live?
elaborate on it.
And that's
I'm
not
sorry.
in this live, though.
Not in this live. I don't care if there's evidence if he exists. That's not my
Okay.
problem. Yeah.
Okay, respect. Okay, respect. I just wanted to ask if it was possible to you, for you to elaborate. Once again, I'm just interested in the thoughts. But yeah, if that's not the discussion, then my apologies. I step on down.
That's okay. Thank you for coming up and clicking a ticket.
All right, appreciate you.
Fuck that. Put me on your life insurance policy. Keep doing you.
No,
Got
be
you, G.
safe. Be safe.
Thinking trying to stop me from getting a goddamn bag. Put $300 million on your life, nigga.
Aaron? Aaron?
Oh, sorry, I don't know how came up. Must have
That's
pushed the button by mistake.
that's okay. Thank you for well, have a good day. I was gonna say thank you for coming up. Have a good day, okay?
Thank you. Thanks. Sorry,
You're
bye.
welcome. That's okay.
Tip Cheerio and all that.
Oh, so oh my
That's
goodness.
an interesting question that the guy just came up and asked because I think that's a good point there. Like if there was like this high power telescope that could point to like this, whatever he looks like sitting on a throne somewhere, I wouldn't stop asking questions. And I damn sure wouldn't worship it. Like because I think skepticism is a foundational to assessing truth. And I don't think you push that aside. Because when you stop asking why, you just accept the what, and then growth and progress just ceases at that point. And I don't know why, if the people like to focus on the, well, God is real, God is real. I don't give a shit if he's real. What the fuck can he do? And why does he allow the things that he's allowed? That's the question. The questions that they choose to ask, and where they're willing to put that period is always very interesting to me. I think it indicates a very specific mindset.
Yeah, I think for me it would just like be proof that he is sitting back and just watching humanity destroy themselves and not doing shit. And I probably would have even more of a disdain for him, right? But I know that this is humans. Like this is all humans doing this. And humans just, putting a God where they don't have answers for. Like I like it wouldn't change anything for me other than probably more dislike.
Yeah, because like they even at this point in history, you have to accept that this God, I think I said this yesterday, he's sitting somewhere outside of time and space, and he watched all of the things that happened on the earth and did nothing. He sat by and watched David do what he did to Bathsheba, and then decided, okay, well, I'm just gonna murk the baby. Like he did these things.
I'm sorry. I hate hate when motherfuckers come into my live and sit your asses in my chat and listen to a fucking conversation and then type, why do you care? As if you haven't been sitting here fucking listening to us say why we have the conversations. You haven't been listening to us talk about how this belief system affects humanity, affects our daily lives. But the fact is that you took it upon yourself to question, why do you care? But you sat here and you, like, this doesn't even have anything to do with you, right? For you to type that, like, you are a believer, but you sat and you set up under non-believers, but you want to know why we care? Does that make sense to you? And the only reason why, yes, that's why I said I hate when y'all do this shit. Right? Like you're asking me, why do I care about a God that's allowing humanity to fuck each other up? But you're not even paying attention to the fact that you are sitting in the chat with over 800 atheists, but you want to know why we care. Why the fuck are you here? Why are you here? You damn right. Answer that question, Mary Teresa. Why are you here? Since you want to know why we care, why are you here? You aren't here to fucking conversate because your ass haven't hit request. No, not the same reason everyone else is. The majority of the people in here are atheists. Teresa, why are you here? To be nosy, to judge? Because you're not here to communicate and to try to figure out how we can help humanity, right? How we can get people to stop having these fucked up ass beliefs that's harming humanity.
It's because she's sitting at the house bored. Her kid's going to school. She has nothing to do till he gets back.
And then when y'all ask that question, why do you care? Like y'all sound selfish as fuck. You sound selfish. Ain't nobody fucking watching you. You are in my space. What the fuck do you mean? You are quite literally here to watch us. How the fuck are we stalking? You know what? Jesus' children, like, y'all need to be cut out again and recolored, put back in the dirt, and then some new mess need to come up, like a whole new motherfucking mold. Because what the fuck be happening into y'all minds?
She says stalkers.
And she in our space.
Right?
How the fuck are we stalking you?
Do the victim of stalkers go to the stalker's house or the other way around?
Like, that don't make no sense.
They're not well.
It's like telling a car, right? Like behind them and up on their ass and telling the car, talking about, why are you following me? Stop following me. Like, that's literally what you are doing. Like, you're just here for no fucking reason at all but to be nosy.
I was just going to say, we care because you don't. And somebody has to.
Thank you, Bash.
Somebody has to care. And since you don't care how it affects the world, right, then we care how it affects the world because it affects us. That, to say it simply. That's why we care.
Look what she just did. You see that? They want to feel like they're in here because they want to go around and lie and say that they're being threatened. You see what she just put in
I
the
see.
chat?
I do
Hmm.
see.
Like, we know what the fuck y'all are doing. We know y'all done been rallied, done been gassed the fuck up. Don't nobody want to harm y'all. Y'all daydreams of persecution and shit.
Yeah.
Just told a blatant lie. Sorry, Bash. Go ahead.
Man, you good. But that's yeah, yeah. What we care because you don't. We care because somebody has to care about what's actually true, right? Because truth has consequences and repercussions, right? And so no matter how you think about it, no matter what you believe about it, the consequences are objectively real. And if you don't care about those objectively real consequences, they're going to affect someone, and that person ought to care. So that's why we care. That's all.
And then before you go out and lie, every bit of this stream is a broadcast to YouTube. Since you just lied in front of 800 people with no motherfucking conscience. Go ahead, y'all. I'm still eating. If one of y'all want to do this one.
Okay. Either way. Hey, Johnny, what's going on, man?
Oh, he's still connecting.
I'm shaking ass for molasses.
Oh,
Why do you tolerate him?
They're not connecting.
I really don't. He just won't go away. That's the problem. He won't go away. There's something wrong with it, man. That's not even what it says. Like that's
My fault, y'all. I was playing that new yellow pit here.
oh, that's what you was playing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sick of him, man. I'm so sick of him.
Hello.
Hey, Lisa, how are you?
Hi, how are you guys? Okay, so I have a question, genuine question. I don't want no smoke. But I've been deconstructing from the same stuff. But I when I come into these type of arenas in spaces where we're having these conversations, a lot of the points are valid and it's like, yeah, but then it's like, okay, so what do we replace this with? And I don't want to say replace, but that's kind of like, okay, I mean, so what is the alternative?
Okay.
Is there a God? Like, I mean, what is it?
Okay. I think that's a really good question, first and foremost. And I think, like, I honestly believe that if deconstruction has a roadmap, like from being constructed to deconstructed, what do we replace it with is right in the middle, right? I think everybody hits that point at some point where they go, well, what goes here, right? Okay. And here's what I'll offer, okay? Not to belittle a thing, but just as an analogy, okay? So I hope this helped illustrate my point. At one point, I really did believe in Santa Claus. I'm not being funny. I really did, right? And I believed that Santa was bringing me presents, and if I was good, that Santa would notice that I was good and bring me the things I want. At some point, that belief went away, right? And I replaced it with the hard work of my parents and the love that they had for me and wanting to see me happy. Right. Okay. So basically what I'm replacing this with is the reality of what is. Right. Now, and the reality of what is it's beautifully not magical. Right. Like there's nothing magical about the fact that my mama went to work 360 days a year. Right. Right. There's nothing magical about it, but there's something really, really beautiful about it. Right. So same thing here. If you tell me, whatever it was that I needed a God for, right? What did I need a God for? Well, in reality, I don't seem as though I need one. So maybe I just replace it with my responsibility. Maybe I replace it with my empathy. I replace it with my compassion. I replace it with my community building, my good deeds, my good desires, right? My love for people.
Okay. So one would argue that good deeds come from the book. I know that can't be true because
Okay.
people were being good before the book.
Hmm.
I mean, but according to other things that we can read. But at the beginning of the day, I don't know how anyone knows any of this shit because it's all predated from wherever.
Okay.
But just from me being a human being, no one had to. Well, I mean, I guess I fashion what I perceive to be good from my parents
Kind of.
or those in my environment that taught me, certain things. But then certain things I don't think I ever really had to know, or someone had to tell me, you don't do that. Don't do. It's an innate ability to just know. I guess I don't know how but that's the thing. That's my question: is how do we know what is good?
I
Like
tell you,
who says that?
that's a good question. And the answer to that is actually no one. I'll explain what I mean. Good is a relative term. Good is an experience, right? It's not a substance, it's an experience, right? So for example, and I know we're not talking about like taste good, but I'm just going to use this and then I'll get to morals. I like Rocky Road ice cream. Rocky Road ice cream is good to me. It's good. That's because that's how I experience it. Now, if I had Rocky Road ice cream and I thought it was good, I might share some with you. I go, Lisa, this is so good. You should taste it. Right. And you might taste it and go, not for me.
All
That's not
facts,
for me.
because I hate Rocky Road.
See? Okay. That's not for me. Okay. Well, then that wouldn't be good to you. Right. And because it's not good to you, I'm going to stop offering it to you. Right. Because I know that's not Lisa's cup of tea. Okay. All right. Because that's your experience. Okay. Morals are in the eyes of the one that experiences it. A lot of times we think that morals are given to us, but they are not. They're experienced by us, right? So imagine if I were the supreme ruler of the world, right? And I thought that beating women was good, right? Well, that wouldn't change the way you felt about it, right? Even if I said to beat women is good, right? That doesn't change the fact that when you experience getting beat, it's not good.
Right.
Right. Okay. So the morals come from your experience. So some things your parents will teach you not to do. What they're doing is they're responding to what you've done, and they go, "Hey, that's creating an effect that we don't like." Right. So
Okay.
don't lie to us because that puts us in a bad. Now they don't explain that to you at the time, right?
Right.
They just say, "Hey, don't do that." Right. You go, "Okay, I won't do that." But eventually, somebody lies to you, and you realize, "Oh, that's not good." Right? That's not good. Yeah, I don't like that. Right. But before you had the experience, someone said, "Hey, don't do that." Right. But let's say, for instance, your mother told you, "What's your favorite ice cream?"
Butter pecan.
That's my mama's favorite ice cream too. That's so crazy. Okay. Yeah, my mama loves butter pecan. Okay. So let's say your mother told you forever butter pecan ice cream is not good. It's not good. And one day you tasted it and you thought, "Yes, it is. I like that." Right. Okay. Because good is an experience. It doesn't matter what someone says is good or bad. It's about the experience. And so morality comes with empathy. Once I realize that something is not good for me, right, I probably won't offer that to anybody else. Right. So that's how we build morality. And it actually doesn't work the other way around because in the book might say to me, the book just may say to me, "Hey, anybody who worships another God, put them to death." Right? That's not good. That's
Yeah.
not good. Right?
Because why are there other gods? Well, I already know. I'm not going down that road. Y'all do enough of it, and I love it, and I'm still learning. But I'm just trying to understand how to Like, what do I teach my? Because like I grew up in the church.
Okay.
You know, I got a brand new grandbaby. She's 1,
Yeah.
and it's like, what the fuck do I teach her? Because these are all the things. But you made a lot of sense, and I'm like, okay,
What think about what I'm saying, Miss Lisa? If there are things that you want your grandbaby to know,
yes,
right? You want her to know that it is good to be kind, it is good to be honest, it is good to be smart, it is good to be, compassionate. Well, I can teach that. I can teach that exact same moral lesson minus
without
genocide. Yeah.
right, right,
Yeah. I don't have to invoke you're gonna burn in hell. I don't have to do that to teach somebody to be good.
right,
I don't have to scare a person into that because she's gonna have experiences too, right? And she's
right,
gonna recognize, oh yeah, lying isn't good, right? Or oh yeah, stealing isn't good, right? And
right,
we reinforce that. We normalize, the things in culture that we like. We normalize and we try not to normalize the things in culture that we don't like, right? So that we can get that experience. As a matter of fact, think of it this way. I've always said that becoming a Christian, it happens in 4 steps, and they are 4 B's. The first one is belonging, right? As a kid, you don't know anything about Jesus. All you know is that on Sunday we go to this place,
mm-hmm.
and the kids hang out together, and we laugh and we play, and then they tell us a little story, right? And
Right.
you want to belong to that group, right? You don't want to be the outsider in that group because human beings are social creatures. We want to belong, right? Then we start to mimic behaviors. The second B is behaviors, right? So as a kid, we see the people standing up and raising their hands and jumping and shouting or singing. And we want to mimic those behaviors because we want to belong. Right. So we mimic the behaviors because we want to belong. And then we start to believe because we've been around it so much and they tell us this is the thing. And we want to believe because that's a mimic behavior. And we want the behavior so that we can belong. Right. And here is where we normally break off. The last B is when we actually get the Bible.
Right.
Right. We start to read the Bible and then you think, wait, that behavior is not something I want to mimic. I might not want to belong there. Right. So, but up until that point, those other 3 B's kind of bring us into this one place of, oh yeah, we all belong together. We got the same behaviors. We got the same beliefs. Right. Then you actually get the Bible and you go, oh no, I don't believe that. I don't belong here. That's not the type of behavior I want to exhibit. Right. But the things that you did like about it are still good. Right. So we do need places to belong. We do need behaviors we can mimic. And we want that in our social circles. So we teach these to our friends. We teach them to our children. Right. And that's how we replace it. Because the goodness of God is literally just your goodness. It's really it. Right.
So I haven't been listening long. I just found this group, but I've been in others. But is the belief, and I'm asking, is the belief in this room to like along the spiritualist line of thinking where God is within you and that type of thing, or no, it's not?
I won't speak for anybody else up here because I hate to tell people, I hate to talk about what other people do believe or don't believe. I would say that I always ask, young Jeezy asked the 3 most important questions in my life. And they are what it is, what it do, what the business is. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If I could figure out what a God is first, right? Like the concept of a God literally makes no sense to me at this point. I don't even know what that is. So I don't believe that God is within me because I don't know what it is. If I knew what it was, then maybe I could tell you what it does. And then I could tell you what business I have with it. But because I don't know what that is, I don't think that God is in me.
So
I
then
think, go ahead.
how do you just, explain how you're here? Like where do you come from?
Simply stated, and you're probably going to want to make me go all the way back to the beginning of time. So I will spare you the my mama brought me here. But just so you know, my mama did bring me here. Okay. Okay. But I'll spare you that because you're going to say, well, what about her mom? Okay. A long, long time ago, about 14 billion years ago, our universe expanded. And with that universe, all of the matter and energy that we know of today was there. Right? That matter and energy has recombined in several different ways. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. It has been around for those 14.9 billion years and will continue to be around until it's completely unusable. right? I am a product of that beautiful process. And so it's everything else around us.
Okay.
And to me, really, I ain't gonna lie, in my opinion, that's a far more beautiful story. Right? Like the fact that the things that make me up, the thing that I am, has been around for almost 15 billion years. That's incredible to me. What? Every atom in my being has been around for 15 billion years. It's just this collection of it gets to see it. And what a privilege.
I think resorting to God did it kind of is like watching black and white TV as opposed to a color TV. Like it just to me, for me, it takes the beauty out of it. Like because knowing what we know about what the earth, the planet, the universe that we live on, just all of the things. And I will admit all the time I'm a science nerd, so these things kind of geek me out, but I think just saying, "Oh, God did it," and then crafting some story that includes the subjugation of women and the genocide of whole people groups to try to make it. I don't know. What do you make a story like that? What can you conclude about the God that does something like that? I just feel like it's not as interesting or as beautiful when you just plug a God in the gaps of our understanding.
Yeah, it's really a stop thought. And I think the best part about this life, and again, this is just my, good is relative, right? But I think the best part about this life is the fact that we are inquisitive, right? The thing that has made life so much, given us so much like advancement, the reason that we have air conditioning and fans and cars and the internet and, all these luxuries that we've afforded ourselves is because we are inquisitive. And we wouldn't just say, well, if God wanted us to talk to people in China, he would have made us in China. No, we made telephones, right? And we made computers because we figured we can talk to people in China and we can bounce a light off the moon, right? But if we just accept, oh, God did it, and the way that God did it is the way that it must be, well, it's a stop thought, right? We don't get to be inquisitive. And the human superpower, every animal, every species of animal has a superpower. There is something that particular species of animal does better than any other animal on the planet. That's a fact. Every animal has a specialty. Our specialty is these big pieces of gray matter in our head. Though these brains in our head are our superpower. There is not an animal that we know of, at least, with this kind of computation power. It burns 20% of all the calories we're going to use in a day. It's expensive for us to have these. And so I would rather get the most bang for my buck, right? It's going to cost me 20% of my calories, right? So I want to get as much out of it as I possibly can. And the way that I get all of that out of, get my bang for my buck out of this thing is to use it. Man, go figure something out. Go, right? Like go question something. Go make something new. Go create something. Go learn something new. Go learn a new culture. Go learn about some new people. Right? That way I get to use this collection of atoms been around for, since the beginning of time. Right? And I only get to experience it this way for a few years. I better collect as much of the information here as I possibly can.
You didn't send no bread, so I didn't bring no bread.
Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. I'm coming down. Right. So that way I get the most out of my lived experience. Right. And when I do things like, if I say things like blind faith or God did it, then I'm cutting myself off to the exploration. Right. To the, actually, yes. I'm gonna put some chicken salad with this. So I'm cutting myself off to the exploration, right, and getting to use this superpower that I got in my skull.
So if we all have these superpowers, then how come everybody's superpower doesn't equate us into being rich or having how come everybody don't have the same level of
Oh, no,
knowledge?
that's really a good question. Okay, all right. I actually just did a video about this a second ago. Okay, what if I told you that you really did have a superpower, right? And I'm telling you this right now. You really do have a superpower, and that superpower is in your skull, right? What if I knew that before you knew that? What if I knew that before you knew that? And so instead of telling you that you have a superpower in your skull, I hijacked that superpower from you,
Oh, okay. I see where you're going.
right? And I caused you to make me rich with your superpower,
Okay.
right? Okay. I propose that that's what capitalism is, right?
Right.
But because I know that once I give you a problem to solve, you're gonna solve it. That's just what. Because you have a superpower. That's your superpower. You recognize patterns so well that you will put a pattern where it isn't. So I give you this problem called gender. Go fight about it. Go fight about it. I give you a problem called race. Go fight about it. Right? Instead of using your superpower to learn, you'll use your superpower to learn how to defeat an enemy that doesn't exist. And guess who gets to make the money from that? Me.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense. See, I mean, I'm all for things making, if I ask the right question, that means I'm ready for the answer, which means I can come to a resolve.
Yes.
But they don't, you're right, they don't allow, I mean, just the way the system is set up is not allowed for us to really think on our feet and think on our own. We're taught to follow from the very beginning.
Yes.
It's diabolical, actually.
Yes. And it's not that we should never follow a thing, right? But a real leader is designed to make leaders, not followers, right? True leaders make leaders, not followers, right? So instead of telling you what to think, right, they just teach you how to think, right? They teach you how to think. They teach you, hey man, get out here and explore some things. Get out here and become a leader, right? But instead, we end up getting under fascism, right? Where fascists just make followers. That's how it is. And I'm trying to. My goal in doing most of this stuff is to restore humanity back to its leadership, right? And the leadership of humanity is in your inquisitiveness. It's in what you ask, right? A lot of times we be looking for the answers, and I have this long story. I won't tell it to you, but most people think that the answer is God to the question. That the answer is more powerful than the question, but that is not the case. The question is more powerful than the answer. The questions create. The questions create. The answers do not. That the answers observe. Right? The questions create. So our superpower is being inquisitive. Our superpower is going to figure that thing out. Right? The answers just observe. The answers tell you what you can't do. The questions will let you know what you can.
I was highly impressed a few moments ago or whatever when Thinker, whoever, I guess whoever's the owner of the group, that she ran that guy away who I think was probably an Israelite from how he was talking. But when she came with all of the facts. But then my question is, like, how do you even, it's so fucking crazy because it's like everybody had, this is the time of facts. Everybody got facts. They it's just fucked up. Everything is, you don't even know what to believe because everybody is coming with something. So even though you can do all of this reading, even though I haven't, um you can do all of this, but then you can't even trust what you're reading. What do you say to that?
Good question again. See, this is how we get superpowers right here. Okay. Here's the best answer I have. Now keep in mind, the question is better than my answer, okay? But here's my response. Okay. You ever like there's an open book test, right? Like you get a test and your teacher says,
Mm-hmm.
here, you can use the book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Reality is the book. Right. In other words, no matter what information you give me, I can lay it against reality. Reality will tell me if you have skewed a fact or not, because reality is always consistent. Reality just is reality. So, in other words, like let's say a brother tells me I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Let's say that's what that person says to me, and they can give me all these things out of the Bible that they read to say that they were Hebrew Israelites. There's probably one thing in there that they're not mentioning to you, and that one particular thing will change the whole outcome. I'll give you an example, and I'll show you what that thing is. If you got kids, let's say you got your children, and you got to run to the grocery store. But, the kids are old enough to stay at home by themselves. So you say, run to the grocery store. Don't let anybody in the house. I'll be right back, right? Don't let nobody in. Y'all don't go out. Lock the door, right? So you leave and you come back and the house is in shambles.
Mhm.
I mean, every cabinet open, furniture moved, lamps knocked over. It's crazy in there. So the first thing you do, you say, well, what did y'all do? Right? If you don't swing, I don't, it depends on how you feel. But, what did y'all do? And they go, Mom, we didn't do this. Well, who did it? I don't know. Well, did y'all let anybody in? No. What? Is a dog in here? No. Is it like what happened? We don't know, Mom. I promise you, I don't know. You probably wouldn't believe them. But just as they say that, you get a notification on your phone that says that there was a 4.6 Richter scale earthquake right in your neighborhood.
Right.
That one little piece of information changed how you viewed the facts, right?
Right.
Okay. Here's my example. They can read you all these things out of the Bible about what makes them think that they are Hebrews. But there's one piece of something in there that would change your mind. And it is when God says, or in this book, God says, hey, whenever you come pray to me, Israelites, tell me this. My father was a wandering Syrian man. So that means God thinks that the Israelites come from Syria. Young man, you are not from Syria. Your daddy can't be Jacob. See how that one little piece of information changed everything? Okay.
Mhm.
So reality is the open book. It is the great fact checker, right? And sometimes we just have to ask more questions, right? Because questions are more powerful than answers. Right? And they've normally crafted that script, to avoid this scripture and use that one. Right? There's a reason they can use the same scriptures over and over again, and there's a reason for that because those point to this thing. But reality bigger than what you said, right? And it's the great fact checker. Right? We can just look at reality. And once you found out that the reality was, oh, there was an earthquake, then all of a sudden I stopped being mad with the kids, right? They stopped being liars to me. Because before you was like, these niggas lying. Right? But once I understood the earthquake, then they put all the things into perspective because reality is bigger than the story. Reality is bigger, right? Okay.
Lisa, did that make sense for you? Damn. Yeah, Lisa.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It did make a lot of sense. And I didn't say anything because, I mean, yeah, it made sense.
Did you have anything else?
I'm gonna continue to listen. Not for now, but I really, really appreciate you guys for answering my questions. And yeah, good conversation.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good rest of the day.
You too.
It was a good conversation, Bash.
Thank you, mother. I appreciate that.
It was a horrible conversation, Bash.
You're musty.
I must be.
Also thinks yellow pit hair would have done better. Bash, I'm just saying.
This is hate at this point. It's pure hate.
There was a guy who was in the request box tonight who had an orange beard, and at first I thought, like, he kind of looked like you, Bash. At first I thought you had changed the color of your beard.
It's only one me, man. It's only one pink beard, bro.
Prince Judah Vaughn.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Peace to the chat. I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am 37 years old. Kind of deconstructing.
Okay.
Still seeing the Creator in all things, but seeing the flaws in the gods of the religions, the four major religions of the earth. I see major flaws in character
Is the
traits.
okay the God that you are deconstructing from? Is it the God of the Bible? When you
All
say
of them.
four major,
Yeah. So
are you?
dealing with the Bible, dealing with Quran, and dealing. Huh?
The reason why I'm asking is because I only have conversations in here regarding the God of the Bible, and I have those conversations with people who currently have a belief in that God, or are
Hmm.
deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
Right. Yeah, that's facts. I would be one of those people.
Okay. Your name looks familiar. I can't remember if you came up before and you kind of brought up Islam, and I think
Mm,
I told you before. Is
no, I'm
that
not.
you?
No, I don't. I don't rock with Islam.
Oh, you just mentioned the Quran.
Yeah, I was just saying. At first, I was saying I'm dealing with the deconstruction of the God of the Bible predominantly, but I was just saying all four major religions all claim to worship a God in the form and figure of a man sitting on a throne. But so it's the same with the biblical God as well.
Mm,
Have you been on my stage before, Prince Judah?
No, ma'am.
So if I were to go to my YouTube and check to see if that was you that came up on Thursday, um, it wouldn't be you.
Yeah,
I
no,
just
I
want
came up, but I've never
you did
spoke on
come
your
up.
panel before. Yeah,
Right, I didn't let you stay
but you
up
never
because
smoke.
I've never spoken anything about deconstruction of the biblical God on this panel
because
before.
right because you brought up you said that you were deconstructed from multiple gods, and then you brought up the Quran, um, Allah, and I said because you said that you intermix all of the beliefs together. Do you remember that?
N- No, I don't believe in mixing. I'm saying so the biblical God. My focus is on the biblical God for the for the most part. I don't deal with Quran much, but
Much.
so the biblical God,
You already
the
walking back your
biblical,
previous statement when you say much, right?
huh? I'm
Said you
saying, well,
already walking back what
in
you
the
said
study,
earlier.
no, I'm saying all religions follow a deity, right? So
But you're
I
walking
don't
back
deal.
what you said earlier. You said you don't do
I'm dealing with.
nothing with Islam, nothing with Islam, and now you're saying I don't deal with the Quran much.
No, I don't rock with Islam. What I'm saying is simple. I'm not trying to be confusing at all. I promise you.
And
I'm
you're
very
not confusing
straight.
me. I'm telling you that you're walking back your previous statement.
Like I just
Okay.
I don't I want to make sure that the conversation can be productive, right? And if you
Yeah, me too.
have a belief system where you include parts of the Quran in it, right?
No, I
It's
don't.
not going to be productive.
Yeah, no, I don't have a belief system that includes any of the Quran in my own personal belief system. Like I said, I grew
Okay.
up in church. I grew up Baptist, Christian. My grandfather was a pastor, and my uncle was a pastor. My father pastored for a while. Most men in my family are Bible teachers and believers. So that's my basis and root of where I come from.
I got a Muslim cousin that has that exact same story. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, many
Yeah, it just
black
kind of
people,
doesn't mean anything.
many black folks come from those major religions. But
No, I'm
like I
saying
said,
everybody in his family was Southern Baptist and he became a Muslim. Like it just,
yeah, I'm not a
who your
Muslim.
family are, who your family is, what you got raised in does not necessarily mean that's what you follow. Like the
Yeah,
backstory about your family doesn't mean anything. My dad was a
right,
pastor. I'm an atheist. Like it doesn't mean anything. What other
exactly.
niggas
That's and
are not you.
right. So I agree with you 100%. I found the biblical God to be lacking in many ways. In his character traits, I see war. He's matter of fact, it's stated in Exodus that he said, "I am a man of war." He offers he asks for blood sacrifices of animals, and he didn't. I mean, he also agrees with the unaliving of babies in certain sections. I believe it's in the book of Samuel when Judah went into Amalek. God told Saul to kill everything, unalive everything, including the children, the babies,
You can
the
say kill.
suckling babies. So those were the character traits that I saw that were not in conducive alignment with the highest light of the creator, which is not to kill anything, right? Or not to go to war at all, to actually give mercy, So that's when I started to say, okay, whatever biblical deity this is cannot be the creator. And then I found other things too as well, like the fact that he sits upon a throne.
Hold
Oh,
on,
I'm
let me
sorry.
address that part. Where are you
Go ahead.
getting this other commandment from this other creator that says don't go to war? Have mercy. Like where are you getting that from?
That's the highest light that of all humanity is to for peace.
Like
So
where did you
obviously
get that
within
from is what I'm asking.
where did I get it from?
Yeah, what
What do you?
yeah.
I don't.
What's the source of that? Like
I
how
think
do
the
you
source of that is the source itself, directly inspiring my heart and spirit to be in alignment with the peace and of all humanity.
I
I
mean
don't think you need a
that
book. I
might
don't
be
think you
what
need a
you
book. I don't
desire.
think you need. I don't think you need a book
I'm
in order to
sorry.
know
I'm
not to
sorry.
kill somebody.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That might be
Oh, you
what
don't have to
you
apologize.
desire. No, I'm saying like I was talking and
She's
you
not
interrupted me.
actually apologizing.
Yeah, I was talking and you interrupted. But what I'm saying is that might be what you desire for yourself, but the fact that you're saying that's the creator's command, like that doesn't make it fact, right? That's a belief that you hold for yourself, and it's a good one,
Is that not the
right?
highest light of
I'm
all
sorry.
Bro,
mankind, though?
what the fuck?
I was just gonna say it's a good one to hold, but it doesn't mean that it comes from a creator or a God. Go ahead.
Okay, so the idea that to war and spill blood is righteous is diabolical. Um, to me, I think the highest light of all of us in this chat and all of humanity, and I can't speak for everybody, obviously, but generally speaking, mankind wants the highest, which is to have peace, happiness, right, to all men and women without the harm or sacrifice or destruction to any human or living creature. That's the highest level of light we all have as humanity, to try to get to that level where there's no war.
If that
Why
were
are we?
true, wouldn't our lives be different right now?
Well, the aim is to bring us to that point, to shun evil in all aspects, whether it's war, whether it's sacrificing of animals, whether it's and all these characteristics I'm describing are actually okayed by biblical God. The whole war aspect and sacrificing, all that, even idolatry, because to worship anything that has a form and figure, especially a man sitting on a throne, is idolatry. So this
What?
deconstructing the God of the Bible for me has been a journey to understand the highest light of the Creator to me, to my soul. Right now, you may not agree, and that's fine. No two people are going to agree on the same things at all times. That's fine. But what I've found to be righteous to me is that the creator of all life will never sanction a man to war with his brother, especially to kill a child or unalive a child. Those characteristics are in the Bible. So I said that can't be the creator. Whoever wrote this book, whatever angel or spirit inspired the writing of these commandments to kill, go to war, sacrifice, that did not come from the Father. That must be a false God based on the actions it's inspiring. That was my deconstruction.
Which is what a lot of us who are deconstructing realize, like when we get to know this God and where it came from and what it's actually saying in this book. And like I was saying, I agree that to not harm another person, not advocate for war, to live in peace, which doesn't mean living without disagreements. It means, having disagreements and learning how to solve those disagreements civilly and peacefully with resolution and understanding. but that doesn't necessarily mean that that desire, that understanding, came from a creator, a higher source, or God. Is my, my statement. And when you're saying this is what the creator wanted, I think that's, you asserting that, and not necessarily that there is actually a creator
Mm.
that, you know, um, that demanded these things. Because I don't know if, like, it sounds like you're saying that the natural state of humans is to live in peace, as if, we are not a species that evolved over time and had to learn how to live in communities with each other.
No, I agree with that part exactly, 100%. That's the point I'm making, is that we have come a long way, and we must continue to strive to that unity amongst all humanity, to where everybody can live in happiness and balance and peace without harm or sacrifice to any man or woman or child. Any god or spirit or angel that's telling you to sacrifice your child to prove your fidelity to it obviously has to be a false god. To me, anything that lifts you upward, anything that lifts you to do good for your fellow man, right, is coming from the source of all goodness. The very, I would say, I'm not forcing a creator on it. You don't have to believe in a creator. You can, you know, believe. You can be atheist all day, and I have no problem with it, because I don't worship.
Well,
I
thank you
don't
so
worship
much.
God. You're welcome. I agree with, I believe that many atheist people are better people in general, doing good in the world for other people than the churchgoers. Folks in there shaking and shivering on Sundays, catching the Holy Ghost, and then going out and being selfish in the streets. Not giving a damn about their neighbor. Wouldn't give $1 to a crying baby. You see what I'm saying? So
What the fuck would a
salute.
crying baby
So,
do with $1?
I don't know. I'm just talking, but I'm just saying. Um, Salute to the good people. If I don't, if you're atheist, you're a good person. That's what is most important, because it raises all of humanity to that level. Your light shines bright, all of us. So it's really simple. To me, um, I just don't agree with any of the war, and like you said, you agree already that the highest way is to be at peace, and that's the goal, and that's the evolution of humanity today. We're pushing towards that. Whenever we stand up against wrongdoing, we're being inspired by something greater or higher for all of us. So that's all. I don't got a lot to say after that.
Well, I agree with everything that you're saying. Just I think we just identify it as something different, and like I've always said, a person having a belief in a God is not my main contention. It's what you believe about that God, right?
I'm not sure
So
from following everything that you're saying, and my connection is pretty choppy, so I may have missed it. But you mentioned something about there being like the goal of all humans, like for everybody to live in peace. And I think that that mindset is part of why religion has the hold on humanity that it does, because that's not the case. If that were the case, we wouldn't. Hello?
you're
Yeah.
there. You're there. Fee, Fee. Did she get a phone call?
I was like, some cuck.
Yeah, yeah. She said her connection is real bad. I'm gonna be real mad if they took fee for the rapture, not me.
She said her connection is bad. She's gonna drop them and rejoin. But I was saying that, like, it doesn't bother me, like, if a person has a belief in a God, it's what that person believes in a God. Like, um, if that God is telling you to harm another person, right? To um, uh, intrude on the existence of another person, causing, people's existence to be, you know, unsafe, right? Making them hate themselves, or breaking up families, causing people to be hungry because that God has given you the plan to somehow gain control of all the resources and decide who gets what, forcing people into slavery and oppression, and you know, subjugating people's bodies, and using it for the pleasure of yourself. Those things, like those are the things that I care about. A person believing in, a being in the sky, or believing that some other entity created them. That's not my main focus. But hold on, let's see if he is coming back. Oh, there she is.
I'm sorry, y'all. My connection was all jacked. So if I spoke over somebody, that was not intentional.
Oh no, you're good.
You cut me off on my point, but it's okay. I yield my time.
I'm sorry, also.
Go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think that that's part of the problem, right? Like, that's not the goal of every human, because if it were the goal of every human, we wouldn't have the conditions that we have on this planet. The reality is that each individual person has good in them and has bad in them. Like, we have to accept that. So when we posit this source of goodness that all humanity naturally gravitates towards, but we don't see that, and that source is wholly uninvolved and does not protect or doesn't do anything, I think it's really dangerous to posit that, because as opposed to individual people doing the internal work to identify what tendencies and proclivities they have that are harmful to the people around them, they're so focused on figuring out who has the right version of this source to align themselves with, and they completely ignore the actual collateral damage that they're causing by trying to align to this unattainable source. So I think that there are just better ways to. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think reading in this book that this God in the Bible did all these horrific things was one of the most jarring things for me as a believer. So yeah, like, I'm not going to say, I can't in good conscience read that and say, yeah, this is definitely an all-powerful God. No, fuck that. I'm not aligning myself with something that behaves that way or commands the killing of babies. That's just disgusting. But I think on the flip side of that, it's just as damaging to posit that there is something out there that people should try to identify and align themselves with, because it just stunts the growth of humans, as opposed to engaging with what we do know, with the reality that we do experience, with the minds that we do have. It completely puts all that to the side to chase this dream or this goal of a source of all goodness. If this planet were put here for us, and it's supposed to be good, why does it try to kill us in every way? Like, most of this planet is uninhabitable for humans. There are actual insects out here that can bite a human that would be gone, like snakes that have venom that could kill hundreds of men. There's so many things on this planet that shows that it's not designed for us, yet we try to posit this concept of, oh, it's all good, everybody wants the same thing, and that's just simply not true. We've got to get to work with the reality that we share and trying to fix that, as opposed to positing this invisible deity that wants all goodness for everybody. That just doesn't seem like a beneficial way of approaching that to me.
I
Yeah,
think he
I
was
would agree.
saying that he was saying that that's how he approached it. He don't think that everybody should, right? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. You're not bound to my ideology of anything, or the ideology of any book or God. You got to figure it out for yourself. And so for me, I just figured that what I was saying more so was all good people, right, strive for peace and harmony and safety and happiness to all people without harm or sacrifice to anything. That's what a good man or good woman would strive for. Now I know that there's some people bent towards wickedness and evil, right? But they don't. The goodness, I feel like, will always overcome, for the most part, the bad. And I tend to believe that most people in the world are good people. You know,
Oh,
you gotta
100%.
That's just me. I tend to believe that most people are not evil by just being born sinners. Like you're not born evil. Babies don't come out hating their parents. They generally come out hugging for mama right out the womb. So there's a love connection that exists naturally. But like I said, only it's the good of the goodness. The good people strive for goodness in the world,
I
and
agree with you on
whether
that. Yeah,
yeah
I
whether
think that there are more people on this planet that are good because if it wasn't the case, then I wouldn't have been able to come to work safely. I went up to
mm,
visit one of our community members this past weekend because her son is in the hospital. We took a walk around Baltimore City. Now, yeah, we saw some crazy ass shit, but we were safe, right? So if that were the case, if most people were evil and had evil intent, nobody would be able to leave their house safely, but their houses safely.
exactly.
So I agree with you on that.
But I also like kind of like what Fee was saying that it's natural, right? It honestly is not, and it does take work, and it takes for us to be present and aware of the things that we say and do, and be willing to acknowledge, right, that we're not perfect. We are humans, and when we make mistakes, that we can recognize the mistakes that we make, and we can fix them and move forward, right? When things don't go a certain way, we learn how to pivot and adjust instead of getting attached to one simple idea. And I think that might be the harm that Fee was talking about when she was saying, positing that the good that you want to do is coming from a source outside of you, because then you get stuck on pleasing that one idea, and it stunts the growth in your willingness and ability to stretch and grow and pivot in times that we need to. Because as humans, from the day that we're born, our bodies change, we grow, right? And the things that we need changes, right? The size of our clothes, the size of our shoes, the food that we eat changes. What we think and how we think changes. The things that we experience change, and how we see ourselves change. So, in just even our day to day existence, we are, you know, adapting in just who we are on a daily basis. And I think as humanity, we should be able to do that if we were able to even look at ourselves like a child that is growing to, full adult and learning from our mistakes as we go. But when you made the statement that a child being born to a mother, that connection is just natural, that's false, right? In history, uh, it's proven, even in certain parts of the world, like it's still not a natural connection when a mother has a child, and that even that connection, that relationship, has to be worked on, which is why the hospital charges for skin to skin contact, right? A woman can have a child and not ever see that child and give it up for adoption, and that child will never know if he's standing in the same room with his mom even 2 weeks later, or 2 years later, right? Like that bond is worked on by the mother and the child, and even the father and the child. So as humanity, we have to work on living together in harmony the same way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it takes work. I feel like it does take work. Everything is cultivation. You know what I'm saying with it, but yeah, man, I feel like that when it comes to you know the higher light of all mankind, the people tend to want to do good for other people at the end of the day, and they want good done for them. So that, like they say in the golden rule, is to treat others the way you want to be treated. You don't necessarily need a book for that. You don't have to read the Bible in order to understand the love that you should be naturally cultivating, right? Um, or creating the atmosphere for others to experience love and happiness and peace. We should be always cultivating that. You don't need a book for that. You don't need a God necessarily to tell you that. maybe at one point in time, you know, mankind when we were evolving from the early man to now, we did maybe had to understand certain things. But in today, right now, you don't need a book to teach you to love your neighbor as yourself. You know, but there are people who are
I don't want
in
people
darkness.
I don't
Oh,
want
I'm
people
sorry.
loving me the way they love themselves. And I don't want you to treat me the way you treat yourself. I want you to treat me the way I want to be treated. And see, that
Exactly,
needs to have
and I agree with
but
that
that's
100.
not the
Yeah.
same thing, right? Like, that's
Well, I
not
agree.
the
That's
same.
what you just
I'm
said was
sorry.
higher than what I stated.
I'm sorry. Well, like for example, when I ask people not to interrupt me, like I have to say that like multiple times, right? And the way that we learn how each other wants to be treated is by having conversations. But if there is this like set thing that says treat people the way you want to be treated, then you think that you're loving people without ever getting to know them. That's why so many believers come in here and be like, "But I love you. I love everybody. God says love everybody." Like you're basically telling me that you've been commanded to love, right? Like who the hell wants to be loved through a commandment? That means that you don't have to put in any work. That means I don't have to put in any work, right? And then you have people telling you they love you that who don't even know your first name, who wouldn't even give you $1 if you put up a GoFundMe. And they found out that you were about to lose your house. Like, but they can say they love you because they were commanded to.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. You don't need a book to know that. You shouldn't, and if you do, that's to me. I pity you. If you need to read a book in order to learn how to be respectful and honest and a man of dignity and a good father and such, I pity that person. So yeah, I agree with you.
And I think people, like, we do need to learn how to actively communicate with each other. That's not, it isn't natural, right? Like, one of the ways that I learned how to be an active listener was when I worked at AT&T. And AT&T don't play about their training. Like, they put you through rigorous training to make sure that their customers are listened to. You know how to respond to them actively and relate to them, right? I learned active listening through the 10 years that I worked with that company, right? And then it took me deconstructing the way I used my own mind to make sure that I was present, right? In my day to day dealings with people who I deal with on a daily basis, that I'm not in my head thinking about something else while they're talking to me, while I'm like having dinner with them, that I'm present, right, in the moment. So it does take work. It wasn't natural for me to just all of us, automatically know how to care and understand that I need to know. I need to say, how do you want to be loved? Like, how do you want to be treated? Right? When people come in here, on the stage, and I always say, I'm going to show you respect until you teach me that you don't deserve my respect, right? Until you teach me how to treat you. And if you teach me that you want me to cuss your ass out because you keep disrespecting this room, or you keep crossing my boundaries, I'm going to give you what you are showing me you want from me, because that's literally the way you're communicating to me what you want from me, right? But it does take work. Saying that it's just natural, it's just setting the wrong expectation, I think. And people have to be willing to be uncomfortable, because sometimes the conversations, when you're learning how to love another person, can be uncomfortable, and it can be tiring, especially if you got multiple kids. If you have a spouse or a significant other, multiple kids, a mom, a dad, and siblings, friends, co-workers, right? You got to listen to all of them. If you are saying that you want to be this type of person that is able to show love to the people that are around you. And then this is also why I say I don't claim to love everybody. I show respect, right? And what I would say is common decency and common respect for the human life. Like, I'm not out to hurt anybody, right? I'm not going to invade somebody else's space and intrude upon their rights to live, to eat, to exist. But I'm not making the false claim that I'm loving everybody, because I don't know how everybody wants to be loved. And I think that it would be impossible for me to even understand how each individual person that I come in contact with on a daily basis wants to be loved, unless I have a conversation with them about it. Does that make sense? And that's just how I see it for myself and how I approach life. But it's for me, it's not natural.
I think it's kind of lazy, honestly, because it assumes that, like Thinker was saying, it assumes that everyone wants what I want. And I know that's not the case. I use this analogy. Christina and I talk about like our differences in personality, right? To love me in most cases is to give me my space, but she's more of a koala bear. So I think it's lazy in that it doesn't require me as an individual to get to know you as a person. It just requires me as an individual to assume that you want the same thing that I want and proceed accordingly. And I get that the intent behind it is to say to, most believers use it this way. It is about being kind. But I think that there are ways, especially at this point in our evolution as humans, that we know how to communicate with each other. Language barriers are surmountable. We're able to read facial expressions. There's a lot of things that we can do to understand what it takes for a person to feel loved and respected. And it may not be the same for you. It would be, kind of like a gift giving analogy. I love books. I value books. But if I give a book to someone who doesn't like reading, that may not necessarily be a loving thing for them. But to assume that they value the same things that I value and love looks the same way to them that it does to me is just a little bit lazy.
And I think we were all indoctrinated into that with this whole love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others, you have others do unto you. I think we were indoctrinated into that lazy way of loving. And a part of deconstructing is being willing to do that hard work. Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I was just agreeing that it is a lazy ideology to even, to the idea of this Jesus or this deity died for my sins, right? Instead of a man being accountable, being a grown man standing 10 toes on his own actions and being accountable for what you did, you want to put it on another man. So much to me is like cop out, lazy. Nah, just do the work of being a good person. If you offend somebody, go to that man and deal with that. Make amends. But so many people just, I just put it on Jesus and I ain't got to deal with it no more. It's lazy.
Yep, absolutely. And then, like, even just bringing it to them will make them crash out on you and turn you into the person that's persecuting them, right? Like, you become the one that has offended them just by you bringing it up that they offended you, and then got you feeling like you're wrong for even saying something, and then you're pushing it down inside because you don't even want to say anything because you don't know how they gonna take it if you speak up and tell them that they offended you, and it shouldn't be that way, you know. It shouldn't be that way at all. And Fee, do you remember that guy that joined the stage that day and he was talking about um, punishment by proxy? Like, he said the sacrifice was something. He put it in such good words. Do you remember him? It was a white guy that joined, and he was calling the sacrifice something by proxy.
What, like substitutional atonement? Like that?
Yeah,
The
that
concept
is
of.
substitution atonement. Is that what he called it?
I think I know who you were talking about. When he was saying Jesus paying the price for everybody else is not,
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It makes no sense. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead. I was
I
just
was
saying that's what it is. Substitutional atonement.
Yeah, an idea that the blood wiped away all the sin. Why are people still sinning? Why are those same people who didn't been quote unquote washed in the blood still committing, acts of sin if they've been washed away? It just simply makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? The reality is you got to clean up whatever mess up you made. If you spill it, you got to clean it up. If you offend your brother, you got to go to him. If you know, you got to, it's a yin and yang to this thing. It's balance, you know? So, yeah, it's accountability in the end of it all. Your God don't take away your wrong. You got to deal with that.
Yeah. And another thing that I was thinking about, I saw Relaxer had commented when I said sacrifice by proxy, but it made me think about the fact that Jesus tells his friends, no greater love does a man have than this, to lay down his life for his friends. And believers quote that to us all the time, as if saying that we should be willing to be the sacrifice and, you know, put ourselves on the back burner and suffer for other people. And people then go through life believing that they have to be the sacrifice for those that they call themselves trying to love, and not even loving themselves, right? Like, loving other people doesn't mean not loving yourself. And I think that too is a difficult thing to do, and a difficult conversation to have with ourselves, and a difficult conversation to have with other people. And so that's a part of, self oppression. That's a part of the uncomfortableness too, and the hard work too, because we've been very indoctrinated in putting ourselves on the back burner. Even to this day, sometimes, like when people come up and they be like, "Oh, you do such a good job. I just want to say thank you." Like, I don't necessarily like when people do that, but I've been making myself accept that, and and allow myself to receive that. That gratitude or the compliment for the work that we do here, because in reality we put in a lot of work, like a lot of studying or staying up in the middle of the night 5 nights a week. And it's okay for somebody to say thank you, but it took a minute for me to get there. You know what I'm saying? And having to sit in that uncomfortable feeling and be like, that's okay. It's okay that they're saying thank you.
And then even unpack where that discomfort is coming from. And it's from the years of indoctrination that you have to put yourself aside. And that's why I think, like, these ideals that we have been indoctrinated to accept without question can be very damaging, because the treat others like you want to be treated doesn't require that you look beyond what you want. It doesn't. It only requires that you focus solely. Mhm.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that's a great point. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, like it only requires that you focus on your personal preference, which is why Christians can come up here and say that when we don't allow them to preach to us or pray for us, they call that persecution. Because the only thing that they are required to look at by following that command is what they desire. And it's not that the command in and of itself is wrong, but you have to expand it. You have to include empathy. You have to include the awareness of other people's needs, cultural differences, context, all of those things. But that blanket application is not going to have the desired result that I think they think it will.
That was excellently stated. I have never heard a person put that in such clear terms, because it does focus more so back on that person themselves rather than thinking about being selfless. You know, it kind of spins it. That was nice. I like how you said that.
Yeah, I think Fee just answered the question that I've been asking all night. Why do they put themselves in such high statuses? And I think that's why.
I
Like
think
when
it's
they
a
say,
conflation of so many terms, though. Like even love, they think love is obedience to what God wants. Like the concept of, like you were just talking, thinker, that no greater love but to sacrifice. Why would that be a great expression of love to a God that can do anything? Why would it require sacrifice? Like they don't ask these questions. And I think that blanket acceptance and moving towards the direction that they've been pushed in their entire lives is what creates the chasms that we have, and just humans being able to communicate with each other and find that neutral ground that Prince was talking about, because we're not talking about the same things. We think we are, but we're not. And until we sit down and have these conversations to parse out, what do you mean when you say this? What do I hear when you say this? And figure out where that difference is. We're not going to be able to get anywhere. We'll continue to be going in circles.
Man, that's so crazy, because like you said, why does it require sacrifice? They're not even asking that question. most people are not like thinker. They don't use their thinkers. They just blindly follow what they've been indoctrinated with. And it's sad because it's a very simple, it's right in front of your face the whole time. But we just haven't seen it. But if any deity or God requires any type of sacrifice, that should be a check, red flag right there. Why are you asking me to kill anything that quote unquote was created by you? You have to be cognitive enough to ask that question. If God tell you to sacrifice your child, you need to be like, wait, hold on. Why? For what? You told me thou shalt not kill nothing. Now you turn around so like I said, I learned from my deconstruction of the biblical text. I came out of it by asking those very questions. So it would behoove us to keep our eyes open when reading any spiritual text, because man, you can get caught up and tripped up. Don't get tricked.
I'm sorry. Are there any mods in the chat? Like this person is
That's what I'm about
spamming.
to ask.
Like
This is
whoa.
crazy.
This
You want me to meet him?
I got him. I'm finna get him. I'm finna just go and block his ass. Like this is fucking ridiculous. But what was that? What was I? Damn, that made me forget what I was gonna say. No, we had a guy on stage tonight who was positing the whole I just want to love everybody and this everybody just wants peace and I'm a Mormon and I don't believe it, blah blah blah, right? And when I asked the question, why would your God, who is all powerful and responsible for waking up humans in the morning, because he believed that God gave him grace to wake up and God is the giver of life. I said, why would your God, who is all powerful and the giver of life, wake up evil people that he don't want on the earth just to send the Israelites to go kill them the same day? And he refused to just really sit there for a second and be like, that, yeah, why? Like why would my God, who I believe is all good, bypass the opportunity to take the less violent route, right? The less harmful route of putting murder in the minds and just not wake up the evil people that he so-called don't want on the earth, right? Like they don't allow themselves to engage with those answers, and then to not have to engage with that, they just go immediately to justifying why humans should be allowed to kill other humans, and it's ironic to me.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. I just watched the video of some Jewish girls talking about Rosh Hashanah and how it was, sacrifice and all this to the Jewish God of the Jews. This was a Jewish ritual or whatever. And she was explaining how it was necessary for people to be unalived in wars, that their God requires blood and all of this stuff. Literally, she's saying, this is recently, dude. This was like in Israel. This was viral video. And she was saying how her deity requires blood in order to establish peace and prosperity and all of these worldly, things. And it was just crazy to me to just hear her say that you on a public stage, and this is what you're saying, that human sacrifice is necessary for prosperity and balance in the world. What? And so many people that just goes over their heads. They don't question it. They just, and to me, that's instantly, my heart hurts when I hear somebody try to act like sacrificing something is righteous and make excuses for it, blame it on their God. That's crazy. So yeah, I got away from all that stuff. I had to shake it off because it was heavy on me. All those questions that I had no answers to, but only kept getting more mortified the more I thought about it. So to me, I know, like most people, some people don't believe in the creator at all, but I feel like whatever it is, the source, the one the thing that is giving life, right? Wherever it comes from, it must be balanced and it has to be in some way. There's peace, because right now I'm just sitting in my car, right? There's nothing bothering me. I have no fear in my heart. There's nothing being pumped in me naturally just to be afraid. So I'm at a calmness. What do you call it? Like a homeostasis with. To me, that's to this crazy ass world. Thanks for listening to me, guys. I'm gonna run up out of here. I'm sorry, I don't want to keep you guys too long, but I'm gonna get to work. But I appreciate you. Peace to everybody in the chat. Thanks for listening, and you guys continue to be good people, good men and women in the world.
All right, thank you so much for coming up, Prince. It was a great conversation. I hope you have a great day at work. Okay.
You too. Thanks.
Fee, what were you getting ready to say?
I was just gonna say I saw that video too.
Fee, what were you getting ready to say?
I was just gonna say I saw that video too, and I think I responded the exact same way. Like I'm looking at the woman standing there in the synagogue, and she's got her garb on, and they've got the Israeli flag off to the side, and she's literally saying that for the purpose of the God that she serves, other human beings are gonna have to die. Blood has to be shed. And I don't understand why they don't ask themselves, if you've got an immaterial God, he doesn't require blood. Like he doesn't need a transfusion, right? Like that's not what he needs it for. He's not a vampire as far as I know. So what would be the purpose of that? Why would it be required for babies in Gaza to be blown to pieces? What would be the reason that a God needs that, other than humans in this world deciding that that's the case? And as long as it's not happening to them, then it's God's will. I just think it's absolutely disgusting.
Like, here's my question. Like, what's so special about that land that this God needs them on it? Like, is this where, like, is the ground gonna open up and he gonna come out from up under there and make his Beyonce entrance? Like, why does he need them in that land? And the reason why they're saying that blood needs to be shed is because it's about the land. We need the land. God wants us on the land, so blood has to be shed.
Or they can
Like,
build that canal right through the middle of where Gaza is to make their trade routes a whole lot more profitable for them.
and he's been trying to get these trade routes since the fucking BC era when he sent Nebuchadnezzar to fight with Tyre.
Yep.
Like, and Tyre had the trade routes sold up back then. Like they've been after these trade routes for the longest, but it's all about controlling the resources. When he sent Joseph into Egypt, it was about controlling the resources. It's always got to do with money, power, land, and wealth. And it's always that. And that's why I say, like, in the Old Testament, that in that book, that God, Jesus, is talking to those that are controllers of the imperialists. He's talking to the imperialists. And in the New Testament, he's talking to those that got conquered, those that the imperialists conquered. And Jesus is the reason why he put himself in human form is so that you would see yourself, as somebody beholden to a God who took on your image, and you wouldn't fight back. Because he came as you to tell you not to fight back, to turn the other cheek, to resist evil, to give. If they try to take your coat, give them your pants too. And then to tell you that it's your job to take care of the poor while they hoard all the resources. Give your last two mites while they hoard the resources. And don't forget to give God what's God's. And don't forget to give the government what's the government's.
And while you getting your ass whooped, consider it all joy. Don't forget that part.
Yep. Yep. That's crazy. And then they can stand up there and say, because you are beholden to their God. They can stand up there and say, we got to shed your blood in order for us to get what we want, because our God told us we can. Because we matter more. To our God, you are like a deer. You're like a donkey that we go hunting. That the people go hunting with. Like people have animals that they've domesticated, but some of you are wild animals in the wilderness, and you're gonna die for sport. Like what? Or product or profit. And y'all are like, yes, Lord, I know my place, Lord. I never understood. Like, why do people just tag my name and don't say anything? What am I? What?
Thinker glitch.
Oh my god! I'm trying to figure out because it's happening on YouTube and TikTok at the same time.
Oh my goodness. What in the foghorn leghorn is going on, Thinker?
Because people are tagging my name and not saying anything in the YouTube comments and on TikTok, and I'm trying to figure out what am I supposed. I was trying to say, what am I supposed to do with that? Like, what do y'all want me to say?
You got me crying over here. God, that was hilarious.
Oh my god! But why do y'all?
That's all,
tag?
folks.
Shut up, Oso.
Look at his pictures. I can't stand Oso. Oh my god.
Oh, man. But what am I supposed to do with that? Like, why are people doing that? Like, why they just tag my name and don't say anything?
I think they need attention. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Like, talk about, can we play that back? It be your own people.
Oh my gosh. Man, I got tears coming out my eyes.
Me too.
That shit was. Oh my gosh. Awesome. Oh man. Delon? Delime? Okay. Lisa Rochelle, I did see you in the guest box. I don't know if you're in there on accident, on purpose, but I do only allow people to come up once during the live stream. And then Chatty Catty, I'm gonna guess you're in there on accident. Is Rhea back to going live during the day on Tuesdays, or is she doing afternoons now? Do you know? Also,
Lo siento. One more time.
y'all keep typing. That's all, folks. And all I can think about is we are like 26 minutes away from the end of the stream.
Mm,
Don't wanna.
that's funny. No, what would you ask me?
If
What's
Rhea
going
was
on?
going live, if she's not gonna be live today, okay.
No,
Tina
she's not
says,
gonna be live.
okay. Yeah, man. Oh my gosh, that shit is crazy. Let me play. There were somebody asked for Black. Let me play Black right quick. And then if we have time for one more conversation, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructed, or an atheist, 21 and up, and you want to be the last conversation of the day, go ahead and send your request. And if loud music bothers your ears, go ahead and turn your volume down a little bit. Here's Black, y'all.
I'm black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn delivered, cried, Christ is risen. That's an identity you learn, not the skin you live in. Christianity's a label, religion you adopt. But the melanin in your skin louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow is better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship a Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You backburner your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. Yeah. Our ancestors pray while they had chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. Their voices in the rivers, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forth with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. Jesus' blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again.
I agree. Also needs to be stopped. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Also.
What is that picture?
That's me dancing. I'm hitting the lean back. Lean back.
Oh my god. Yes. Also, it's crazy. All right, y'all. We didn't get anybody who took the opportunity to be the last call of the day. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live here. We'll be back tonight. It is Maddie's hour. If y'all know any 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds that can conversate with Maddie, this is the night that they have to do that and participate in these conversations. So share the stream with them. If you know, if they're in your family and you want them to participate, bring them in here so they can talk to Maddie. Hold on. Wait, somebody is in the guest request. Oh, okay, no, they left out. All right. But I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the gifts, the likes, the shares, the gifts, the comments. Also to the YouTube fam over there. If you are not following us on YouTube, make sure you do that at Art Thinker. The song, I saw a couple people asking for the song. It is on suno.com/thinker without an I. That song, and then I'm a leave out playing the Pride is Your Beat for the Pride community, and that's how we're gonna end the live today. But I will see all of y'all tonight. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Oso and Fee and Bash and Selena. Oh, y'all, make sure y'all check on Lala again, please. If you haven't done that, check on Lala. Like I said, she's dealing with a death in the family that hit her pretty hard. So just send
Oh,
her
you
some love,
changed the
huh?
ring on the FAL, so it's like first or single.
Oso, do you know you're not on mute? Are you trying to tell us something? All right, so I'm gonna play this. I hope y'all have a beautiful, beautiful day. Thank y'all.
Love you.
Love you.
They see you as broken. They see you as wrong. Family turning on you like you don't belong. Legislating your existence while you're not in the room. But your joy is resistance. Your life is the blue. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love. You are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is a victory. Your pride is the beat. No preachers, no scriptures should preach your rights away. The Bible doesn't really say it's a sin to be gay. They call you the devil, but we know the truth. Non-binary and trans, keep living your proof. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love. You are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat. Let's dance through the fire. Let's sing through the pain. Your colors unbroken. They shine through the rain. The hate can't define you. That loss can't erase. We're building a future with love at its base. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred. It should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine. All voices combine. You are love. You are here, never ashamed. The bigotry won't break you. We're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you. Keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Love y'all. Bye.
Love you.